So hey guys, how are you all? Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was omnipotent child of Darkmoon? Part 1. If you are new here, subscribe, either I will take your quirk. Also, as you know, I do not own this story. If you want to see original creator, then go to space into Milky Way. LOL, joking, you can find it in description. Harry hunting was never fun, except for the hunters. The whoops and teasing jeers of the bigger boys were close on his heels as Harry fled like a rabbit through the park at the far end of Privet Drive. His legs were short, but he was very good at evading his hunters, especially because he had been doing this for years. He shoved his glasses up on his sweaty nose and pumped his skinny arms harder, his breath coming in hoarse gasps. If he could just avoid Dudley and his goons for a few more seconds, his fat cousin would get tired and call off the chase. Then Harry would be free to circle back to number 4 on Privet Drive, where he lived with his aunt and uncle and their son. The scrawny, dark-haired, 8-year-old had been sent out to call his cousin Dudley in for supper, but the much bigger boy had initiated a game of Harry hunting with his mates instead. Heart-pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps, Harry scrambled over the park's little brick wall and fled across a street without looking where he was going. On the other side, he crashed into a thorny hedge that snagged at his clothes and tore his skin. Scrambling through, Harry fell down in shaggy grass that badly needed mowing and watering. He sat up, breathless and bewildered, finding himself behind the hedge, facing a row of shabby-looking houses he had never seen before. The undersized boy hesitated to get back on his feet, wondering suddenly which way was home. He felt a queer sense of panic as he realized that he was lost. Harry hunting in the schoolyard was all right in itself, because the school building was so big he couldn't miss it. But here, the spiny hedge had blocked his view of the street he had just crossed and everything beyond it, and these shabby houses with their chain-link fences did not look very nice. He shivered, hoping that the Harry hunters didn't catch him here. He didn't think any of these neighbors would care if Dudley and his buddies found him and started beating him up. Most likely, they would enjoy the show, like most of the other kids at school. Wiping blood from the scratches on his face, Harry turned to the little hole he had smashed through the hedge and slowly wriggled back through, being careful this time not to scratch himself. On the other side, he peeked first to make sure the coast was clear. Dudley and his chums were nowhere to be seen, which was good. As long as he hid quickly enough, they were usually too stupid to find him. Who knows where they were now? Harry sighed and squirmed all the way through the hedge, shivering as a chilly breeze raised goosebumps on his bony arms. It was a bit cold for this time of year, the middle of spring, as night fell. Harry stood up and brushed himself off before he looked up and checked the street. He wasn't stupid enough to rush across without looking both ways. There were no cars to be seen, and he scampered back over to the park. The back side of the park was trees and jogging trails, unlike the side that faced the neighborhood. That side was much nicer with the playground, the flowers, and the benches. But there were more places to hide among the trees and little trails. Carefully, Harry hurried along the crunching bark-strewn path, keeping a wary eye out for his cousin or the other hunters. It was getting dark fast, and the moon was already shining brightly, even though it was still early. A much colder wind blew suddenly, and Harry shivered, hugging his thin arms tightly. Was he even going the right way? The full moon glared down at everything, making the shadows harsh and the light strange. Everything looked so different. The wolf was angry. It had been ages since the man had made the mistake of locking them in a flimsy structure guarded by feeble magic incapable of containing the wolf's fury. Free at last, the wolf tore through the trees, ravaging a rabbit and an owl just because he could, the latter caught by sheer luck as it was diving on a field mouse. The man was powerless on this night, the night of the blessed moon. The beautiful silver face shone down, gifting the wolf with pure sight and mighty strength. He could feel the man struggling deep inside, but the wolf laughed. "You have had your fun controlling us for years," the wolf thought fiercely. "Tonight is my night. Punish me tomorrow if you must, but you know that we are one. Punishing the one inflicts pain on the other. I don't care. I intend to be a wolf tonight, and you cannot stop me." The scent of humanity was close, along with the stench of their roads and machines. The thought of human blood was enough to make the wolf half mad, and he ran toward the smell of the man settlement. Slinking through the trees, the wolf burst across the black, hard road that smelled like burnt oil and slunk along a different road. This one seemed older, and there were holes that he had to be careful of. The man inside was feebly attempting to stop him from going further, but strong as the man was, tonight the wolf was 100 times more powerful. Following his instincts, the wolf lifted his nose and sniffed the cool night breeze. The scent of young humans not far away drifted toward his sensitive nostrils. Barely able to contain his excitement, the wolf turned to face the moon and released the hunting call of his people. A chilling sound on the air suddenly made the little boy freeze in horror. It was the clear howl of a wolf, and it sounded rather close. But that's ridiculous, Harry thought wildly, wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. There weren't any wild wolves in England anymore. It was probably just a dog. Just some howling dog that happened to sound a lot like those wolves on the television shows. Still, it didn't hurt to be cautious, and Harry broke into a run, following the little trail through the trees that ought to take him back to the playground. And from there he could find his way back to Privet Drive easily enough. His heart pounded hard, although Harry scolded himself for being such a coward. Still, he would feel much safer when he was locked in his cupboard. When Harry emerged from the darkening trees, panting and looking about wildly for Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent, he found himself in an unfamiliar place yet again. The street was dark, except for the full moon, and there weren't even any houses on the other side of the wide road. He paused, biting his lip nervously. What if he was truly lost and never found his way home? He was already late bringing Dudley back inside, and he'd be in trouble regardless. But if he was lost all night long and Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon had to come find him, Harry shivered. He didn't want to think about what would happen. He would not like the consequences, that much was certain. He was already going to be locked in his cupboard without supper. He didn't want another thrashing on top of that. He winced when he thought of the one he had gotten just the day before yesterday. His freakishness had made him jump on top of the school's gym somehow, during another stupid game of Harry, hunting, and Uncle Vernon was one of the few people who knew what really happened. The firefighters who got him down thought he climbed up somehow for a prank. He had been really thrashed that time, with his pants down. In fact, his bottom was still pretty sore. Nobody understood that he couldn't control the freak power, and that he had just been trying to get away from Dudley and Piers and the rest. He was really tired of his cousin always chasing him down just to beat him up, and then he was the one who got in trouble. It really wasn't fair. Harry was startled out of his frightened thoughts by a horrified scream from not very far away. Several more boyish screams quickly overlapped it, and Harry realized that his cousin and the rest of the Harry Hunters were actually right up the street from him. He ran along the sidewalk that bordered the trees until he could see them clearly. The three boys were trying to climb a very high, rickety-looking board fence around some abandoned lot. But Dudley was too fat, and his two chums were screaming and crying too much to help each other. The moon glared down on the pitiful scene, and Harry very nearly screamed himself. Between him and the three terrified boys trying to climb the fence was the biggest dog he had ever seen in his life. It was shaggy and brown, with a long, furry tail and spiky raised hackles. It was snarling in a low growl and stalking toward the three boys with lethal grace. "Help!" Dudley squealed, falling over on his back and waving his stumpy limbs around like a fallen turtle. "Help me! Help!" The huge dog, or the wolf, as Harry preferred to think of it now, snarled loudly and lunged forward. The two other boys managed to cut and run in opposite directions, screaming all the way. They left Dudley on the pavement, sobbing with fright, screaming and thrashing about in his efforts to get back on his feet. But he was too overweight to rise easily. Harry's heart jumped into his throat, and without even thinking, he ran toward the wolf that was going to eat his cousin, screaming and waving his arms to get its attention. It worked. The shaggy brown beast spun to face him, growling louder. Its scarred face was terrifying. The beast's eyes were bright red, and its canine head seemed off-kilter somehow, even with the three slash-like scars across its muzzle. There was some sort of terrifying intelligence in the face and in the eyes that made Harry skid to a horrified halt in the middle of the potholed street, wondering why in the world he thought it was a good idea to charge at a giant demon wolf without a weapon or a plan. Bracing himself for impact, the small boy screamed, "Run, Dudley! Run!" He didn't look to see if his fat cousin obeyed. Instead, he picked up a loose piece of asphalt and threw it in the wolf's direction to keep it distracted. Unluckily for him, his aim was off and the chunk of black rock hit the beast in the face instead of flying over its shoulder. The boy's green eyes widened behind his glasses as the giant canine roared in fury, making his ears ring, and it sprang toward him in a fluid leap. Harry spun on his heel and ran, but he couldn't outrun the wolf. It was on him in an instant, and the claws caught him, knocking him down on his face in the street. His glasses flew off and agony erupted in his back and sides as the claws ripped into his flesh. Harry screamed in pain and terror, and fought back with all his strength, squirming and flailing. The wolf ripped open more wounds trying to pin him down, nearly making Harry pass out from the pain. As the small boy struggled and tried to wriggle away, the wolf's huge head descended and its giant mouth opened. Harry screamed again as the sharp teeth clamped onto his shoulder, ripping through muscle and causing his bones to crack under the pressure. The wounds burned as if acid was being poured on them. Or maybe the wolf's mouth was full of acid. Harry didn't know or care. All he knew was that it hurt so bad and he wanted it to stop right now. Something deep inside the boy's body cracked loose in a wave of heat and pressure, and the wolf was inexplicably thrown up into the air. It actually yelped as it came down hard, over 24 feet down the old road. The beast didn't come back, and Harry lay still, shuddering with pain and shock and blood loss. He was reasonably certain that his freak powers had come to his rescue at last, but he would probably die of his wounds anyway. He had no idea how badly he was hurt, only that the pain he was in rivaled his uncle's worst thrashing or the Harry hunter's worst beating, and it was steadily worsening. Like a poison spreading through his blood, he felt as if his body had caught on fire and was burning up from the inside out. Harry barely knew that he was still screaming and writhing in pain, and that a puddle of his own blood was rapidly forming under him. Everything faded from his consciousness, and he mercifully fell into blackness. Severus Snape usually did not get drunk. That being said, he only occasionally over-imbibed to the point that apparition was a tricky thing that he probably shouldn't attempt. On nights like this, an anniversary best spent in a stupor of muggle alcohol, they sure knew how to get a man drunk fast, didn't they? Snape frequented various pubs around the country, never the same one twice in a row, and never again on the same anniversary. Call him paranoid, but he would really rather not bump into anyone he actually knew on these awful nights when he indulged in a little weakness. Little Whinging was a posh little town, but it still had its seedy parts. A disreputable pub known as the Cloak and Dagger on one of its darker backstreets had provided him with a glass of something they called the gullet torture. Severus was not certain that he had been in control of his mental faculties when he accepted such a drink, as it had lived up to its name and set him on fire inside. He was still burning quite uncomfortably, but it had done its job well and got him into a fuzzy state of mind rather quickly. After getting into a fight with a belligerent muggle thug who tried to rob him right outside the door, and winning, of course, he purposefully marched back through the dim streets to find a deserted place where he could discreetly summon the night bus. Spinner's End was calling him, along with a glass of fire whiskey which, despite its name, might tamp down the fire raging in his gut and complete his journey into sweet oblivion. Passing out at home was better than in public. He may not know these stupid muggles, but he certainly wasn't about to humiliate himself in front of them regardless. It was late, and the moon was full, and that alone made his walk easier, since he could see where he was going, and he could also see that two of the idiot would-be robbers' friends were tailing him. The dark-haired man fingered his wand in its sleeve holster, wondering idly if he should do this the quick and easy way, or whether he was entitled to a bit of fun. Severus stepped out of the darker street and onto a more open road in obvious ill repair. Trees lined the far side of the street, and a wooden fence ran along his side. He stepped onto the sidewalk and cast a discreet charm over his shoulder that let him know if those two idiots were still following him. They were, but they had stopped while still in the relative shadow of the dim street he had just left. Out here in the open, the full moon lit up everything, and they were probably discussing whether or not to follow him out where the advantage of darkness would be gone. Snape shrugged and decided that those two morons just got lucky. He quickly cast several Confundus charms behind him at the two would-be muggers and a quick notice-me-not on himself, and he sauntered off down the brightly lit road, aiming for a spot better hidden from prying eyes. The big purple bus he planned to summon was rather noticeable. Something in the middle of the street caught his eye, and he slowed to a halt. Snape peered at the huddled little bundle lying quite still in the road and wondered if it was roadkill. It was likely an unfortunate dog or cat that got hit by a car, he surmised. With a shrug, he moved on. But something made him stop and look back at it. The little bundle seemed so pitiful and vulnerable lying there, and he mused that it looked a little big for a cat, while the shape was all wrong for a dog. Cursing the curiosity that he was born with, and that was infinitely worse when he'd had a few drinks, Severus Snape marched out into the deserted street to inspect the dark bundle. It wasn't an unfortunate pet after all. It was a child. The tall man blanched with horror and immediately crouched down beside the unconscious, possibly dead, child. It was a small, dark-haired boy, maybe 7 years old, covered with blood. His clothes were dark in color and too large for him, but he could tell that they were torn and soaked through. The boy was practically lying in a puddle of the liquid, and he was so very white and still. Was he dead? Snape touched the child's neck for a pulse, not expecting one. He wondered why he was so relieved when he felt a tiny flutter of life there, and the faintest breath from the child's parted lips. Severus Snape was not supposed to care about children, and he wasn't supposed to be pleading with the non-existent fates to spare him the awkward tragedy of discovering a dead, blood-covered little boy. He blamed the alcohol for his maudlin attitude and set to work at once. The potions professor yanked off his dark cloak and rummaged around in the pockets for a bottle of sober-up potion, which he always carried on these depressing nights in case he had to get sober again fast. He enjoyed being slightly intoxicated on nights of terrible memories, but this was an emergency. He needed to get this poor child to a hospital, and that required him to be fully cognizant. Once he downed the slimy, disgusting brew, his head cleared at once and the fire in his belly eased considerably. He dropped the cloak around the child and moved to gently pick him up. As the boy's head tilted and his pale, thin face was illuminated by the silvery moonlight, Snape noticed a strange marking on the white forehead. The child's face was rather scratched up. It looked like he had gotten in a fight with a thorn bush and lost. Snape smirked, but whatever was on his forehead was not a scratch. Frowning, he reached up and brushed aside the thick black hair and froze. The strange marking was a scar, shaped like a lightning bolt. Only one boy in the entire world had such a perfect and defining mark. Harry Bloody Potter. Literally. Snape wondered what he had done to earn such rotten luck, and impulsively wished he had not taken that sober-up potion. He very much preferred to be fuzzily drunk at the moment. But since that wasn't an option, he cursed in 5 different languages before he carefully stood up with the child. Potter's spawn or not, he was still a child in grave danger. He was about to disapparate, but then he hesitated. What to do with the brat? He needed medical attention. But would it be prudent to take him to a Muggle hospital? Or should he take the boy to St. Mungo's? Or could he take him to Madame Pomfrey at Hogwarts? It was getting close to the end of term, so her infirmary ought to be mostly empty. But Snape paused. The child in his arms was so light and so bony. He was too thin and too small for his age, which was approximately 9 years old in a few short months. He ought to know since he was celebrating Lily's non-existent 20th birthday today. If he took the child to any public institution, Dumbledore would be sure to know, and Snape wanted to find out for himself why his senses were screaming at him to take care of the boy himself. He usually obeyed his instincts, and in this case, he decided that if Dumbledore had not sent help to the boy by now, he wasn't ever going to. But to take care of the boy himself? Severus Snape laughed at his thoughts. It was ludicrous. Need he remind himself that he hates children? Especially messy children who got into trouble. And he hates the Potter brat more than all the children in the entire world, because he happens to represent everything that's messed up about his entire life? With a pained groan, Snape finally obeyed the little nagging voice in his head, and he twisted in place, clutching the child tightly to his chest, disapparating to Spinner's end. He would figure out that stupid little thing he seemed to have grown called a conscience later. For now, he would just assess the damage, see if he could tell how the boy got hurt, and take it from there. If the boy needed a qualified healer or a muggle doctor, he would do what he needed to do. But he was a potions master for Merlin's sake, and he had gotten his Medi-Wizard certification last year. Surely he could take care of a few little cuts. Snape arrived at his home's designated apparition point, which was in the back garden overlooking the muddy, polluted river that ran past the old factory. He hurried to his back door, muttering his unlocking charms as he went. Not being able to grab his wand, he gathered a bundle of wandless magic inside himself and directed it at the house to alert the wards that he had a guest, and that the boy would now be protected under the same wards as the owner, himself of course. The door banged open harder than it would have if he had simply used his wand, but he really didn't care. Another burst of wandless magic threw the cloth off the dining table and he gently laid the unconscious child down on the glossy wooden table. He yanked out his wand, flicked on the lights, closed the back door, and assessed the boy's condition. His wand danced in diagnostic charms until a parchment popped out of thin air and began scribbling on its own. Snape grabbed the parchment and scanned the results of his quick scan. As he had suspected, the child was dangerously close to death from blood loss. His body temperature was low, and the wounds were leaching magical energy. Snape scowled. This was not good. Not good at all. If the boy's wounds were magical in nature, this could mean a dozen different things, all of them horribly bad. He thought the supposed blood wards on the boy were supposed to protect him from danger and magical threats. No matter. He would figure it out later. At the moment, the boy needed his blood levels stabilized more than anything. Severus Snape left the child on the table and ran to his lab in the basement. He rolled up his sleeves and scrubbed his hands as clean as he could get them before he snatched up an empty bottle, which he transfigured into a box for holding potions. He spent a minute gathering pain-killing and bruise-healing salves for when he dressed the wounds, dittany essence to close the wounds themselves, blood-replenishing potions, fever reducers, painkillers, antibiotics, and a rare bottle of magical core replenisher. It was very expensive to make, extremely rare, and was one of only 4 bottles he owned, but a child Potter's size would not survive long with those wounds draining his magical core. Severus sighed wistfully as he grabbed the silvery liquid from the shelf, but he did not allow himself to wallow in sentiment when a child needed him right now. The potions master dashed back upstairs and snapped out a wandless spell to make the lights overhead a bit brighter. He felt an uneasy clench in his stomach when he saw that his black cloak wrapped around the bundled child was even darker with blood stains, and he could see more dark blood beginning to pool on the table. Snape didn't even bother to look down at his shirt. He knew it was bloodstained now as well. He summoned a small table and put his box of potions down before snatching up the first one, a dark red blood replenisher. For the next several minutes, he carefully poured blood replenishers down the unconscious boy's throat. Thankfully, his swallow reflex still worked, and Severus was skilled enough in the technique to do it without much trouble. Despite being unconscious, the boy cooperated beautifully, for which he was grateful. Once Snape was certain that Potter would not die from bleeding out, he went upstairs to fetch other medical supplies. He returned with a roll of gauze and bandages under one arm, and scissors and a sponge and bowl for cleaning the cuts in the other. Magically inflicted wounds would not be healed very quickly, and although he could seal the wounds and prevent infection with potions, he would be forced to treat them much as a muggle would. He would have to clean the wounds very carefully, and then use bandages until they healed themselves. Carefully, Severus unwrapped the limp child. Layer by layer, he peeled the blood-soaked clothes off him, using a few careful cuts with the scissors to get the stiff shirt away from the boy's chest. When he could finally see the damage, he stopped, aghast. Even though he had seen the amount of blood, he had not truly believed it was so bad. The child had apparently been mauled by some sort of animal. The claw marks on his ribs and all the way down his left side, and the horrible bites marks on his shoulder were deep and bleeding heavily. What on earth could have attacked the boy in a quiet little muggle neighborhood? Severus shook his head. First order of business, save the child's life. After that, if he ever regained consciousness, he could ask the boy himself. Quickly, he set to work, giving the boy another blood-replenishing potion and a strong painkiller. He knew from experience how much the dittany would burn, but it would stop the bleeding anyway and mostly seal the wounds until they healed on their own. He filled the bowl with a quick agumini and picked up the sponge. He cleaned the deep gashes gently with cool water, and the boy twitched a few times, but he didn't move much otherwise. Snape grabbed the bottle of dittany and sighed as he gazed at the expensive green liquid. He would be using almost the entire bottle on the boy. 40 galleons down the drain. Oh well. Snape dripped the liquid carefully over the wounds. The boy squirmed slightly, and a soft noise came from his throat. The potion smoked when it made contact with the exposed flesh, and the peculiar smell of dittany and burning blood filled the kitchen. Slowly, reluctantly, the gashes closed and stopped bleeding so profusely, but they didn't heal completely. He finished with the boy's front and spread some soothing murtlap salve over the wounds that were still crisscrossing the boy's chest and side. The child moaned softly at the man's touch, and his throat sounded quite raw. Snape shook his head and wondered how long Potter had screamed before he blacked out. And how in the world was he still alive, anyway? And where had his attacker gone? The potions professor shook his head again and reminded himself to be patient. The boy would tell him when he woke up and not before. He still had to treat the wounds on the child's back anyway. Severus carefully turned the boy over onto his stomach with a quick mobila corpus and examined the gashes on his bony shoulders and side and the wounds on his shoulder. It was quite a nasty bite, and he scowled as he prodded the boy's left shoulder gently. The shoulder blade felt broken, along with some of the other bones in the area. Whatever bit him had some very strong jaws. He would need some Skeelgrow from his lab, but he could get it later. For now, he had to clean the gashes on the boy's back. Judging from the scrapes on Potter's palms and face, he had been tackled from behind. The bite looked to be from behind as well, and it was on the same side as the worst gashes that went from the boy's ribs all the way down his left side to his thigh. He carefully cut off the rest of the boy's clothes and stopped, frowning in consternation. The boy's bottom and the backs of his thighs, and even his lower back, were quite heavily bruised and painful to look at, and it had nothing to do with the other wounds. In fact, the bruises and swollen welts looked at least a day old, maybe more. It appeared as if he'd been thrashed rather brutally with a belt. The long, black and blue wheals across the boy's pale, blood-streaked skin brought back unpleasant, distant memories of times when his own backside was decorated in the same manner. Snape shivered and thrust the memories away. Most likely the brat had deserved it. Sometimes all a child needed was a good thrashing to set them straight. But gone was his resentful fantasy of an arrogant, spoiled, rotten child coming to Hogwarts next year. At least his guardians disciplined the boy, even if it seemed a little harsh on the skin. Even so, he spread some murtlap salve and bruise-healing paste over the wheals, which would take down the swelling and soreness quite a bit. The boy had enough pain without having to deal with a tan bottom as well. The potion's master shook his head free of distracting thoughts and busily finished cleaning the gashes. Once that was done, he dripped dittany on the still bleeding wounds, flicking his wand to dispel the smoky potion fumes that were gathering around his head. Once he had sealed all of the wounds, Snape stepped back with a sigh. He hadn't realized how tense he had become while he was working, and his muscles ached. The naked child lying face down on his dining table looked so frail and thin. The boy's skin was deathly white, stretched disturbingly tight over his skeleton, exposing every bone. He briefly wondered why the boy was so scrawny, and immediately dismissed the thought. The child was likely a picky eater with too much energy to burn. The professor turned on his heel and hurried back down to his lab for more blood-replenishing potions and a bottle of Skeelgrow. When he got back, he was greeted by the child's hoarse whimpers and moans of agony. Hurrying over and snatching up another pain potion from his transfigured box, he tried to turn the boy over. But Potter screamed hoarsely at the touch and writhed weakly in pain. His body burned with fever, and he was trembling like a leaf. Snape grumbled to himself as he considered his dilemma. The child was unconscious, though still in horrible pain, and fearful of being touched. But he needed the boy on his back so he could get some potions down his throat. He cast an immobilizing charm on the boy so he wouldn't hurt himself before he gently levitated the small child to turn him onto his back. Once Potter was on his back, his whimpers died down, but he didn't quite stop moaning. Snape had a difficult time opening the boy's locked jaw to get the pain potion down his throat, but once he did, the child lapsed into silence again. He took off the immobilizing charm and made the boy drink 2 more blood replenishers, a fever reducer, a powerful antibiotic, and the magic replenisher. For good measure, he gave the boy a calming potion as well before dumping the full bottle of Skeelgrow in his mouth. He used his wand to arrange the bones in the boy's shoulder so they would heal properly and stepped back again. What to do now? Well, it was obvious he needed to clean the boy up, get him in some semblance of clothing, and put him to bed. Cleaning all of the blood off the boy's skin was easier said than done. He scrubbed the blood off with his sponge and used a drying spell instead of a towel. He bandaged Potter's shoulder and used a complex spell to keep the bones immobile. He bandaged the rest of the child's torso and his leg after putting soothing salve on the inflamed wounds. He was glad he could use his wand for the delicate work of wrapping the gauze and bandages all around the boy's ribs and shoulder and side. He used up almost all of his bandages, and he would have to get more. Several quick Scourgify spells later, the boy looked reasonably clean, and Snape hovered him upstairs. At present, there was only one bed in the house, his own, of course, but it looked like Potter was going to use it for a while. He could always go fetch his old bed from the attic, but he would have to find something to transfigure permanently into a mattress and bedclothes. That could wait. He was feeling too drained to attempt such complex magic right now. Healing was exhausting. He did manage to transfigure one of his least favorite shirts into a hospital gown-type garment for the boy and tucked him under the covers. The boy was still shivering and whimpering very softly. Snape touched the boy's face and found it to be rather warm. His fever had not gone down by much. With a long-suffering sigh, the professor trudged downstairs for another fever potion and then trudged back up to dump it in the boy's mouth. He pulled a stomach soother from his emergency pocket for good measure. It wouldn't do the boy any good if his stomach simply revolted at all the potions being forced into it, and stepped back, satisfied. All that was left to do now was wait for the boy to start getting better on his own. The potions would help, and he should be unconscious for at least a day or more, but if he survived was entirely up to Potter. "You'd best fight for your life, brat," Snape mumbled at the unconscious child. "I will not be happy about wasting so many expensive potions on you if you'll just die anyway. So you'd better live." Shaking his head at his own foolishness, it was the remnants of the alcohol, he was certain of it. He went back downstairs to clean up the mess. He threw his cloak in the laundry, and Potter's clothes were pretty well ruined. He couldn't reparo them no matter how much he tried. That more than anything convinced him that some magical monster had attacked him. Magic could not repair damage done by magic. That was a simple fact. He scourgified his table and the floor where blood had dripped and his shirt where the child's blood had soaked him. But nothing happened. Frowning, Snape put a little more focus in his magic and scourgified again. Again, there was no effect. Surely the boy's blood wasn't resisting a simple cleaning spell. The only kind of human blood that did that was. Snape sat down hard in his chair, his whole body tingling with horror. How could he have not seen it? All of the signs matched up. The moon was full tonight. The boy's magical wounds resisted healing. His magical core had nearly drained completely. But Severus had to know for certain. Something like this could not be left to speculation. He snatched up an empty potions bottle and turned to the sink with it. After he scrubbed the little container clean, he magicked some of the blood from the table into the bottle. It was painstaking work, but he managed to scrape up enough of the congealing liquid to run tests on and corked it. He put the bottle in his pocket and cleaned up the bloody mess the Muggle way. He carried the rest of the unused potions back down to his lab once he finished cleaning and put them away. He set up his cauldron and fetched several ingredients from his back shelves. He had never actually run this particular blood test before, but he still knew how to do it. After he had a good brew going, he stared at the bottle of blood he had set on his work table. If the blood was infected with what he thought it was, pouring it into the off-white slime in his cauldron would turn the mixture a nauseating shade of green. He took a deep breath and grabbed the bottle before the brew overcooked. The few drops of congealed blood made the brew bubble violently, and Snape took the cauldron off the flame to wait on the reaction. But he couldn't stay to watch. because at that moment, he was startled by a blood-curdling scream from upstairs, and he ran up to check on his patient, taking the stairs two at a time. Potter was writhing in the bed, screaming in agony. He was shaking all over and clutching fiercely at the sheets with white, trembling hands. Snape cursed out loud and grabbed the boy before he squirmed right off the bed. His little body was trembling violently in a seizure and burned with an even higher fever. After a bit of wrestling with the boy, he managed to get him untangled from the sheet and carried him into the bathroom. His fever was too high, and if the boy had what he thought he had, another fever reducer or a pain potion wasn't going to help much anyway. In the wild, victims often sought out running streams to soothe their pain and fever. If they lived that long, of course. He got the boy into his bathtub and turned on the tap, filling the tub with lukewarm water and soaking his clothing in bandages. Thankfully, the water immediately quieted the boy's frantic screams of pain, easing his pain and cooling the fever. Soon, the boy was only whimpering. His eyes never opened, and he did not seem to realize that Severus Snape was still practically holding him while the water ran. The man carefully eased his arm out from under the boy's shoulders and turned off the water. With nearly all of his injuries under the cool water, Potter was calmer. Snape silently flicked his wand to dry his sleeve and went downstairs for a throat-soothing potion. The boy was losing his voice from screaming so much, and his throat had to be quite raw by now. He entered his basement lab and made his way to the shelf of his medicinal potions. He almost forgot about the cauldron he had abandoned here, and when he glanced at it, he froze. The liquid inside was a bright, nauseating shade of lime green. Snape leaned on the table to steady the violent shudder that ripped through his body. He had several horrifying thoughts tumbling through his normally orderly mind, but prime among them was that he no longer had any doubt. Harry Potter had been attacked by a werewolf. By the next full moon, the transformation would be complete. The boy who lived. A werewolf. It almost didn't bear thinking about. The other disturbing thing Severus was thinking was that he was going to kill Dumbledore. When the old man finally discovered his golden boy was missing, of course, he'd wait and see just how long it took the doddering fool to say something. Tell me what you think. I'm normally more of a Star Wars fan, but I am now trying my hand at Harry Potter fanfiction, and I have several chapters done already for this particular story. I like Severus Snape and his nastiness, and I love Remus Lupin and his character as well. I have taken my two favorite Harry mentors and smashed them together. I plan to eventually bring Sirius Black in as well, and that'll be interesting for sure. Dumbledore will come in as well, but I don't think I'll be making him a totally good guy. Please review, and thanks. Sleeping and Waking. Rated T for mentions and flashbacks of child abuse and violence and details of werewolf transformations which aren't exactly child-friendly. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Doing it just for fun. Chapter 2. Sleeping and Waking. The man awoke. He groaned as his joints and muscles screamed in pain from the transformation, and recent cuts and bruises throbbed for attention. He was used to this. Waking up after the transformation was a painful, slow process. He was used to lying sprawled on a stone floor, naked and shivering and alone. He had been alone for years, since the last of his brothers left him. But this was new. He was lying curled up in sweet-smelling grass, under a sheltering pine tree, and he jolted in alarm. "No! Oh no! Oh no, no, no!" The man whispered. "Where?" He turned accusingly to the wolf within, but the beast remained angrily silent. Shaking with dread, the man raised his hands to his face, nearly vomiting as he saw bloodstains ground into the lines of his palms and crusted under his ragged nails. He hated this, the waking up with no memory of the night before, nothing beyond a hazy recollection of blurry sights, sounds, and emotions. He remembered nothing of last night. Why did he have blood on his hands? Only the wolf could answer that, and he was uncharacteristically sullen, being careful not to rub his tender skin against the rough pine branches drooping over him. The man crawled out of his hiding place, shivering and aching, longing for the cabin where he had thought they would be safe, where they could make the world safe from the wolf. But the wolf was strong, and he must have broken through the wards he'd erected. Once he could stand, he spent a minute assessing his location. The trees were dense, and the birds were singing freely. Mist trailed through the trees and a cool breeze blew, chilling his bare skin and making his various cuts sting. He heard no sound of human activity or habitation. He sighed with relief. It seemed remote enough. Of course it is, the wolf snorted in his mind. I'm not stupid. Never said you were. The man tossed back automatically. Then I'd be insulting myself, wouldn't I? What happened last night? The wolf gave off a good impression of curling up and going to sleep, which made the man growl in annoyance. He would normally have blessed the wolf for being so accommodating, but he was too alarmed by the blood on his hands. He hoped dearly that he didn't have any on his face, but that was likely too much to hope for. He tried to calm himself. It was probably nothing. They'd never attacked a human being before, and there was no reason why the wolf would start now. The wolf likely got hungry and caught a rabbit or something. It happened once before, back when he was a boy. He had caught a rabbit and the remains were still warm in his arms when he awoke in the morning. Even though he saw no animal remains, he convinced himself that there was nothing to worry about, except that his stomach grumbled suddenly. The man winced and pressed a hand to his aching belly. Had the wolf not eaten anything after all? He got a swift impression of the wolf's rage last night. He had been too angry to eat. He had just wanted to destroy. The man shivered. He dreaded what he would see, or maybe hear, when the wolf finally decided to tell him what had happened this night. But there was nothing he could do here, in the middle of a strange forest, with no clothes, no medical supplies, and no food. Planting his bare feet in the grass, the man turned on his heel and threw himself headlong into the void of apparition, his mind intent on the little cabin where he had thought the world would be safe. Once he arrived there and collected his things, he would treat his injuries and see if he couldn't get the wolf to talk on his own. He hated having to resort to tricks with the stubborn beast. Monday morning was terrible for so many reasons. Professor Snape was fighting a migraine. And why on earth had he scheduled double potions with his rowdiest third-year class first thing in the morning? He was sure he must have been insane for doing such a patently stupid thing, and he had probably taken 100 points altogether from Gryffindor by the time class finally finished. He had assigned no less than 5 detentions, and he had no wish to take care of them himself. Collapsing at his desk when the last terrified Slytherin girl darted out of the classroom, Severus wrote off a quick note to Professor McGonagall to arrange the 5 detentions with Filch, because if he tried to take care of it, he would almost certainly end up hexing the unfortunate squib. He could control himself somewhat around the children, mostly because he needed the job, but around an irritatingly bloodthirsty caretaker, he didn't trust himself right now. He massaged his throbbing head and groaned softly. He hated his life. Right was so unfair. He had a young werewolf going through a hellish transformation back at his house in an induced coma. He had not slept since Thursday night, and he couldn't find one of the rarer ingredients for the wolfsbane potion he needed to brew by the end of the month. He didn't have it at home, and he couldn't find any here at Hogwarts either. Usually, he would just go ask Dumbledore to check with his contacts if he couldn't find a rare ingredient, and the old headmaster would have it on his office desk within the week. How he was always able to find anything Snape happened to need was a little disturbing, which was why he usually waited until he was desperate to ask the old man. He hated to depend on anybody, even if Dumbledore claimed to enjoy helping him out. However, he was still fuming at Dumbledore, and the old man had not yet alerted him that Harry Bloody Potter was missing from his home. Either the headmaster did not yet know, meaning he was an imbecile, or else he was keeping it secret from everyone, including Severus, meaning he was simply a son of a you-know-what. He was most certainly not going to assure the old fool that his precious Potter was alive until he got some answers. For example, why wasn't the boy's neighborhood warded against werewolves? Who exactly was it that attacked the boy? How could the boy be attacked and left to die like that without anyone going to his aid? Snape's money was on Fenrir Greyback, who had been evading the authorities ever since the last Wizarding War. The notorious werewolf had not struck in years, that he had heard, anyway. But Greyback had a reputation for infecting and running, and for specifically targeting young boys. He seemed to think that the younger they were turned, the better the monster. But something did not make sense about it. He needed to do some research. If he asked Lucius nicely, the pureblood ministry politician might be willing to tell him if Greyback had been sighted recently. He also needed to reach out to the Magical Creatures Research Department for more information about the transformation itself. He did know that he was supposed to have mixed powdered silver in with the Dittany to help the boy's transformation not be so brutal, but he had not known at the time that he was treating a survivor of a werewolf attack. It was rather too late now, although he still needed to know specifically if it would harm the boy to start taking the Wolfsbane potion right away. A reply to the note he had sent to the head of Gryffindor House sailed onto his desk, and he unfolded it. Severus, are you ill? For pity's sake, take a few days off and get well. Mr. Wood from your last class seemed rather concerned with your mental health. You took 85 points from Gryffindor during one class. What is going on with you? M. Snape sneered at Minerva's obvious concern. Sometimes she was a little too much like a mother lion. He turned the page over and scribbled his reply. Playing on Gryffindor's sympathies was usually the best way to get her off his back. If she assumed his bad mood was from emotional issues rather than something else, it was better than her dragging him to Madame Pomfrey, which she had done before. He needed to get back to his house by tonight or Potter would probably die. Induced coma or not, I have had a migraine for over 24 hours now. Take care of the detentions or I will not be responsible for what happens to those children. And what is going on with me? Pray tell me what the date was last Friday, and then leave me alone. He sent it off to the Transfiguration professor with a disgusted shake of his head. His Ravenclaw Hufflepuff NEWT class was due in the next 15 minutes, and he stood up to get the classroom ready for it. Giving his pounding head another rub, he sighed and wondered if he should risk another pain potion, since headache potions did not do much for migraines. But he had already taken his limit of pain-killing potions that morning when the headache refused to leave. Before he could go to the storeroom to fetch some of the more dangerous ingredients he would require soon, the note from McGonagall sailed back to his desk, and he unfolded it with a flick of his wand. Good heavens, please forgive me, Severus. I completely forgot about Lily's birthday. Do let me know if there is anything I can do. But please go a bit easier on the children. They don't really deserve to be tortured like they were this morning, do they? M. Rolling his eyes in disgust at the woman's maudlin twaddle, Snape banished the magical memo to the rubbish bin and swept into his storage room. Today, his most advanced class would be making Draft of Living Death, also known to his sarcastic mind as the coma potion. Potter was currently dosed up on half a bottle right now. Thinking of the boy made him want to bash his head against the wall. What would he do with the boy when he was recovered enough to awaken? How was he going to finish a batch of Wolfsbane potion when he couldn't even start it without the strips of basilisk skin? He hated having so many questions without clear answers. He wished life could be like potion making, orderly and methodical, with predictable results every time. But life in reality was more like 7 years of defense against the dark arts in this school. In his 7 years as a professor here, he had watched no less than 7 separate professors gain the job and lose it over various reasons. There was Professor Moreland, who had a nervous breakdown during end-of-term tests and was still in St. Mungo's for rehabilitation. Snape never liked the nervous little man and his anger issues and was glad to see him go. Professor Uckridge had slowly died of a rare chimera cancer, but at least he had been able to finish the entire year, and he was actually halfway competent. Then there was the nightmare last year of Professor Whitman, who had turned out to be having illicit affairs with no less than 9 students, 4 of whom were under 16. Good riddance to the creep, he thought. Whitman had stalked Snape all year long, and it was a year and a man best forgotten. This year, the defense professor, Cassiopeia Pendrake, was an airy-fairy mystic who had quickly become best buddies with Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher. She encouraged her students to get in touch with their feelings and reach out to poor misunderstood dark creatures. It was ridiculous. Professor Dumbledore really ought to give the position to Severus Snape, come hell or high water. The poor children weren't learning a thing. At the very least, 1 year of defense Professor Snape ought to leave them with some semblance of education in that department. Whether there was actually a jinx on the defense job or not, the least Dumbledore could do was stop hiring teachers who wouldn't last more than a year regardless, like Uckridge who was doomed to die of his illness inside of a year anyway. He was interrupted from his musing by the sounds of a dozen 17-year-olds entering the classroom, still chattering and getting settled. Normally, he actually enjoyed teaching his NEWD classes much more than the others, since these were children who actually wanted to focus and make potions. He took the ingredients out into the classroom and fixed the class with his signature scowl. "Today, we will be brewing draft of living death," he snapped, aware that his voice sounded somewhat rough and scratchy. He put the ingredient bottles down on the desk and flicked his wand at the blackboard. "I believe you have already made this potion before, last year. But since you have likely forgotten everything you learned in the last 12 months, I have put instructions on the board. The Evoria petals are here on the desk. Begin." The students in their yellow and blue trimmed robes jumped to attention and moved quickly to begin their potions. Snape watched them closely and relaxed when he noted that despite their alacrity, they were careful. This was better than his first, second, and third-year students, who usually ended up tripping over each other when he snapped so abruptly. He did begin to relax a bit more as the students set to work with a will, mostly silent. Though a couple of Hufflepuffs conferred briefly as one warned the other to make sure her cauldron was properly cleaned before this particular potion. He did not mind a few whispers in his classroom, so long as they were brief and only related to the class and not to some inanity that had nothing to do with potions. When the class finally finished and he had 12 bottles of silvery liquid in a row on his desk, he was in a slightly better mood. He had managed not to yell or take points, and that was an accomplishment considering how his head was still pounding. Once the students were gone, he sagged over his desk and fought the sudden wave of exhaustion that washed over him. The white-eye potions he had been taking during the past several days were wearing off. He slowly pulled another out of his pocket, but he felt nauseous when he looked at the poisonous-looking green potion. He would need to make more white-eye potion later. But just the thought of more work when he was already so tired was depressing. He grasped the cork to pull it out when he was startled by a voice from behind. "Severus?" Snape spun around, scowling at Professor McGonagall standing in the classroom doorway. He hated being startled by anyone. "What are you doing down here?" he snapped. "Don't you have crying Gryffindors to comfort?" The Scottish woman shook her head and adjusted her glasses. "You look dreadful, Severus," she commented severely. "When's the last time you slept?" "None of your business," Professor Snape sneered. He uncorked his white-eye potion and downed it to spite her. The Transfiguration professor squinted suspiciously at the green liquid as it emptied from the bottle. "Is that white-eye potion? Why do you care?" Severus rasped. He blinked hard as his vision doubled for a second, and then he leaned on the desk as the world tilted. He cursed out loud and shook his head. He had overdosed on white-eye potion probably only twice before in his life, but he thought he had a longer tolerance than this. His magic throbbed rebelliously in his chest, and he realized he ought to have caught a nap last night after soaking the Potter brat in the bathtub again. The boy had been calm for hours before he had another fever spike and a bout of agonizing pain closer to the morning. Severus was startled when he felt McGonagall's hands on his shoulders, guiding him into a chair. "Everus? Severus? Can you hear me?" "Yes, now get off me," Snape mumbled. He reached up and rubbed his eyes, blinking as his vision returned to normal. McGonagall gave him a gentle shake. "Merciful heavens, what is wrong with you?" she demanded, sounding both exasperated and worried. "Severus?" "Am perfectly fine," he mumbled, and massaged his throbbing forehead. He was just tired. So very tired. "You need sleep," Professor McGonagall said sternly. "Tell me right now when you last slept." Snape shook his head wearily. He couldn't do this. He couldn't fight McGonagall. That white-eye potion hadn't done anything for his exhaustion. He was overwhelmed with two urges, one to curl up on the floor and go to sleep, and the other to scream at McGonagall to leave him alone. He fought both of them and gave in. "Friday morning," the potions master muttered, staring down at his hands. "When did they start to tremble like that?" "I slept Thursday night and woke on Friday. That's the last time I slept. Happy now?" The woman stared at him as if he had grown a second head. She dropped into the chair beside him and shook her head slowly. "Why haven't you slept all weekend?" she demanded, sounding horrified. "Severus, shame on you. I know you're quite able to make yourself a dreamless sleep potion if it's nightmares or bad memories. So what's really going on?" "I've been rather busy," he snarled. "And no, it's none of your business." "Well, my business or not, you're taking the rest of the day off," McGonagall huffed, standing up and glaring down at him. Are you going to sleep if I take you back to your quarters? Or do I need to escort you to the hospital wing? Severus glared at her and pointed his finger for good measure. I do not need a babysitter, Minerva. Oh no. Minerva McGonagall arched a challenging eyebrow at him. Severus glared at her for another few seconds before he lost the strength to do so anymore. He sighed and let his scowl fall off his face. Fine. I'll go lie down, he acquiesced. It's the only way to get you off my back, isn't it? The stern Scotswoman cracked a grim smile at her former student. I still want to know what's eating you so, Severus, she said. But I suppose I'll wait for an explanation till you've slept a bit. Professor Snape shook his head at her stubbornness. Tell you what, he said slowly. If you keep this very quiet, I might tell you a bit of it. He frowned thoughtfully. I may actually need your expertise, but not one single person must know of my sleep deprivation, understand? Minerva gave him a real smile suddenly. It's a deal, she chuckled, but I'm not sure how much help I can be in potions research. That's what's been keeping you up nights, isn't it? Snape treated her to a Slytherin smirk and stood up. I suppose I'll tell you when I return to the land of the living. With that, he swept out of the classroom like the bat he was so often compared to. He paused at the door and waved his wand at it, putting up a sign for his next 2 potions classes of the day. He rarely used such a sign, but much as he hated to admit it, McGonagall was right. He needed to go lie down before he suffered a nervous breakdown or worse. Due to extenuating circumstances, the Hufflepuff Ravenclaw 4th year and Slytherin Gryffindor 2nd year potions classes scheduled for today have been postponed. Classes will be rescheduled and alerts will be given to affected individuals by noon tomorrow. Professor Snape, Potter's condition was mostly unchanged. Severus Snape sighed and sat on the edge of his own bed, toying with his wand. The boy appeared to be doing all right, all things considered. After he gave the boy the antidote to the coma potion, he wanted the boy to wake soon under his own volition. He spelled a nutrient potion into the comatose child's stomach and performed an elimination spell on his bladder. He was lucky that the Medi-Wizard tests included an extensive section of properly caring for patients in comas. He wasn't sure he would have bothered with such a section if it had not been required. After all, who could imagine Severus Snape tending to the needs of helpless, unconscious strangers? Yet here he was, tending to Potter's brat himself. Poor old James must be spinning in his grave. Either that or laughing at him. Snape snorted at himself. Sleep deprivation had gone from making him grumpy and moody to giddy and goofy. He definitely needed to get some rest at once before he went completely barmy. Setting a magical alarm to wake him at 7 the next morning, he transfigured the chair beside the bed into a cot. It was close to Potter so he could wake immediately if the child started another of his screaming fits. The simple transfiguration had seemed to use up all of the magical reserves he had left. Feeling a sudden wave of weakness and exhaustion, Severus collapsed on the cot and snagged the extra blanket off the foot of his bed before he dropped into oblivion. He woke to pain. A lot of pain. Everything hurt, even his hair. Wait, could your hair hurt? The boy did not know. Or was he a boy anymore? Hadn't he died? He could not figure it out. His body felt like it had been taken apart and thrown back together, and he could feel agony throbbing in a marching beat along the seams where he had been sewn back together. He felt hazy memories swimming through his mind, but he couldn't be completely certain that they were his. Had he really run straight toward a giant brown wolf to save Dudley Dursley? That just sounded stupid. Dudley was nothing but a fat bully, and it was his own fault that he got attacked by the giant dog wolf. After all, it was Dudley who started the stupid Harry hunt. More memories seeped into the boy's tired brain, and he twitched his hands. Yes, they were still attached to his. He thought he remembered the big dog biting him. Did the giant monster rip his throat out? Was that why his throat hurt so badly? He moaned softly, and although the sound was rough and hoarse, his throat seemed to be intact. Breathing hurt, and there was pressure wrapped around his ribs. He couldn't remember breaking any bones this time, but he couldn't be sure. His bones ached. Everything ached. He wondered if that being torn apart and getting sewn back together had actually been true. He twitched his feet and winced at the sudden pain in his left side. At least his feet were still attached. The old one-legged man who used to hang around the park before the coppers ran him off said that the worst thing about waking up after the war was trying to move a limb that wasn't there anymore. The boy was reasonably certain that he still had all his limbs. He frowned and realized that his face hurt just as bad as the rest of his body, and he wondered for a wild moment if he was actually dead and just waiting to be picked up by the angel of death or something. But didn't you have to have your name in a book to get into heaven? What if he couldn't remember his name? He had a few seconds of blind panic before his wandering brain rebooted. Harry, the boy thought fuzzily. My name's Harry. Where am I? What happened? Realizing with some relief that he was actually live, Harry decided that it was time to wake up and figure out where he was. It was awfully quiet, and he was lying on something big and soft. He was covered in warm blankets, and despite the pain throbbing throughout his entire body, he was very comfortable. It was a struggle to open his eyes. How in the world could his eyelids hurt so bad? He hated the pathetic whimper that escaped his throat, and he swallowed down any other sounds that might have come up. His mouth tasted nasty, and his stomach roiled with nausea. He forced himself to take a deep breath, but his lungs and his chest exploded in pain. He moaned louder and forced his eyes to open, blinking hard at the tears that stung them. Everything was blurry. Well, of course, dummy. You don't have your glasses on, he scoffed at himself. But even without his glasses, he could see wooden rafters, peeling plaster, and water stains on the flat ceiling. And when he turned his aching head, he could tell that he was lying on a large bed in a moderately sized bedroom. It was just getting light, if the rosy colors leaking through the curtains were any indication. Harry shifted slightly and whimpered as pain raced across his skin and through his bones. He had never felt so achy before in his life, not even when he had pneumonia last winter. He froze as he heard another noise. It was no more than a sigh, but it sounded too loud and too close. He whipped his head around in terror and froze. Lying on a cot beside the big bed was a tall, dark-haired man he had never seen before. The man's head was facing away from him, but Harry was certain he had never met a man with such greasy hair seem to be sleeping, and Harry immediately swallowed his tears. His heart thudded painfully fast, and he gasped at the horrible agony that lanced through his ribs and across his back. His arms felt like they weighed about 1,000 pounds, but he managed to pull them from under his covers and wrap them around his aching chest. That helped a little, but every movement hurt and Harry clenched his jaws tightly against any cries. Uncle Vernon said only good boys deserved sympathy. Bad boys had to be quiet, even if they got hurt. His uncle hated it when the freak cried, and Harry did not want to make this new man angry by waking him up. Of course, Harry wondered how he had gotten here. Would the new man hurt him? He had another horrifying thought. Had the man hurt him while he was sleeping? Was the man planning to keep him here in this strange house just to hurt him? His uncle had told him before about kidnappers and explained in detail the kinds of things creepy men would do to boys they kidnapped off the streets. Harry shut his eyes tightly and shuddered. He nearly choked from the effort of keeping himself from crying or making any sounds. The sleeping man would not be happy if he got woken up, and then he would probably punish Harry like Uncle Vernon did when he was a bad boy. To keep quiet, he imagined that he was in his cupboard, and that made it a bit easier. But the bed was so comfortable and his body was so tired, and he hurt so badly that the tears inevitably rolled down his face. Soft sounds of his distress escaped his throat, though he kept his mouth shut tightly. He thought he heard a faint chime like a high-pitched grandfather clock. Mrs. Figg had a bunch of clocks in her house, and Harry had loved hearing them all chiming together, like music when she babysat him. The sound calmed him a bit, but when the noise stopped, he heard a different sound. The man was awake and getting up. He cringed and held his breath, but it was hard, because he still hurt so bad and felt so achy and teary. There was a soft rustling as the man got up from his cot, and then Harry heard a soft gasp from very close and the boy trembled, keeping his eyes shut as tightly as possible. "Potter," the man spoke somewhere above him. His voice was smooth and silky and deep, strangely mesmerizing and almost gentle. The sound of it sent shivers up and down Harry's spine, and he let out a sob before he could stop it. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered. He realized that his throat hurt a little when he tried to speak. "You're finally awake," the man sounded. happy about it. That was odd. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were never happy with him. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and he gasped and stiffened. The man's voice came again. This time, he sounded very stern. "Potter, if you can hear me, open your eyes." Harry obeyed, squinting up at the dark-haired man bending over him. The man had a large nose and very dark eyes like the bottomless wells of treacle in Alice's Wonderland. But although his pale, thin, scowling face did not look kind, he did not look cruel or hateful either. He was looking down at him like a doctor would, not overly concerned, but not indifferent either. Harry relaxed a bit, and his muscles practically screamed with relief. The man wouldn't hurt him, he was pretty sure of that. He usually had good feelings about people and could tell if they would be cruel to him or not. "Can you move? How do you feel?" the man asked calmly. He reached out his long, thin hand, touching Harry's forehead and cheeks for some strange reason. But Harry had seen Aunt Petunia do that to Dudley when he complained he felt sick, and she would say that he didn't have a fever. Was the strange man checking him to see if he had a fever? It was too confusing. Didn't this man know that he was a freak who didn't deserve to be touched? Hurt," Harry whispered. "I'm fine, though," he added quickly. He didn't want the man to think he was a crybaby. He could handle a little bit of pain. He just needed to rest. "You most certainly are not fine," the man grumbled, his sallow face pinching into a scowl. "Arrogant brat. Now, answer me truthfully. Where does it hurt?" Harry blinked up at the man in confusion. Why should anyone care where he hurt? Nobody had ever asked him that before, and he wasn't sure how to answer it. "Potter," the man said in a slightly louder tone. "Did you hear me?" He sounded worried. Odd that, Harry thought. Nobody worried about the freak. "Yes, sir," Harry whispered. He blinked at the fresh tears that kept pooling up in his eyes and blurring his vision even more. "I asked you where you were in pain. If you don't want to answer me." The man trailed off, narrowing his fathomless dark eyes at the carefully scrutinized the boy's face. "I'm going about this all wrong, aren't I?" the man said slowly. "You've just come out of a coma, for Merlin's sake. Can you tell me your full name?" Harry nodded. "I'm Harry," he whispered. "Harry Potter. And how old are you?" Harry had to think about that one. "I'm 9, he guessed. "Or, I think, almost 9. "Close enough," the man muttered. "I suppose you are fully cognizant after all. Now, let's keep this simple for that little brain of yours," he sneered. "I'm certain you are in a great deal of discomfort at the moment, but try to focus now and tell me just one thing. Where do you feel the most pain?" All right, sir," Harry whispered. He took a deep, shuddering breath. Talking to the stern man took his mind off the pain a little, so it felt like he wasn't hurting quite as badly as before. "My chest hurts," Harry finally whispered. "I feel like I was sewed together." "Was I?" "Ah," the man murmured. "Well, you could say that. Hold still." His slender hands reached toward Harry and gently pulled the quilt down before he opened the boy's shirt. With a jolt, Harry realized that this big dark blue shirt that he was wearing was not his at all. The boy blushed deeply when he realized that he had no other clothes on besides the funny, open shirt like a bathrobe, and he reached out to keep the quilt covering him, at least up to his waist. "Relax," the man snapped in annoyance, batting his hands away. "I need to examine your injuries and apply more salve." Harry froze obediently, though he kept his hands tangled in the blanket for safety's sake. He had to protect his modesty, he thought. He didn't want the stranger to be tempted to hurt him. "That's what Uncle Vernon said once last year." For a second his vision darkened, and he saw his uncle's bloated face and its creepy expression, sneering at him as he shakily pulled his pants down for a thrashing. "You tempt people like a little whore, don't you? I'll just have to punish you worse for tempting me like that." Harry shivered with dread and blinked his vision back to normal, but thankfully, the man didn't try to pull the quilt down further. Instead, the strange man took a funny little stick out of his sleeve and pointed it at the boy's chest. Curious, Harry looked down at himself and noticed that his ribs were wrapped in clean white bandages. The man mumbled something quietly, though Harry couldn't understand what he said. It sounded like a different language. Harry gasped as he watched the bandages around his chest suddenly unwinding by themselves, without any outside force touching them. The white cloth finished unwrapping, exposing his bony chest, which had big, angry-looking red gashes on it. He didn't like it. Bandages didn't unwrap themselves. It was freaky. It was wrong. Uncle Vernon would be so mad. Bad, Harry whimpered. His ears rang and his vision clouded with panic, and he gasped, struggling to breathe. Bad freak, bad. He mumbled, his eyes scrunching tightly to avoid Aunt Petunia's glare. She hated it when he was a freak. Uncle Vernon was going to thrash him again. It was bad. He was a bad freak, and he was going to get it now. Bad freak? Harry babbled, shuddering all over and starting to convulse in his panic. Potter? Potter. A strong, frightening hand grabbed his face and Harry felt the glass rim of a small bottle being pressed to his lips. He was terrified, but he didn't have the strength to fight. His head was tilted back and something slimy and flowery tasting slid into his mouth. He choked and gagged, but smooth fingers were gently massaging his throat and he obediently swallowed. Immediately, he felt better. He could breathe again and his muscles stopped seizing in panic. He could smell chamomile and ginger close by, along with the scent of clean sweat and something else he couldn't identify. It wasn't familiar, yet it was strangely comforting. Unconsciously, he leaned closer to the arms still wrapped around him. One strong arm was around his shoulders, supporting him, while the other hand was resting on his shoulder, the one that didn't have a stiff bandage on it. The man was calling his last name again, so Harry reluctantly opened his eyes, blinking up at the strange man's face. The man didn't seem to mind when Harry's hands fluttered nervously on his arm. The man simply stared down at him with an odd expression on his pale, thin face. "Are you all right now, Potter?" he asked in a careful tone. Harry blinked, unable to remember if he was all right or not. He squeezed the cloth of the man's long sleeve in his trembling hands, struggling to remember why he felt so panicked and scared. What had happened? He remembered the word freak, but he was so confused. Were Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon here or not? Something bad had happened. He was sure of it. I'm sorry, Harry whimpered. His self-control broke and the tears came gushing out. He clutched the man's sleeve tighter and sobbed like a baby. Now the nice man knew what a freak he was, and now he was going to throw him out of the house. Or worse, maybe the man would take him back to the Dursleys and tell Uncle Vernon what a freak he had been. His uncle would thrash him so bad he wouldn't be able to move for a week. Potter? Blast it all. Harry. The boy flinched in surprise at the sound of his first name from a stranger's lips. He stopped crying and gazed up into the man's dark eyes again. He trusted this man, he realized. Why he trusted this stranger, he had no idea. But the man's voice was soft, his hands were gentle, and he gave the freak boy medicine. He asked where it hurt and if he was all right. It could be a trick, but Harry was too tired to care. The man was nice, and he didn't want to disappoint the man by being difficult. "Yes, sir," Harry croaked. "I'm sorry, sir, really sorry." "For heaven's sake," the man grumbled, gently setting the boy back on the pillow, peeling Harry's fingers off his sleeve and straightening. His sallow face had twisted into an annoyed scowl. "What in the world are you apologizing for?" Harry blinked. Hadn't the man seen his freakishness? Didn't he get annoyed when Harry started crying like a baby? I was bad," Harry whispered fearfully. "I'm sorry." "Stop!" The man held out one hand in a halting gesture and pinched the bridge of his large nose with his other hand. "Honestly, boy, what's got into you? Getting attacked by a werewolf was hardly your fault. Waking from a lengthy coma in a highly emotional state is nothing to apologize for, and I'm not going to hurt you, so stop looking at me like I'm a rampaging mountain troll." Harry just stared up at the man, who was glaring down at him now. Sure, he might have been afraid the man might hurt him back when he first woke up, but that was before he gave him the flowery medicine and let him hold onto his sleeve while he cried. He knew the man wasn't going to hurt him. It was odd how safe he felt with this stern, greasy-haired man and his funny little stick. "I know," Harry whispered hoarsely. "I know you won't hurt me." "No, I most certainly will not," the man huffed. He pulled out his weird stick again and bent over Harry again. "Now, perhaps I can finish your exam without you descending into hysterics again." He waved his stick in odd patterns and whispered something. Harry heard a scratching noise, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. Maybe the man had mice. "I suppose you have plenty of questions," the man said suddenly. He glared when Harry flinched at the sudden sound of his voice. "Don't children your age usually talk non-stop?" he demanded. "Why don't you ask, and I will do my best to answer you. It will help if you have a distraction while I put more salve on these wounds." The man was going to let him ask questions? Grown-ups were always telling him to shut up, not encouraging him to babble. Harry decided he would do his best not to be annoying, and since the nice man gave him permission, he may as well see if he could figure some things out. "Thank you, sir," Harry rasped. His voice sounded rough and scratchy and made his throat hurt more. But Aunt Petunia was always telling him to speak up, so he wasn't going to whisper his questions. "I'm sorry, sir, but who are you? Why'd you help me? And where am I?" The man began waving his stick and muttering under his breath again. He looked up at the boy and his dark eyes flashed with what might have been amusement. "My name is Severus Snape, but you may address me as Professor," the man answered in a dry tone. "I found you bleeding to death in the middle of the street and brought you here so I could patch you up. You are in my house, which is a good deal further from your home than you might think. Do you know where Cokeworth is?" Harry blinked and shook his head. "No, sir," he whispered, and then remembered that he was supposed to be speaking a little louder. Are we very far from Little Whinging, sir?" "I'm afraid so," the man smirked. "You're a polite little brat, aren't you?" Harry didn't know what to say to that. He had been called a brat before, lots of times, but never polite. "Any other questions?" the man asked, going back to his stick, waving. No, sir." Harry hesitated, paying attention now to what the man was doing with the stick. "But, sir? What are you doing, sir?" "You may stop saying sir over and over," the man grumbled. "I told you to call me Professor." "Don't apologize," he warned the boy, looking up with a flash in his dark eyes. "And I'm running diagnostics." "Sir." "Professor," Harry said carefully. "What's diagnos?" "Diagnostics." The professor smirked again. This time, he definitely looked amused. "I'm casting spells that will tell me how your body is doing. So far, you seem all right enough for what you've been through. How do you feel? Achy? Tired? Hungry?" Harry closed his eyes to better assess his condition. He had never had to put his discomfort into words before, and it was hard. "I feel achy and sore. My bones hurt. Everything hurts, actually." He cringed, wondering if he was whining too much. "To be expected," the professor shrugged, continuing his stick, waving. "Anything else?" Harry breathed a silent sigh of relief before something the man had said suddenly registered. "Did you say spells?" Panic descended on him again. Spells were bad. Magic was bad. Freakishness was bad. Uncle Vernon was going to kill him. It was hard to breathe, and he could barely hear past the ringing in his ears. His brain still caught the man's exasperated reply, although he hardly saw the man look up and give him a curious glance. "Yes, of course. I'm a wizard like you." Harry fainted. "Yes, I know. I'm evil for leaving such a cliffhanger. But don't worry, Chapter 3 is coming on Friday. Let me know what thoughts you have. A most peculiar boy. Rated T for mentions of child abuse. Disclaimer. Don't own. Never will. Don't plan to. Doing it just for fun." Chapter 3. A most peculiar boy. Severus Snape did not like the panicked lurch he felt in his chest when Potter's green eyes rolled back in his head and he went limp. But a quick check told him that the boy was alive. He'd merely fainted. The man straightened and frowned down at the child on the bed and shook his head in confusion. Harry Potter was quite a peculiar boy. He hadn't expected Potter's spawn to be so odd, and he certainly never expected him to be polite, despite his obvious nervousness. The boy was certainly scared of him, the strange man who saved his life. Who wouldn't be? But he had plenty of pluck for all that. His questions had been most polite and ordinary. The most concerning thing, of course, were the boy's panic attacks. Snape sat down on the edge of the bed and tried to figure out what had set the child off. The first time, it was because he had taken the bandages off the boy's ribs. He had figured that Potter had panicked at the sight of the gashes. They were truly awful to look at, even for an ex-Death Eater like himself. Snape felt a twinge of what might have been sympathy when he thought that the child would have to live with such awful scars for the rest of his life. But then the boy fainted after learning that the professor was a wizard too. Surely it wasn't out of joy that he had fainted. No, the child had looked terrified. And what had he been babbling during his first panic attack? Bad and freak? Why would he say such things? The professor blinked as the implication hit, and he slowly looked back down at the unconscious boy, horror and rage warring within. He knew Petunia had been a petty bully and an idiot when they were children, but would she dare to pick on her nephew the way she used to pick on Snape himself? Would she call an innocent child bad, or a freak if he exhibited accidental magic? She'd certainly called him an evil freak when they were young, and even poor Lily had been forced to endure her sister's scorn and name-calling as well. But Petunia was a grown woman now. Surely she would have outgrown such immature and petty things by this time. Wouldn't she? No, she wouldn't. Snape thought angrily to himself. She was always jealous and spiteful toward those with magic. I wouldn't put it past that woman to take her resentment out on an innocent child, blood relative or not. The potions professor shook his head. He would have a little chat with the boy once he woke up and get the full story. He tried to avoid using legilimency on such young children, but if the boy proved cagey, he might have to resort to it to get the answers he needed. Snape got to his feet and swept out of the room, determined to wait until the boy woke up before taking any action against Petunia. He went down to his lab to collect a few more potions, and then to the kitchen where he had left the window open last night for owls, if he happened to get any. The only thing he had gotten was his daily edition of the Daily Prophet. He gave the impatient owl 2 nuts for the newspaper and shut the window once it was gone. Potter was still unconscious in the bed, and Snape arranged the potions on the nightstand. He transfigured the cot back into a chair and moved it out of his way. He finished his diagnostic scans and snatched the parchment out of the air. He nodded at the results, rather pleased despite himself. The boy was bouncing back far more swiftly than he thought possible. After 3 days of intense pain, insanely high fever, and general unconsciousness, Harry was healing rather quickly. He would be weak, feverish, and achy until his first transformation into a wolf next full moon. But after that, he should go back to normal. Or at least, whatever was normal for a werewolf while in their human form. He had precious few books on the subject, and he decided that he would write to the Magical Creatures Department as soon as possible to request more information. His excuse would be that he was seeking a way to improve the Wolfsbane potion, and really, why shouldn't he? He was a master of potions the like of which hadn't even been seen in 100 years or more. His work was famous among the European wizards, and he was even gaining recognition in America and other places. He was a genius, the youngest potions master in over 5 centuries, and if any potion needed some tweaking, it was the Wolfsbane. It was relatively new, and although it allowed the werewolf to keep their human mind while transformed, it did precious little to alleviate the agony of the transformation itself. When Severus thought of the tiny child lying there on his bed, going through such a hellish ordeal every month for the rest of his life, he felt a righteous fury rise up inside him. No child should go through torture like that. Once he found out who did this to the boy, he was going to kill them. He was going to hunt down the werewolf responsible, and he was going to end their lives as only a former Death Eater like himself could. He probably had a silver knife in his lab somewhere. He sighed and set the parchment down. The boy could use another fever reducer and a pain potion, and then if he didn't feel up to eating, he needed to drink some water for certain and also take a nutrient potion. He closed up the boy's shirt and covered him again with the quilt, remembering the boy's blushing and embarrassment as he tried to keep his body covered for modesty. It wasn't all that odd. Severus recalled that he himself also had a great desire for modesty, but he wasn't all that bothered by others anymore. He was head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts and had seen more than his share of unclothed boys when halting trouble in the showers or in the dorms while they were dressing. He wasn't embarrassed by it any longer, but Potter didn't know that. He counted the potions on the nightstand and decided that the boy probably would not need a stomach soother at the moment before raising his wand. With a deft movement, he flicked it at the boy's pale face. "Re-enervate," he muttered. The boy stirred and blinked. His brilliantly green eyes were not yet flecked with gold, the signature hallmark of a human werewolf. But that would happen after the child became a wolf for the first time. He wasn't looking forward to that. If he could get wolfsbane potion into the boy beforehand, hopefully avoiding an infection of his own, he would do his best to comfort the boy/wolf through the horrible pain that would accompany his first transformation. The boy blinked at the ceiling for another handful of seconds before he turned and saw the man standing over him. The boy's whole body stiffened slightly, and he squinted a bit. Snape noticed that the boy did that when he tried to focus, and he was reminded forcefully of a time when he had knocked James Potter's glasses off during a fight, and the insufferable brat had squinted at him before throwing a jinx in his direction. Harry probably needed glasses, but Severus Snape was no eye doctor. He would have to see if Poppy could take care of it. After he killed Dumbledore twice over for neglecting to properly protect the boy and abandoning him with Petunia, of course. "How are you feeling?" Snape asked, forcing himself to sound gentle and soothing. It would do no good to frighten the boy, especially now. "Wah." The child's voice rasped badly, and then he broke into a coughing fit. Snape summoned a glass and filled it with an aguamenti. Once Harry's coughing died down, he slipped a hand under the boy's head and helped him to take a few drinks. "Not too quickly," Snape murmured. To his surprise, the boy was remarkably obedient and sipped the water slowly. "That's it. Excellent." He put the glass back and gently let the child's head fall back onto the pillow. "I'm sorry, sir," the boy whispered, blinking owlishly. "I mean, Professor," he quickly corrected himself. His voice still sounded rough, and Snape realized that he had forgotten a throat soother among his pile of potions. "What happened, Professor?" "You fainted," the professor informed the boy in a neutral tone. It would do no good if the boy thought he was in trouble for fainting. "You were rather upset, I think." Snape paused. "Do you remember why?" "No, sir," the boy murmured. His eyes wandered from Snape's face. "I'm sorry." "Stop apologizing for everything," Severus snapped, and then he sighed and rubbed his face as he noticed the child's obvious flinch. Harry started to tremble and shut his eyes tightly, cringing away from the professor. "I..." Snape gritted his teeth. Compliments and apologies were not his strong suit, but he had to reassure the terrified boy before another panic attack came on. "I can see that you are merely trying to be respectful," he said carefully. "But please understand that I find it irritating to hear sorry over and over when I can find no good reason for you to be saying it." "Understand?" The boy nodded and opened his eyes. He blinked hard, as if fighting tears. "Yes, sir," he murmured. "I'm sorry, sir." "Oh." The child looked so alarmed by his slip-up that Snape was tempted to laugh. Instead, he shook his head, allowing only the slightest twitch of his lips to betray his amusement. "It's all right, Potter. I mean, Harry." The potions professor cleared his throat nervously. How did he get himself into this mess? Children were not his area of expertise at all. What was he supposed to do now? Stroke the child's hair while telling him there? "It was not your fault that you fainted," he said instead. "Nor is it your fault that you cannot remember why you fainted in the first place. But I need to ask you a question, and I would appreciate it if you tell me the truth, all right?" He paused and gazed earnestly into the boy's bright green eyes, driving home his seriousness. "I promise you, I will not be upset with you no matter what the answer is, so long as it is the truth. But if you lie to me, I will not be happy. Understand?" "Yes, Professor," the boy whispered. He immediately looked away, and Snape felt a small alarm going off in his mind. For the boy to attempt to hide already was not a good sign. Maybe he did remember why he had fainted and was scared. "Please look at me, Harry," Professor Snape said gently. Sometimes he surprised even himself with how nice he could be. There were a few of his Slytherins that he had been forced to be gentler with, like Hagrid's wild pets. They were hurting children who were wary of this tall, intimidating stranger with a mesmerizing voice and an ugly scowl. He carefully sat down on the edge of the bed beside the boy and fixed him with his most intense stare. The child warily returned his gaze. His face looked a little worried, but not terribly frightened. Severus was startled to realize that the boy's expression was one of trust. After so short a time, this little boy trusted him. It was a startling revelation, but it was a question to be explored another time. "I must ask you, child, why you were calling yourself a freak earlier. Can you tell me that?" The professor kept his tone quiet, but firm, and he hoped that the boy would not be too stubborn. The boy flinched at the question, but he didn't answer. His eyes wandered away, and his face settled into a stubborn expression. It wasn't that he simply wasn't answering. The boy didn't want to answer. "Harry," Snape said in a firmer voice, "remember what I said. I will not be upset with you no matter what the answer is. I simply want the truth." Harry lay there, worrying his lip with his teeth and darting his eyes back and forth as he internally fought with himself. Snape waited patiently for the boy to work up the courage to speak, knowing how, potentially, abused children were slow to trust and even slower to open up about what bothered them. When Harry finally spoke, his voice was so soft that Snape nearly missed it. "I'm a freak," he whispered faintly. His green eyes brimmed with tears, and he blinked hard. They rolled down the child's cheeks and wet the pillow. Snape pulled a handkerchief from his sleeve and casually wiped the boy's face. Using every bit of his occlumency training to keep his righteous fury from exploding on the boy, to whom he had promised that he would not be upset, he kept his voice calm and light as he asked his next question. "Who says you're a freak?" "Everybody," Harry muttered. He pulled one hand from under the quilt and wiped his nose on his wrist. Snape impatiently shoved the boy's hand out of the way and wiped his nose for him. Wiping one's nose on a clean sleeve was just a disgusting habit, and one he always seemed to find in young, highly emotional children. The boy looked so bewildered by the gesture that the appalled potion's master wondered if anyone had ever wiped the boy's face for him before. "Tell me about these everybody you speak of," Snape urged in a soft voice. "Surely not everyone calls you a freak." "I don't, for example. I would never call you a freak. But tell me who does call you that." The boy darted a disbelieving glance at him and pulled in a deep, shuddering breath, gathering strength for his reply. "Aunt Petunia," he whispered dully. Snape clenched his fists and his jaw, but kept quiet. "Uncle Vernon," the boy went on, reciting a dull litany of all those in his life who had labeled him a freak. "Dudley, Piers, Simon, Mr. Grunning, Miss Trunchbull." "I see," Snape muttered when the boy's list trailed off. He reached out and caught Potter's next tears with the hanky before they hit the pillow, to give his clenched hands something to do. "Why do you suppose they call you a freak?" he asked quietly, masking the fury that was building in his chest. "'Cause I am one," Harry mumbled, not meeting the professor's gaze. "Why would you be one?" Snape demanded, hardly able to control his rage any longer. "Simply because you can do magic?" The boy flinched violently at his tone and started to tremble. Severus Snape grabbed the shaking boy gently by the shoulders. "Look at me, Potter," he growled, staring down into the boy's emerald eyes, hardly able to mask his anger any longer. "You can do magic. I know you can, and so can I. Your Aunt Petunia is a petty, jealous woman and a bully to boot. You are not a freak. Do you understand? If you are a freak, then so am I." "You know," he paused. Was he actually going to tell the Potter brat something like this? Did Potter's spawn really need more reasons to grow arrogant and big-headed? But again, Severus allowed his heart to rule rather than his head. "Your aunt, and likely those other people, called you a freak because they disliked you, or were jealous of you. It is not the truth, and I never want to hear that word out of your mouth again, understand?" He stared into the boy's green eyes. Harry looked so desperate to believe him, and Snape made sure he sounded as convincing as possible. The child's big eyes brimmed with tears again, and he let out a quiet sob before he began to nod. He nodded and cried and kept nodding until Snape, he wasn't sure what came over him, bent over and wrapped his arms gently around the weeping little boy. To his surprise, it felt right. The warm, trembling little body cocooned in his arms stiffened at first, but then the child wrapped his arms around Snape's shoulders and hugged him tightly. They stayed like that for a while, and Severus ignored the kink in his back that was forming from such an awkward angle and forced himself to stay here as long as Potter needed him. When the boy began to calm down, Snape gently disentangled himself from the small arms and grabbed one of the potions from the bedside table. It would clear the stuffiness from the boy's head and help with any headache he might be having. "All right," Do you feel better now, Pot Harry? Snape asked, arching an eyebrow at the sniffling child. He gave the boy the handkerchief he was still holding and was gratified that the boy knew how to use one rather neatly. Yes, sir. Thank you, Harry whispered huskily. He held out the damp hanky and his face warmed with a blush, which was rather cute. Not that Snape would ever allow such a word into his vocabulary. Thanks for this, Professor, Potter murmured shyly. You can keep it, Severus snorted, appalled at the idea of touching the damp, sticky thing ever again in his life. I've 100 more like it. The boy looked so shocked and delighted by the gift that Severus just felt angrier. What kind of life had the child lived that such simple things surprised him so much? The boy neatly folded the wet hanky and held it lightly in his fingers, beaming up at him with such a grateful and delighted smile that Snape almost smiled back. Almost. Now, Severus raised his hand to interrupt the child's gushing thanks. Before you go and thank me yet again, I have several things I need you to drink. We call them potions, but you can think of them as medicine. This first one will clear your stuffy head and help alleviate some of the soreness you feel in your bones. Potter nodded and obediently drank the whole potion without complaining. He only shuddered slightly at the taste, and Snape felt irrationally pleased that the boy didn't gag and whine like so many brats that he had dosed in his years as a teacher. He scolded himself for his moment of whatever it was. It was stupid to be proud of Potter's brat, even if at present he was feeling a bit sorry for the helpless child. It would pass once the boy was better and able to get into mischief. Now here's one for that fever you still have. Snape picked up the pinkish fever reducer. He knew for a fact how badly this one tasted, but the boy gulped it down without a sound. However, he did shudder again, and his eyes watered as he struggled against his gag reflex. Severus grabbed the glass of water from earlier and silently let the boy drain it. Thank you, Professor, the boy gasped when he finished the water. That one was nasty. Most of them are, at that. The professor agreed mildly as he took back the glass and picked up the bottle of pale blue liquid. Another one. This potion will help with the pain, and I promise it doesn't taste quite as bad as the fever reducer. After the boy downed that one, and a nutrient potion, he drank another full glass of water. His voice sounded better, so Snape did not bother going back to his lab for the throat soother. Do you think you can sleep for a bit? The professor asked, checking his pocket watch. He needed to shower and change, and then he needed to be at the monthly staff meeting today by 8 a.m. If Dumbledore didn't bring up the missing Potter boy sometime today, he would probably hex the headmaster, no lie. If the old fool still didn't realize that his golden boy had been attacked and nearly killed, he would deserve whatever Snape hit him with. Wasn't Dumbledore supposed to be Potter's magical guardian, or something like that? Severus glanced up as the boy spoke in reply to his question, but he seemed very hesitant. I think so, Professor, but… The boy blushed deeply and glanced around the room a bit desperately. I need… Snape frowned at the boy, uncomprehending, until Potter squirmed a bit and his face grew even redder. Ah, Severus smirked. The brat needed to attend to nature's call. He wondered if it was wise to let Harry up yet. If he supported the child to the bathroom, it should be fine. He was likely not in much pain because of the potions, but on the other hand, he had been unconscious and healing for the past several days. The boy would probably collapse under his own weight. He sighed and performed the elimination spell. Potter's eyes grew round, and he relaxed when the pressure on his bladder disappeared. I took care of it. The professor smirked at the boy's dumbfounded expression. I'd prefer it if you rested for at least another day before you try to get on your feet. Now sleep, if you can. I must get ready for work. You'll leave me alone here, sir? The boy stammered, looking so nervous and helpless that Snape rolled his eyes. I'll give you a potion to keep you in a deep sleep while I'm gone, he sighed at the devastated look on Potter's face. You'll be perfectly fine, Snape assured the child. But I cannot leave you alone and awake all day long. As I'm certain you guessed, I am a professor and I have classes to teach, but I will wake you up when I return. We'll see about getting some broth into you instead of those nutrient potions. Does that sound agreeable? Harry nodded reluctantly. Yes, Professor, he murmured. Thank you, sir. Why, for taking care of me. And for everything. Go to sleep, Potter, the potions professor sighed. I'll come give you the sleeping draft before I leave. He swept out of the room without a backward glance. He had already coddled the boy enough for one day, he thought, but somehow he was becoming irrationally obsessed with the child's well-being. He would have to make sure that he hadn't accidentally dosed himself with a befuddlement potion. And that concludes the agenda until the end of the school year, Professor Dumbledore announced. As always, he sounded far too jolly and his eyes were in full twinkle mode. Snape fumed silently in his chair, but managed not to look more disagreeable than normal. Are there any more issues we neglected? The jolly headmaster asked, looking around at the gathered professors. Anything you would like to add? Any questions? Notes for the next meeting? When no responses greeted his questions, the old man clapped his hands and beamed at them all. Well then, I suppose our meeting is adjourned. You must all get to your classes, and I have work of my own. The professors gathered their scrolls and quills and left the staff room. Flitwick, McGonagall, and Quirrell in particular were hurrying, since their morning classes had been delayed. Why the headmaster had this particular meeting on a school day rather than a weekend was a mystery best left to the centaurs to unravel. As Snape was gathering his things and planning out his first move against the Dumbledore the idiot, the old man in question suddenly raised his voice above the clatter of chairs and rumble of voices as the meeting dispersed. Ah, Minerva and Severus? If you would be so kind as to stay for a moment, I would like a word. It best be quick, Albus, Minerva said crisply, glaring at him through her spectacles. I have a class due to start in 10 minutes. Snape shrank his notes and stuffed them in his pocket before he crossed his arms belligerently. He felt much better and more alert after having slept for 16 hours straight. And of course, knowing that the boy in his care was going to live was a very encouraging thing. What he had learned from the child this morning was disturbing and angering, though. He was ready for a fight. Once the door shut on Aura Sinistra, Dumbledore folded his hands and fixed Snape with a kindly smile. I heard you were out of sorts yesterday, Severus. How are you, dear boy? Did you see Poppy? I merely needed rest, Severus Snape replied coolly. But thank you so much for your concern, he added, deliberately heavy on the sarcasm. Well, that's good to hear, Albus beamed, his eyes twinkling like mad. But perhaps you should go see Madame Pomfrey, just to be certain you aren't coming down with something. No, I do not, Professor Snape replied, just as coolly as before. It may have escaped your notice, Headmaster, but I received my Wizard certification last year. I am more than qualified to treat myself. Well, you know what they say about the cobbler's children never getting shoes, Dumbledore commented, spreading his hands disarmingly. No, I don't, Snape retorted. But rather than enlightening me on such a fascinating subject, why don't you get to the point of keeping us behind when we have classes to attend to? I doubt you held Minerva and me here just to discuss my health. Of course, Albus murmured. He smoothed down his long white beard before he folded his hands again, and Snape noticed that the twinkle was gone from the old man's eyes. He looked tired and worried. I'm afraid I have some rather dreadful news. He paused dramatically and Severus rolled his eyes at Minerva, who looked just as annoyed as he felt. Harry Potter has gone missing. What? Minerva yelped, or screeched. Either way, Snape winced. That woman could be so loud when she was upset. Albus! The Transfiguration professor shouted, slamming her hands on the staff table. What are you talking about? How could Potter simply go missing? What about the blood warts? The tracking charms? The protections? How could he have gone missing? When did it happen? Slow down, Minerva. Please, the headmaster pleaded, looking so sorrowful and so properly patient that Snape wanted to laugh. If only they knew. I appreciate all of your concerns, but rest assured, I already have people on the ground, investigating. Apparently, Mr. Potter walked 2 blocks to the local park on Friday night to fetch his cousin for supper. The cousin returned, but not Potter. The next morning, when the boy still had not turned up, Petunia placed a call with the Muggle police. I heard about this on Saturday afternoon and immediately went down to the Dursleys' home in person to hear what had happened. And McGonagall demanded. She folded her arms and arched her eyebrows. Are you certain they told you the truth? I told you they were the worst sort of people, Muggles or no. I know, Minerva. I know, but rest assured, it is unlikely that the boys simply ran away. The young cousin informed me that he was with two other boys when a large dog cornered them. Stray dogs are common enough in Muggle neighborhoods that it didn't cause much of a stir. The children seemed to have got away all right, but young Master Dosley had no idea where his cousin had gone. He was certain that Potter was right behind him when he ran for home. Liar! Snape snorted quietly to himself. He was fuming with rage, and he had no idea who he hated more at this moment. The Dosleys, the werewolf, or Dumbledore. The Dosleys were stupid and hateful. The werewolf was a savage monster, and Dumbledore was a naive and blind old fool. The old man looked at his potions professor over the tops of his half-moon glasses. "Excuse me, Severus, but you were not there. I assure you that the Dursley boy told me the truth, as he experienced it." "Fine," Severus Snape sneered, obviously disbelieving. He couldn't wait to drop the bombshell on Dumbledore's lap, but he would wait. Oh yes, he would wait and bide his time. Maybe give the old man a few days to stew and worry and fret over his golden boy. Maybe Snape could offer to do some investigating and use the opportunity to visit the Dursleys. Oh, he would enjoy that. He needed some straight answers and Dumbledore wasn't about to give them. Speaking of the old manipulator, Severus realized that he had been lost in his own head and tuned out the conversation still ongoing in front of him. "I have Fletcher checking with various underworld contacts, and Moody is running over everything with a fine-toothed comb," Dumbledore was assuring his distraught Transfiguration teacher. "I've enlisted the Aurors, and the Muggle police are searching as well. We'll find him, never fear." "But why can't we track him?" Minerva McGonagall demanded angrily. "I thought you put tracing charms on the boy as a baby." "I did, but they have disappeared somehow," the headmaster sighed. "Only some very powerful magic could have overridden the spells I placed on that boy. So unless it's a case of extreme accidental magic, we are looking at an abduction of the worst kind." Minerva made a soft sound of distress and pressed her hand to her mouth, fighting tears. Severus was tempted to laugh in both their faces. Gryffindor fools, both of them. It was obvious to him, of course, that the werewolf infection was more than powerful enough to cancel previous charms and spells cast on the victim. But the old fool never thought outside the box. He relied on Snape and his Slytherin creativity for that. Someone powerful in dark magic has kidnapped the boy who lived, and rest assured, the world will be torn apart until we find him, Dumbledore said firmly. "Severus, I would like to enlist your aid in piecing together what happened. Do you think you could pay a visit to the Dursleys this evening and employ that Slytherin mind of yours? It is imperative that we trace the boy's steps from the moment he stepped outside of his home's wards to when he was snatched." "What makes you so certain he was snatched?" Severus drawled, occluding fiercely as he met the old man's innocent blue eyes. "There are no witnesses, no evidence. One might think you made him disappear on purpose." Albus and Minerva gasped at Snape's accusation. "I'm only pointing out how the Ministry might spin it," the professor shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm not saying I believe you truly know what happened. In fact, I know for a fact that you have no idea what happened. You are so baffled that you have no choice but to turn to me, your ex-Death Eater spy and Slytherin mastermind." "Please, Severus," Albus said quietly. "You promised you would protect the boy." "For Lily." "Oh, never fear, old man." Snape sneered his most vicious sneer. "I'm keeping my word." He turned and marched out of the room, unable to bear the inane conversation any longer. How dare the old man bring Lily in like that? But when he looked at what he had gained from this meeting, he realized that he should be grateful. Now, at least, he had his excuse to visit the Dursleys and hopefully get a mental image of what Potter's werewolf looked like. Stray dog indeed. He didn't think any child could be so stupid. But then, if it was Petunia's brat, maybe that level of stupidity was possible. He would just have to wait and see tonight. Next up, Severus Snape visits the Dursleys and Harry wakes up again. It's going to be a lovely chapter. See y'all on Tuesday. Thanks for all your wonderful reviews. The Freaks, rated T for descriptions of child abuse. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Doing it just for fun. Chapter 4. The Freaks. Number 4 on Privet Drive was as dull and muggle as the identical houses all along the entire street. The picket fence was perfectly painted, the garden plants were primly cared for, and the porch needed sweeping. The sun was setting, and the wind was brisk. A storm might be blowing up. Actually, Severus Snape tugged on the lapels of his dark coat before he shoved open the garden gate and marched up the path. The grass had been mowed recently, but the lawn needed a little bit of weeding. He could see dandelions poking their spiky leaves up here and there. Contrary to the various opinions of his students, he was very comfortable in Muggle clothing. His dark suit was nice, but not too nice for a social call to a common little neighborhood. He was suddenly glad that Dumbledore had insisted he come after hours. He was hoping that the Dursleys would all be home together. If the light from the front windows was any indication, Snape smirked to himself. With any luck, he would be interrupting dinner. He checked that his wand was ready to be drawn from his sleeve holster at a second's notice. It always was, and rang the doorbell. The chime grated on his ears, and he grimaced. Petunia was still as tone-deaf as ever, he mused. He waited a heartbeat before he rapped the door smartly with his knuckles. His sharp ears caught the creaking, lumbering footsteps of a very large person approaching the door, and he wisely took a step back before the front door was yanked open. "What do you want?" the red-faced, killer whale of a man demanded. His mustache bristled, his eyes narrowed, and even his enormous belly, not to mention his bulbous nose, seemed to jiggle with indignation. "Good evening," Severus Snape said coolly. "I am from the Child Protection and Locating Services of Great Britain, and I need to have a word with a Mr. Vernon Dursley and his wife, Petunia. Would you be Mr. Dursley, by any chance?" The fat man's red face grew purple. "You don't fool me, you freak," the man snarled, his eyes darting back and forth as if watching for spies. "You're another one of that Dumbledore's minions, I can tell. Well, I'm telling you what I told them. Get lost." Snape reached out a hand and stopped the overweight Dursley from slamming the front door in his face. "I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding, Mr. Dursley," the professor said in a dark tone. "I need to speak with your family this instant. So, we can do this the civil way?" He drew his wand and held it casually in his right hand. "Or we can do it my way." Vernon Dursley gulped, and his four chins contorted like an accordion. Mumbling uncomplimentary things under his breath, he stepped aside to allow the menacing wizard to enter. Snape swept past the gigantic troll of a man. His lip curled in disgust when he had to tuck in his elbow to avoid brushing against Dursley's belly. Honestly, the man looked like his gut had been hit with an inflation charm. Vernon slammed the door shut and sullenly followed Snape through his own home. The potions professor noted two facts straight away. Namely, that the house was meticulously clean, and the decorations were rather tasteless. It all looked like the owners were attempting to look wealthier than they were, which sounded like Petunia all right. "Vernon," the woman herself called out from a doorway just ahead. Who was at the door? "Me," Snape smirked as he stepped out of the hallway into the dining room. He relished the way Petunia's face drained of color at the sight of him. A strangled noise escaped her throat, but she seemed incapable of speech, sitting rigidly in her chair at the sumptuously laden table. Severus Snape could not help the darkly sinister chuckle that escaped his mouth. "I'm touched that you recognize me after all these years, Toonie," he smirked. "Though, I didn't think you'd be so overcome at the sight of me." "What are you doing here?" the woman finally shrieked. "I know who you are, what you've done. What are you doing in my house?" "I'm here about Lily's son," Severus Snape replied, his voice taking on a dangerously icy tone. "I believe you know him? Harry?" Petunia scowled fiercely. That was one thing she had shared with her sister, he mused. They scowled the same way. "That's all your lot has been haranguing us about all weekend," Petunia shouted, clenching her fists in her tablecloth. "We've told you all. We don't know where he is. I'm the one who called the police, for heaven's sake. We didn't do anything to him. He didn't run away. And I'd think with all your magic tricks you'd know that." Her voice became shrill as she got more worked up, and Snape scowled, hoping he would not have to force a calming draft down the vile woman's throat. "I know where Potter is," Severus snapped, dismissively waving his hand. "Stop getting so worked up, Petunia. I'm really here to interrogate your entire family about the manner in which you have been treating your nephew for the past 7.5 years. You what? The Muggle woman blinked in astonishment. Your lot found him then? Not our lot, Snape snarled. I found him myself. But what I want to know is, why? Why what? Petunia demanded, sounding supremely irritated. But she obviously could detect the fury in the eyes of Severus Snape and edged unconsciously away from him. The professor's wand hand trembled at his side, and he had to fight the urge to hex the stupid woman. Why have you taken out your hatred of magic and your jealousy of Lily on a defenseless child? He demanded. Oi, you can't threaten my wife. Vernon Dursley started forward, but Snape merely flicked his wand at the lumbering oaf behind him. He didn't need to look to see that he had shoved the man into a chair and cast a silencing charm on his fat mouth. A sticking charm would keep his gigantic bottom firmly in that chair until he was done. The Dursley boy was watching everything with a wide-open mouth, not daring to move otherwise. Smart kid, he thought sarcastically. Why, Toonie? Severus Snape repeated in a soft, deadly voice. Petunia Dursley's face color changed from pale to red in a matter of seconds. What lies has that child been telling you? She demanded venomously. That ungrateful brat is a nasty, lying, sneaking little bastard. Silence, Severus hissed, with far more venom than Petunia Dursley could ever manage. He stepped forward and towered over the skinny, horse-faced woman, his whole body trembling with rage. You are a disgusting, vile little woman, and I have no qualms about cursing you so creatively that not even Dumbledore will trace it back to me. Your nephew is a thin, undersized, bruised, terrified little boy who calls himself a freak. He paused dramatically, glaring into her watery blue eyes. Now, why would a 9-year-old call himself a freak, pray tell? And is it just a coincidence that freak just so happened to be your favorite nickname for me? For Lily? The cowardly little woman cringed under Snape's fury. Well, he snarled, barely suppressing his urge to scream at her. Answer me, Petunia. Seems like you think you already know the answers to that question, doesn't it? Petunia replied shakily, tilting her chin defiantly. I thought you hated Lily for running off with that Potter fellow. Why do you care about their brat? Because, Snape said in a softer, more deadly voice, a child was nearly killed by a werewolf on your watch. And I want to know how it happened and why. Who he is has nothing to do with it. If there is a werewolf on the loose in your neighborhood, your son could be next. Uneasy silence greeted his statement, and the potion's master leaned back, satisfied that he had finally cowed Petunia's insufferable attitude. He silently summoned a chair to himself and sat down, toying with his wand and watching the Dursleys closely. Of course, the professor said carefully, I'm also here to find out just how much damage your family has inflicted on the boy. That errand is more unofficial. So, who would like to start speaking first? Naturally, nobody twitched. Even Vernon Dursley, under his silencing spell, made no move to speak. Petunia folded her arms stubbornly, and her son just kept staring at Snape with an open mouth. The potion's master sneered at the boy until he closed his mouth and slumped in his chair. The clock chimed in the next room, and still, the Dursleys were silent. Professor Snape sighed and crossed his legs at the ankles. He started to toy with his wand again and kept his eyes on it as he began to speak. His mesmerizing voice could hold classes of fidgeting children absolutely still, and not one of the Dursleys failed to flinch at his voice. Have you ever heard of legilimency? He asked casually. He didn't expect an answer and didn't get one. Allow me to explain. It is the art of correctly interpreting the thoughts, memories, emotions, and mental ruminations inside someone else's mind. Now, he fixed Petunia with a cruel smirk, leveling his wand in her direction. This mind magic can be quite uncomfortable, even life-threatening, especially in the non-magical. But I assure you that a proper legilimens will not leave you with any lasting harm. I'm not having you or any of you freaks mucking about in my head, Petunia screamed, jumping off her chair and backing up against the wall. I am at my wits' end with you, Snape snarled, slashing his wand in her direction and relishing her flinch and the fear in her eyes. Since you will not give me straight answers, I will be legitimizing all of you. If you cooperate, Toonie, and if your husband also cooperates, I will be very gentle with your son. Using this magic on very young children can prove more than uncomfortable. The professor gave the trembling, overweight child a predatory smirk. It can even be somewhat damaging. But he cut off Petunia's horrified exclamation. If I am careful, I don't think your little whelp will be permanently affected. You do want me to be gentle with him, don't you? You're a monster, the woman whimpered, fighting the tears that spilled from her eyes. What do you want from us? Tell me everything that you have done to your nephew, Severus Snape demanded. And I do mean everything. I will confirm what you tell me using legitimacy, so I hope for your sake that you tell me the truth. So start talking. Severus Snape stood in the moonlight on the sidewalk, gazing at the exact same street where he had found the boy only a few days ago. The blood was gone. Perhaps it had rained in Little Whinging this past weekend. The Dursley debacle had been a draining but enlightening experience. He thought of the bruises he had seen on the boy's backside, and his heart clenched again. He had relived the awful Dursley man's memories of abuse, as many as he could stand, anyway, and it left him feeling horribly unclean. The man's glee and self-righteousness as he rained down blows on a small child for an imagined offense, and his cruel laughter when the child was in so much pain that he could barely even rise from the floor. Tossing the helpless boy into a cupboard under the stairs and locking it from the outside. Mocking the little boy's cries and pleas to be let out. It made Severus sick. He may have been a bit rough with the man's mind before he obliviated him, but who was to know? And Petunia. Oh, Petunia. He just barely stopped himself from giving her something to remember him by. How could anyone feel such satisfaction telling her own nephew vicious lies, and then making him cry just because she was annoyed or out of sorts? Overworking the child, starving him, insulting and belittling him. The emotional abuse the child had suffered at the mercy of his aunt was so much worse than the physical attacks he had undergone from his uncle. Severus had never truly hated Petunia, but now, for the sake of Lily's only son, he hated that vile woman so much. She was a cruel, petty tyrant, and along with her husband, she had tortured and abused an innocent child for over 7 years, for no other reason than that he happened to have his parents' gift of magic, and they didn't want to care for him. It made Severus Snape's own troubled childhood look like a romp through a daisy field. Young Dudley's memories had been the most enlightening, and although Severus was upset to see that the fat idiot had bullied his small cousin relentlessly, he had watched the little terror's own father cheering him on and advising him how best to hurt the undersized boy. It was sick, but it wasn't completely Dudley's fault. The oversized brat was really just obeying his parents. Snape was sure that he had been careful not to hurt the boy, but young Mr. Dursley, along with his parents, would suffer from blinding headaches and nightmares for the next week or so. He figured they deserved worse, but they wouldn't even remember his visit anyway, so it made no difference. His obliviation had been thorough, and although he was not all that great with memory charms, he didn't think anyone would. Check with the Dursleys to make sure their story matched Snape's. He would come up with a suitable punishment later. Right now, he had his duty to the child to take care of. The potions master stared at the familiar rickety fence across the street and mentally pieced the events together. Dudley and his two idiot friends had been walking down the middle of the street, hunting for their little victim, when the big brown beast had appeared over at the far end of the road where it led out to the motorway and some woods. The boys had assumed it was a stray dog and paid it no mind until they saw how big it was. Then they screamed and ran for the fence instead of the trees. The werewolf kept the 3 boys herded in a huddle, snarling and advancing slowly in a hunter's stalk. When Dudley fell over in his efforts to escape, the monster focused its attention on him as the obvious target. The Dursley brats so-called friends ran for their lives, and Dudley thought he was going to die. But then, the insufferable Potter hero appeared. Apparently, the small boy had been closer to his hunters than they thought. But leaving his cousin to die a horrible death was not in Potter, apparently. He idiotically jumped out of hiding and screamed for Dudley to run, and then proceeded to throw a chunk of asphalt at the beast before he tried to run in the other direction. Dudley got to his feet and ran for home. Not looking back, ignoring the horrible screams of agony behind him. Snape shook his head in disgust as he finished his investigations. The Dursley boy was a coward, certainly, but it probably would have been asking too much for the child to run back and help his dying cousin, or at the very least demand that his parents go looking for him. By the time anyone came looking for Potter, he was soaking in Severus Snape's bathtub. What a strange and lucky thing it was, Snape thought, that he happened to be walking on that little street on that particular night, just at that time. A half hour later, or less, the boy would have died. The professor's only regret was that he was held up by the Muggle thug who tried to rob him. If that idiot had picked a different target, Severus would have been able to arrive on the scene in time to save the boy from the beast. But that was neither here nor there. He was already carrying too much guilt for one man. He ought to lay the blame where it belonged, namely, with Vernon and Petunia for their abuse of the child and encouragement of their son to be a bully as well, with Dumbledore for abandoning Potter with him in the first place and not adequately protecting him, and with the werewolf for attacking the children in the first place. None of it was the fault of Severus Snape. He could not blame himself for that which was not his doing. He saved the boy's life, and he ought to be glad that he had. Dumbledore would have been far too late, and no one else really would have known what to do. Severus sighed and decided that his investigations were done for today. Home, and a recovering child, was calling him. He turned on his heel and disapparated to Spinner's End. Harry woke up because he needed to use the bathroom. His mouth felt woolly, and his joints all hurt, and his bladder was almost painfully full. He blinked blearily up at the ceiling and wondered why it was so dim. He figured out at once that it must be late. The professor had said he would come back after work to give him some broth and more nasty potions, but he didn't think there was anyone else in the room right now. Maybe he wasn't home yet. With a little effort, Harry managed to sit up. His wounds immediately started throbbing when he moved, and he gasped at the pain. But it wasn't too bad. He'd had worse. He clenched his jaw and took a few deep breaths, telling himself that he could handle it. That time when his uncle broke his ribs and then threw him in the cupboard and broke his arm had been way worse. Even though his bones and his muscles hurt, and the gashes from the crazy dog wolf were stinging and throbbing, and his backside still felt bruised from Uncle Vernon's belt, he felt all right enough to get up if he was careful and didn't move too quickly. Slowly, he pushed back the quilt and carefully slid his legs over the side of the bed. His head swam dizzily and his wounds throbbed more. Harry's eyes watered at the pain, but he stubbornly blinked them back and slowly slid out of bed. His legs nearly buckled, but he held onto the bed until he could stand more or less by himself. He felt dizzy and weak and shaky, but he smiled in spite of that. He knew he was going to be okay. Harry found the bathroom just down the hall from his room. It was easy to find, being the only other room with an open door on the landing. He moved slowly and held onto the wall, but he felt proud of himself for being able to make it all that way without falling down. His clothes were interesting. He didn't think he had ever seen a shirt like his before. It seemed like a shirt that was too big, but it was off. It felt odd and didn't fit right. It wrapped around him like a bathrobe and only hung down to his knees. Still, it was better than nothing, he mused. The professor had been quite nice to clean him up and give this shirt to him, and he ought to stop being ungrateful. After he finished his business, Harry was mentally debating either going back to bed or maybe seeing if the professor was back yet. He suddenly crumpled over the edge of the bathtub as a dizzying wave of pain and thirst assaulted him. He felt as if he was burning from the inside out, and if he didn't get into some cool water soon, he was going to die. He knew it. His injuries began to burn horribly, throbbing until they felt like they were on fire, and he could not remember ever feeling so horribly thirsty. He was shaking with the strain of keeping his screams firmly inside himself, but he managed to reach out and turn on the shower spray. He needed water. That was all he knew. He needed water, and he needed it right now. Whimpering and fighting tears, they flowed down his face anyway. Harry jerked off his funny shirt and dropped it on the floor before he crawled into the tub, letting the cool water fall over him. He gulped at the water gathering on the bottom of the tub and relaxed as the spray pounded his wounds, cooling the burning sensation. He sighed, feeling better already. His thirst was slated, and the burning feeling was going away. He knew he was going to get in trouble, maybe, for using the professor's shower without permission, but surely he would see that this was an emergency. Lying curled up on the bottom of the tub, Harry tugged on the soaked bandages around his chest and shoulder and the one around his leg. He shivered when he remembered them unwinding by themselves, but he shoved the word freak away from his mind. The professor said he didn't want to hear it ever again. He was glad, because he had always hated being a freak. But it would be hard to forget the word all that had heard it every day since he was too little to remember. The man was so strange. He had a mean face and he scowled and snapped a lot, but he was really nice despite that. Maybe it was like that Roald Dahl fellow said in that one book. Nice people didn't always have pretty faces, but you could tell when they were nice anyway. Harry recalled how the man's eyes had been so hard and empty at first, but later, his eyes had seemed concerned and almost kind. He was so glad that the man had found him and saved him. Once he was better, he would show the professor how grateful he was. Surely he would appreciate having someone clean the house and cook while he was at work teaching all day. The boy's eyes drifted shut as he wondered what the professor taught. If he was a real wizard like he said, maybe he taught kids magic. Harry felt some excitement about that. He used to imagine that he was a sorcerer's apprentice like the mouse on Dudley's cartoon. Only he would be smart enough to leave the wizard's brooms alone. He would be a good apprentice and wouldn't cause any trouble, and maybe the sorcerer would teach him magic too. Harry figured that the professor must also be a doctor or something too, since he was able to save his life the way he did. The boy didn't know for sure how badly the wolf thing had hurt him, but he knew that he still hurt all over, so it must have been really bad. Harry opened his eyes again and managed to sit up to get the bandages unwrapped. He sighed with relief once they were off and the cool water could fall on his naked body without any interference. It felt so good on his burning wounds, but he was getting close to his 5-minute limit. Back home, he had only been allowed to take 5-minute-long cold showers, and he was good at keeping track of the time. Just one more minute, Harry thought pleadingly, turning his face to the water. I sure hope the cuts don't start hurting again the minute I turn the water off. Severus Snape slipped into his house through the back door. He spelled the lights on and moved to the stairs to check on his little patient. He didn't hear screaming, so that was good. But his sharp ears caught something else. Water was gurgling through the pipes. Snape paused and drew his wand. It could be that the boy woke up and felt well enough to use the bathroom, but the water kept on gurgling, so he couldn't be sure. Just as he put his foot on the first stair, the water shut off. Severus listened with his head on one side, but he couldn't hear anything else. As silently as a cat, Snape tiptoed up the stairs. The bathroom door was shut. He peeked into his bedroom, and sure enough, the bed was empty and the quilt pushed back. He felt annoyed that the boy had gotten up without permission, but he shoved it down. If Potter was feeling well enough to get up and wash his face or whatever he was doing, it was a good sign. Shoving his impatience down, Snape moved toward the closed bathroom, his fist raised to knock. There was a loud thump from inside, and he threw open the door, ready for, well, he wasn't ready for the naked boy staring up at him from where he had apparently slipped in a puddle. Potter blushed a bright red and curled up to protect his modesty, staring up at him with big emerald eyes like a scared puppy. Snape arched an eyebrow at the blushing boy and silently summoned a towel from the linen closet. "Did you slip?" he heard himself ask drily. He shrewdly eyed the child's injuries, and though they looked inflamed and red, none of them were bleeding, so he hadn't strained himself, thankfully. "Yes, sir, sorry, sir," the boy mumbled. He took the towel gratefully, but he didn't seem to have the strength to get up. Snape glanced over at the dripping shower head and the boy's abandoned shirt on the floor by the tub and shook his head. "Why did you feel the need for a shower?" he demanded, taking in the boy's dripping hair and shivering body. "You could have hurt yourself." "I know, Professor," the boy whispered. He looked on the verge of tears, and he was beginning to shake, either with cold or fear. It just hurts so bad," he said in a faint voice. I needed water. I'm sorry I did it without permission, sir." Oh, Snape could have kicked himself. While he was away torturing the Dursleys, the boy had to self-medicate because he was in so much pain. It appeared that Severus was correct in his earlier assumption that werewolf victims instinctively sought out cool water for relief. "Now, don't start crying," the professor said sternly as he watched the first tear slip from the boy's eye and slide down his cheek. I'm not angry with you. I was just worried. You could have gotten hurt. He hesitated and slipped his wand back into his sleeve before he held out his hand to the trembling child. Will you let me help you? He felt foolish and uncomfortable. How did one comfort emotional, vulnerable children? Anyway, I'm all right, sir. The boy blushed even redder, hugging his towel more tightly. But, could I have my old clothes back, please? I'm afraid that isn't possible, Snape huffed. They were beyond even a wizard's ability to repair. We'll have to make do with some of my things transfigured down to your size until I can get you some proper clothes. The boy was silent for a few seconds as he processed this statement. When he spoke, he was looking at the floor and his voice was soft and uncertain. I'm sorry, Professor, for being so much trouble. The man shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose with one hand. He took a deep breath for patience before he bent over and gently helped the trembling boy to his feet. You are not trouble, or at least, you aren't too much trouble, the professor said as firmly and convincingly as he could, wrapping the towel more securely around Potter's shoulders. I would not have saved you and taken you into my home unless I wanted you here, trouble and all. So stop apologizing for things you have no control over. I will tell you right now, I saved your life, and I appreciate that you are grateful for it. But I do not wish for you to apologize for existing and needing my help. I helped because I wanted to. Understand? The boy nodded and blinked at tears that suddenly spilled from his eyes. Snape sighed and scooped the frail child up in his arms. Potter did not protest much, and the professor felt a strange surge of relief when the boy relaxed in his arms and sniffled into his chest. Severus grimaced at the thought of the tears and snot that would soon be smudged across the front of one of his favorite shirts, but he didn't stop the boy. It was something significant that Potter was willing to cry in his arms without fear of recrimination, knowing how his horrible relatives had treated him. He took the boy back to the bedroom and sat him on the bed while he shrank a set of clothing for him. He took some surreptitious measurements of the child as he did so, hoping that he would have time to stop at a Muggle clothes store. Potter, drat it all. Snape castigated himself. Call him Harry already. Harry was looking well, other than being overly emotional. The boy's wounds, though red and painful-looking, were healing nicely and his fever was quite low, though not gone completely. Harry wiped his face free of tears on a corner of his towel, while Snape took the measurements and shrank the clothes. If he was careful in his spell work, the clothing might hold his sizing charms long enough for him to find some better things for the boy to wear. Once he finished with that, Snape left the boy on the bed and went downstairs for more murtlap salve and fresh bandages, and a few other potions just in case. The boy still needed to be on antibiotics after all. He returned upstairs and found Harry in the same position, though he seemed much calmer. Snape nodded approvingly at the boy and a flicker of relief went through his expressive green eyes. The man felt his heart clench at how very like Lily that was. She could never keep her emotions out of her eyes. He slowly knelt in front of the boy and opened the salve. I am going to put some of this on your wounds, he explained, holding up the container so Harry could see it. Will that be all right with you? To Severus' surprise, the boy nodded without hesitation. Carefully, so as not to frighten him, Snape reached out and gently took the towel off the boy's shoulders. Harry did not protest as Snape dropped the towel around the boy's waist, wrapping it over his thighs to keep him modest. The child seemed to appreciate that, and he relaxed minutely. Still, Severus watched the child's face closely as he spread the salve over the healing gashes, but Harry was concentrating on Snape's hands rubbing the oily salve over the gashes on his bare chest, and he seemed calm enough. Severus finished and wiped his hands before he stood again. He noticed how the boy stiffened slightly when their height proportion changed, but thankfully, he did not descend into panic. I am going to check your shoulder, and then I need to put salve on your back, the professor said in a soft voice. Is that all right? Silently, Harry nodded, and Snape reached out to examine the bite wounds and bones on the thin shoulder. He had to fight a new surge of rage at the boy's guardians when he felt how thin and small the child was. But he could not afford to make Harry think he was angry at him for any reason. The bones felt like they had healed pretty well, but he still planned to use a stiffening charm on the bandages for another few days until the newly healed bones were as strong as they used to be. After putting more salve on the wounds across the boy's back, he had Harry stand up so he could get to the gash that went all the way to the child's leg. Harry held his towel tightly, covering himself, and Snape did his best not to push it aside more than he absolutely needed to. Getting through that, he bandaged the boy's ribs and thigh, put the fresh cast on his shoulder, and had the boy drink the potions he'd brought. Once that was done, he helped Harry into the shrunken pajamas. "How do you feel?" Snape asked the child, tilting his chin up so he could see Harry's face. "Do you feel up to having some broth?" The boy's green eyes blinked slowly, and he took a deep breath. "Why, yes, sir," he whispered. I'm a little hungry." "Good." Snape gave the boy one of his brief, rare smiles. "Is it all right with you if I carry you downstairs? Or would you like to rest up here while I fix something in the kitchen?" The boy trembled a bit, but his face looked pensive, not apprehensive. He was nibbling his lower lip as he considered his options. Snape waited patiently until the boy finally looked up with an uncertain look on his face. He whispered. "I'd like to go downstairs, sir. If that's all right, I mean." "Of course it's all right," Severus smiled, a little surprised by the flutter of relief in his chest. He carefully picked up the boy, and he was shocked when Harry sighed contentedly and rested his head on his shoulder. Snape must have frozen in surprise because he felt the boy stiffen in his arms. The man silently cursed to himself and soothed the child by rubbing a very gentle hand over his bony. Was relieved when Harry relaxed again, and he headed downstairs. In the kitchen, he turned one of the dining chairs so that he didn't have to leave the boy alone in the sitting room and set Harry down gently. The boy's rear end was likely still bruised, because he winced slightly as he sat. It had been a while since Severus had put the bruise salve on the child's behind. "I can give you some bruise paste for your backside," Snape said carefully as he turned to fetch the bouillon cubes from his pantry. Muggles had invented some convenient shortcuts, he mused. "I didn't think you'd want me applying it," Severus added, glancing sideways at the boy sitting at the dining table. "Bruise paste?" Harry whispered, looking mystified. "It is a simple salve to relieve pain and swelling in bruises and small wounds," Snape replied, fetching a pot from the cupboard and a ladle from a rack on the wall. "You've quite a bit of bruising." He watched the boy duck his head and blush heavily out of the corner of his eye. "It doesn't really hurt, Professor," Harry whispered faintly, talking to the table. Severus sighed and rolled his eyes, but he forced himself not to allow any annoyance into his voice. "It's all right, Harry," he said as gently as he could. He leaned on the table, trying to look into the child's eyes. Well, Harry, it is all right to admit that you are in pain. I for one know how much a thrashing like that hurts." Harry blinked and looked up so trustingly that it made Snape's stomach twist. What had he done to earn the child's unequivocal trust? Seeing such trust in Lily's eyes was enough to break his heart. "Uncle Vernon said I was bad," Harry whispered, "but I didn't mean to be. Why did he punish you? Do you remember?" Snape asked softly, trying to keep his words and his movements gentle so he wouldn't scare the fragile boy. I don't really know," Harry whimpered. Tears leaked from his green eyes, and he covered his face with his hands. But I guess I think I jumped." "Jumped?" The professor scowled in confusion. He was facing the stove now, opening his container of dehydrated beef broth cubes. He glanced over his shoulder to see that the boy had wiped his tears and somewhat composed himself. "On T-top of the school," Harry whispered so quietly that Snape barely caught it. He nearly dropped the tin of bouillon cubes in shock. The boy jumped on top of a building? Did he jump to the top while inside? Or did he jump on top of the school itself? Slowly, Snape dropped 2 cubes in the pot and took it to the sink to get some water. The boy was poking a splinter on the table's surface, and he was holding himself very tensely. Carefully, he set the pot beside the sink and touched Harry's good shoulder. "That's very interesting, Harry," the professor said quietly. "Did you jump on top of the building?" The boy nodded without looking up. "Firefighters had to see come," he whispered. "That's interesting," Snape went on carefully, although his heart was racing. "Accidental apparition at his age? He could have been splinched. Not very many people can do that at your age." The professor added cautiously, watching the boy for a reaction. You're quite special, you know that? Special? The boy repeated in confusion, looking up at the man. What's that mean? Professor Snape fumbled blindly for the right words. It means unique. You're one of a kind. Doesn't freak mean that too? The boy asked innocently. Snape's jaw tightened at the hateful word, fighting against the urge to growl under his breath. But unfortunately, the child noticed his change of expression and shrank back fearfully. I'm not angry at you, silly child, the professor said, a trifle sharply. Freak does not mean the same as special. Freak means unnatural, broken wrong. You are not a freak. You're a very good boy. The boy relaxed, but he looked reluctant. Your aunt and uncle were wrong, Snape went on quietly, though his voice was fiercely intense. They're the freaks. It isn't normal to treat any child the way they treated you. You're safe with me, and you will never have to go back to them if I have anything to say about it. Are really? Harry whispered. Hope shone with the tears in his green eyes. I won't let you go back to those monsters, Harry, Snape said honestly. It was an effort to get the next words out, but he knew, simply by looking at the boy's hope-filled eyes, that he needed to say it. I wanted to take care of you. Will you? Will you let me do that? The boy didn't fight the fresh tears that suddenly trickled down his face, and when Snape reached over to wipe them away, the boy fell into his arms, sobbing and clutching him tightly. Severus rolled his eyes to heaven, giving up any pretense at protecting his shirt from the boy's bodily fluids. With a sigh, he sat in the nearest chair and pulled the boy onto his lap. He held the child closely, haltingly murmuring nonsense like, "It'll be all right," and "Hush now, little one. I've got you." He wasn't sure where he had learned such phrases, but perhaps his own mother had whispered them to him in the dark of night when he cried. As he stroked the child's hair and let him weep, he hoped that this meant Harry's answer was a yes. It was about time he did his duty by Lily's boy. He surrendered to an irrational part of his brain that reached out toward the boy as to a son, and silenced the peevish mutters in his own mind that called him a lunatic for even thinking of Potter's brat as a hurting child, a child who simply needed him. It was remarkable how quickly the tiny boy had wormed his way into his lonely heart. Clutching the child in his arms and crooning nonsense in an effort to calm him, Severus Snape realized with startling clarity that he would protect Harry until his last breath, simply because the child needed him so much. Nobody else in the boy's life had bothered to take care of him, but Snape was not going to fail Lily again. He would keep Harry safe, come what may, and not even Dumbledore would take the child away from him. Thank you to everyone who has favorited and followed this story. I am so humbled by your support. Here is another chapter, a day ahead of schedule, as a reward for your devotion. Love. Remember that this story is rated T for child abuse. This chapter is mostly shameless fluff, but Harry is still dealing with the abuse of his past, so it will be mentioned and hinted at. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Doing it just for fun. Chapter 5. Love. Harry awoke in bed from an odd dream and realized that he was feeling strange. It wasn't a bad feeling at all. In fact, he could not remember ever feeling so content. That was it. He felt safe, and he was in a warm, soft bed with a full belly and no fear of Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia. He was still hurting a bit, but it was a muted buzz in the back of his mind. He carefully rolled over, wincing as his movement pulled on his healing wounds. He had always been able to see pretty well in the dark, but he couldn't remember ever being able to see this well. He could clearly see the professor asleep on a little cot beside the big bed, even though the window curtains were drawn and not much moonlight was filtering in. Things also weren't as fuzzy as they used to be. Maybe his eyes were getting used to it or something. Before he got his glasses last year, he had not realized how bad his eyesight really was. He did not really want to tell the professor that he used to have glasses. He didn't want to cost the man more money. He was so grateful to him for taking such good care of him and being so kind that it didn't seem right to complain or make demands. Besides, he wasn't having any problems seeing yet. Harry noticed that the professor asleep looked so much nicer than when he was awake. His face was relaxed and peaceful, and the shadows from his perpetual scowl were gone. The boy had the feeling that the professor was one of those people who always frown, even when they're not angry. His two smiles today had been hesitant, like he wasn't exactly sure how to smile. But Harry could read the man's eyes pretty well by now. He could see when they flashed with a burst of temper, or softened with kindness, or sharpened with concern. Nobody had ever looked at him the way the professor did. Nobody had ever held him the way the professor did. In fact, he could not remember anyone ever holding him before. It was amazing, Harry thought, how comfortable the man's arms were. He was so tall and strong and kind, and he didn't even mind when Harry cried all over him, twice in less than an hour. The man had said that Harry was safe with him. No one had ever told him that before, and he knew the man meant it. The professor said he wanted to take care of him and protect him from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, and he said he understood about how his bum hurt, and that ointment was brilliant. He wasn't hurting at all down there anymore. The man said he wanted to take care of him, and he was just so nice about everything he did for Harry. Grown-ups had never been so kind to him. It was different, and the feeling it gave him was incredible. His heart ached in his chest, but it felt like a good thing. His chest wasn't squeezing with terror or sadness. It was an ache, but it felt like his heart was growing larger, not being squeezed to death. Harry barely realized that he was crying again until he sniffled. That tiny noise woke the professor up and his dark eyes snapped open. For several seconds, they stared at one another, Harry frozen in irrational fear. The professor had said earlier that Harry was safe, but what if he was mad about being woken up? What if he forgot everything he had said and punished Harry for being an obnoxious little freak? He started to tremble with fear, but he did not dare to apologize, remembering how it annoyed the man. "Are you all right, Harry?" the professor asked quietly, his dark eyes flitting over him with concern. "Are you crying?" "I'm fine," Harry whispered thickly, relaxing when he realized that the man wasn't mad. "I feel strange." Immediately, the professor got up. He moved so quickly that Harry flinched back involuntarily. The man noticed and paused. Slowly, he raised his hand and put it gently on Harry's shoulder. "I'm not going to hurt you," he said in a low voice, full of firm conviction. "Don't ever be afraid of waking me up, understand? I won't ever punish you if you wake me. I'm a light sleeper, and I wake very easily. Now where do you hurt? Where does it feel strange?" "I'm not hurt," Harry answered, uncoiling in relief. He wriggled a hand out from under the quilt and touched his chest. "I feel weird inside here," he whispered, choking on more tears. "But it feels good. Why am I crying if I feel happy?" The professor was quiet for several seconds before he knelt next to the bed and rested a slightly trembling hand on his head. Why was the professor shaking like Harry was? "Sometimes," the man whispered carefully as he started to stroke Harry's head, "sometimes people cry when they are very happy. It is a good thing, and it means that the happiness is so great that it is overflowing, and it becomes tears. Are you happy, Harry?" Harry nodded contentedly. The man went on stroking his head, and it felt so nice. He wanted to stay here in this moment forever. He was comfortable and safe and warm, and the man beside him was so kind and good. He smelled like spices and safety, and Harry breathed in the calming scent that was quickly becoming familiar. Harry yawned and let his eyes drift. Was really tired now. It seemed that tears were really exhausting. He had gone straight to sleep earlier after crying in the professor's kitchen and eating his broth, of course. He was glad that the professor had saved him from the dog, Wolf, and was going to let him stay in this safe place. As he closed his eyes, he mumbled, "Love you, Professor." Severus Snape went on stroking the child's head even after his steady breathing proclaimed that he was asleep. He was stunned, and he felt somewhat dizzy as he went on smoothing the child's messy hair and stroking the warm forehead with his thumb, carefully tracing the lightning bolt shape of the small boy's unique scar. "Love you, Professor." 3 words had knocked the bottom out from under Snape's world. How could Harry love and trust him so much after not even knowing him for 2 days? He heard somewhere in the back of his mind that old adage, "A whipped dog will love the first hand that feeds it." But this was heartbreaking. The child had been given so little affection and care in his life that he was so affected by one person's act of decency. It was disgraceful. Snape reached up and wiped tears from his own face, surprised that he had finally begun to cry for the boy. He marveled at his emotions, realizing that he wasn't really furious anymore. He was too tired for that. He was filled with grief and guilt. The boy should have been his, he thought bitterly. If Lily had not rejected him so many years ago, well, this particular boy would not exist. Snape backtracked. He ought to have checked on Lily's boy and made sure he was all right, at least sometime in the last 8 years. He should have done something, but he could fix it now. He was determined to fix it. Tomorrow, he had a full day of classes, but afterwards he was determined to have a little talk with Dumbledore. The old man was most at fault and deserved to know what had happened to his little golden boy. But he was not going to let the headmaster stand in his way. He was determined to do right by Harry Potter. He would raise the child and heal him and take care of him. It was the least he could do, he reckoned. He slowly stood up and sat back down on his cot. He would go back to sleep, and maybe the boy would be hungry for some porridge in the morning. After calming down earlier, Harry had eaten his broth and crackers without any trouble, and he had even looked longingly at the pot for more. If he got his appetite back quickly, Snape figured he may as well start fattening him up. The boy was too frail to survive very many of the monthly transformations soon to come. Snape lay back down on his little bed with fierce resolve glowing in his chest. It had been years since he had felt so strongly about something, or someone. He would make certain that the child would survive as long as possible. He would help the boy to move past the demons of his relatives and their abuse. He would love the boy as he ought to have been loved. Detentions were always troublesome, even more so when they could not be avoided. This one was arranged by Professor McGonagall and insisted upon by Dumbledore, and Severus knew he didn't have much of a chance convincing either of them to change it. Professor Snape tried to concentrate on essay grading in his office while in the next room, 15-year-old Claude Avery scrubbed the potions classroom on his hands and knees. The boy was turning into a little clone of his Death Eater father, Snape thought with disgust. He did not seem to care about his behavior and had made no efforts to stop, even at the threat of expulsion from Hogwarts. Severus silently fretted about Harry alone at home. The boy was much better today, and the professor had managed to escape the school at the lunch hour to find the child bored out of his brain in the upstairs bedroom. After giving him his potions and a small peanut butter sandwich, he left the boy with a stack of books and stern orders to take it easy and not attempt the stairs on his own. And then he had been forced to rush back to his afternoon was well past supper time and Harry was probably hungry. He had left the boy a few crackers for a snack and a pitcher of water with a self-filling glass beside it. But that wouldn't be enough. He checked his pocket watch and saw that it was nearly 8 o'clock. He got up impatiently and strode into the classroom. Avery was nearly done. He had scrubbed the potions classroom several times before, so he was something of an expert by now. "Hurry up," Professor Snape snarled at the boy. "Contrary to popular opinion, I have better things to do than supervise dunderheads in detention." I, Professor," Avery said flippantly. He grinned cheekily up at his head of house, but his grin faltered when confronted with Snape's most vicious glare. Not many people could stand up to that particular scowl for long, and true to form, Claude stopped grinning and ducked his head, scrubbing harder at a stubborn stain. "Almost done, sir," the boy murmured, chastened. Snape humphed and stalked back out to his office, but he could no longer concentrate. With a growl, he shoved the essays in a folder so he could grade them at home. He went back through the classroom in such high dudgeon that he saw Avery wince as he swept past. The professor busied himself with inventory in the potion storage cupboard until the boy finally finished and could be dismissed. Snape practically chased him out and slammed the door after him. Only able to think of Harry, worrying and hungry at home, he hastily locked up the supply cupboards and classroom, and he grabbed his cloak before he went to his office fireplace. The flu powder was in his hand when he was startled by a knock at the office door. He was about to bark about where the idiot could go when whoever it was just let themselves in. He groaned under his breath and hid his fist behind his back, hoping that it would be fast. Only the professors could let themselves into his office, and he knew who it was before the woman even stepped all the way in. "Minerva," he greeted her politely, though the strain was evident in his tone. The Transfiguration professor let the door shut behind her and eyed him shrewdly over the tops of her glasses. She was no idiot and took in his position near the fireplace, the cloak over his shoulders and the one hand behind his back. Unless you're hiding a gift for me behind your back, Severus, she said with obvious amusement. I'd advise you to just stop the act. So where are you off to so late? A dinner arrangement, Severus replied coolly, allowing his fist to fall at his side. One did not become a successful double agent by being lousy at comebacks and half-truths. Besides, his words were the absolute truth anyway, from a certain point of view. His dinner arrangement was with an injured boy currently recovering in his bed. Snape realized that the flu powder in his fist would be useless if he drenched it with sweat and human body oil, so he replaced the handful in its box on the mantelpiece before he wiped his hand on a handkerchief. Dinner? Minerva suddenly looked suspicious and folded her arms. Did Malfoy invite you over again? I thought you had dinner with them just last month. Who says Lucius can't invite his son's godfather over more than once a year? Professor Snape threw back. He wasn't even sure why he was trying to convince her, or even what he was attempting to convince her of. You didn't say yes or no, Professor McGonagall tossed right back, arching her eyebrows expectantly. Fine, I'm going home, Severus snapped. Pardon me, Minerva, but is it against school policy to spend a few nights away from here during the school year? Of course not, Severus, she sighed, rolling her eyes to the ceiling. But if you have time, I would like to talk to you for a minute. I'll hold you to that minute, Snape muttered rebelliously, fingering his pocket watch. Time starts now, so talk. Dear me, I'd best make it quick then, the older woman chuckled. First things first, were you able to take a trip to Little Whinging last night? Little Whinging? Snape frowned, but he suddenly recalled that number 4 Privet Drive was in Little Whinging. Oh yes, I did go down there. Did you? Yes, Minerva sighed. I just got back, actually. What did you do to them, Severus? Nothing, the potions professor scoffed. What was the matter with them? Minerva McGonagall glared accusingly at him. They were disoriented and complaining of headaches, especially Mr. Dursley. He's been in bed with a migraine since last night, and he babbles like a St. Mungo's patient. But he was the worst. The boy was in the best shape, but he said he couldn't remember if anyone had come by yesterday. All very fishy if you ask me. Blast, Severus snarled, though he had been thinking of a rather stronger word. He sighed and gestured to his fireplace armchairs. We might as well sit down, Minerva. I suppose it'll be longer than a minute, but no matter. The woman made no move to sit. She glared at him and stomped her foot angrily. You did do something, she snapped. How could you, Severus? I know you and Petunia never got along, but does that give you the right to? Please, Minerva, be quiet, Snape interrupted in a deathly quiet voice. He held up his hand to her when she opened her mouth to keep going. Don't, he warned. Allow me to explain. The woman huffed and sat down in a chair. She did not appreciate being interrupted and cut off by a former student of hers, but she had so rarely seen Severus so earnest that she felt she owed it to him to at least listen. I'm listening, she said gruffly. I went to see the Dursleys, Severus said deliberately. He began to pace nervously. They would not cooperate and I used legilimency on them. Severus, stop, Snape shouted. He dragged in a sharp breath and steadied his grating nerves. Stop interrupting me, please, he corrected himself in a slow, deliberate tone. The Transfiguration professor raised her eyebrows at him in surprise. He never raised his voice to her unless he was terribly upset, but even then, it was a rare occurrence. Severus Snape took another deep breath, calming himself. He wasn't sure how much he was going to tell her, but he could start with the Dursley visit anyway. I was careful, Snape insisted, ignoring her skeptical glare. Well, at least I was careful with the boy, he amended with a little snarl. When I saw what was in the minds of those two people, I could not help being a bit rough. You would have been sorely tempted to do something yourself if you saw what I saw. He paused and cracked his knuckles, taking deep breaths to keep from losing control. Petunia and her beast of a husband have viciously abused their nephew from the day he arrived at their door, he snarled. They have beaten, starved, tortured, an innocent child whose only crime is being magical. He began to pace angrily, unable to keep his rage bottled up any longer. Various bottles on the shelves began to rattle ominously as his raw magic was stirred up by his emotion. And how could Dumbledore just leave a 15-month-old on a doorstep in the middle of a freezing autumn night? He demanded. This entire thing is his fault, even more than theirs. Moreover, those monsters don't even care if Harry is ever found, and I'm not ever going to allow that old man to send him back to that house, or back to those vile beasts, even if I have to duel Dumbledore to the death. Which is why. He took a deep breath and squared his shoulders, facing the older woman with grim determination. Here goes, he thought grimly. Out with it. Which is why Harry is at my house. Harry? Minerva whispered faintly. Her face had gone an odd shade of white as he ranted, but now she looked slightly gray. He's YU, she gasped, fluttering a hand near her breast as if staving off a heart fingered a calming draft in his pocket and eyed her uneasily. I did not kidnap him, Minerva, Severus said quickly. I rescued him. You cancelled Albus' tracing charms? Removed him from the blood wards? The Scottish professor leapt to her feet, her white face turning red with rage in less than a second. He was reminded forcibly of Petunia, how she had paled at the sight of him and reddened when reminded of how insolent he had always been to her. How could you do such a thing? She demanded, waving her arms indignantly. I've been losing my mind going over horrible scenarios in my head, and you've had him this whole time? I don't know whether to curse you or kiss you. Snape grimaced. I'll take the curse over the kiss any day, Minerva, he said stiffly, taking a defensive step back from her. How did you find him? What happened? Is he all right? She asked breathlessly, adjusting her glasses and robes with suddenly nervous hands. And they were really abusing him? Severus nodded, relieved that she was taking it so well. I was in the area on Friday night, and I saw something lying in the road. When I approached, I found the boy, unconscious and bleeding to death. Oh, Severus, Minerva whispered, pressing both her hands to her chest, her face twisted with grief and concern. Do you know what happened to him? Is he well now? Not nearly, the potions master replied grimly. I spent a good 2 or 3 hours that night putting him back together and dumping potions down his throat. Why didn't you take him to a hospital? She demanded. You're not doctor or surgeon. Snape paused, considering. I'm not certain why I took him to my home rather than a hospital, he said thoughtfully. Thinking back, he mused, it was a rather Gryffindorish thing to do, wasn't it? In any case, I just had an instinctual fear of taking him to St. Mungo's, or anywhere Dumbledore could get to him before he was fully healed. Besides, I finished my Medi-Wizard certification and I knew what to do. But what happened? Why was he bleeding to death? How could the Aurors and police have missed the blood? I checked for the blood as well, and I think little whinging has had rain the past weekend, Snape muttered thoughtfully. I was puzzled by the lack of blood myself. In any case, I have not yet been able to ask the boy his side of the story. He only woke up Tuesday morning after you sent me home to rest, and he has been very tired and in a great deal of pain. So that's why you were late to the staff meeting that morning, and why you were so exhausted Monday. The Transfiguration professor snapped her sharp gaze back up to Professor Snape. So, did the Dursleys reveal anything about how was he hurt? Are you ever going to answer me and tell me what happened? It was a werewolf, Snape replied simply. When the older woman collapsed back in her chair, the potions professor drew his calming draft and made her drink it before she fainted or had a heart attack. A minute after she downed it, some color came back to her cheeks, and she took a deep breath before she crumpled and started to weep softly. Snape stood awkwardly, unsure of how to comfort her. Holding Harry was one thing, but how to comfort a woman almost 3 times his age? He had never been certain how to comfort women even when they were closer to his own age. You're sure? The woman finally whispered, wiping her eyes. Severus nodded, but then realized that she was not looking at him. The boy's injuries prove it. I ran the correct blood test. But if you doubt it, I suppose we'll know for certain next full moon. She glanced up at him with fire in her green eyes. Do you know who? Severus shook his head. The Dursley boy saw the werewolf, but I did not recognize it. I was thinking of taking my memory of the memory to the werewolf registry department and seeing if I can find someone discreet. Minerva shook her head vehemently. "Oh no, don't do that," she said firmly. "If it somehow leaks out that the boy who lived was infected by a werewolf, can you imagine the chaos? It's a very good thing you kept him away from St. Mungo's after all, and a Muggle hospital would have killed him trying to save him." Severus sighed and slipped the empty potion bottle back into his pocket. "I suppose I did not think of all that," he murmured, "but I prefer to wait until tomorrow at least to take care of such pressing matters. At the moment, I truly am pressed for time." "Do you?" He hesitated, which was unlike him. He was usually so certain of his next move. "That is." He stopped to get his thoughts back in order. It was official. He sneered at himself. Harry had permanently broken his brain. I'm not certain how Harry would react to a stranger," Professor Snape said carefully, hardly able he was actually doing this. "But if you'd like to see him, I would like to get back to him as soon as possible since he hasn't eaten since noon, but I don't want to leave you wondering until tomorrow. If you come, we can talk more, and you'll be able to see him, meet him. He's a charming boy, just rather shy." "Severus." The Transfiguration professor arched her eyebrows again, but her eyes were twinkling with something like mischief. Are you inviting me to your home?" "Only if you want to come," Professor Snape balked. "I haven't much to offer. I still live in my parents' old house, and it's in a rundown part of a Muggle town. If you do, the flu will take you to Spinner's End. I need to leave now, but go ahead and follow if you like." Here he stopped and scowled at the older woman, but without real malice. "Harry is probably hungry and thinks I've abandoned him because I'm late, and I'm only this late because of that detention you so nicely saved for me. I'm terribly sorry, Severus. I really hadn't any idea," she stammered. "Of course you didn't," Professor Snape smirked. "I made it very difficult for you to have any idea." He turned and grabbed a handful of flu powder before he threw it into the flames. "Spinner's End," he shouted before stepping in. The fireplace spat him out into his sitting room, and he brushed himself off as he headed to the kitchen. He couldn't hear anything from upstairs, and he rather hoped that Harry was sleeping. Harry lay curled on his side, staring at the wall, hungry and bored and tired. He was tired of reading, and his eyes hurt. Actually, everything hurt. His bones ached, his wounds were throbbing, and his stomach was cramping with hunger. The crackers that the professor had left out for him had not been enough to stave off the gnawing in his gut, and even drinking the whole pitcher of water had only served to send him limping off to the water closet every 20 minutes. It was hard for him to understand why he was so very hungry. Back home, he had been able to go for days sometimes with only water in his stomach, but here, it felt like he was always hungry. His stomach cramped again, nearly making the boy cry. He sniffled and blinked the tears away. He wasn't going to cry like a spoiled little kid, he told himself fiercely. He would wait very patiently for the professor to get back from work, and then he would eat. Uncle Vernon sometimes used to work late, so maybe the professor had to stay late at his school too, and he didn't have a wife to do any cooking for him. Harry wished he wasn't still so achy and tired and weak. He wouldn't mind getting up and cooking supper, having it all ready for the professor when he walked in the door. It would be nice once he was well enough to do that, he thought. An odd whooshing noise from somewhere in the house startled Harry, and he sat up too fast. He blinked fiercely at the tears of pain that burned his eyes, and he carefully lay back down, feeling suddenly dizzy and achy beyond belief. The house was usually very quiet. He could occasionally hear birds or the wind outside, but he never heard cars or people or dogs or cats. He wondered where the professor lived. It would be awfully nice if he lived out in the middle of nowhere. He could explore the woods when he got better, and he could bring flowers inside to cheer the place up. The colors in the professor's house were so dark and dull and depressing. Aunt Petunia always had fresh flowers in the house, and it made the tables and rooms look so much nicer. Maybe that was why it was taking so long for the professor to come. He had to drive a long way, probably. Did he resent the fact that he had to make a long trip every day back to his house to take care of some kid he found in the street? Harry couldn't remember everything that had happened when the dog wolf attacked him, but he could remember that he had been on a broken-down street with a high board fence on the other side and trees on his. Was sure the man didn't know where his relatives lived, although he had seemed to know an awful lot about how they had treated him. Harry shifted in the bed. wincing painfully as the throbbing beat in his wounds got worse. Just breathing hurt, and his bones ached more fiercely. His eyes drifted shut, but he clenched his fists in the quilt to keep from crying or whimpering. Why did his body hurt so badly? It wasn't as bad as it was when he took a shower yesterday, but it was getting close. Would he even be able to make it to the bath if it happened again? He wondered. His eyes snapped open when he heard soft footsteps at the top of the stairs, coming quickly toward the bedroom. If it was the professor, Harry was afraid he would burst into pathetic tears of relief at the sight of him. But if it was a stranger, well, he might still burst into pathetic tears for whatever reason. He screwed his eyes shut and pulled the quilt over his face in a childish attempt to disappear. He was lying on the opposite side from the one he had been using because he had wanted to stare at the wall, and it was easier to do that on the other side of the bed. This side of the bed was closer to the wall, with only enough space for another nightstand, which was piled with sealed boxes. There was a picture up on the wall of a forest glade, but the colors were dim and blurred, and Harry got tired of straining his eyes to look at it after a while. He scrunched his aching eyes as tightly as possible and tried to make himself very still and very small. He wasn't sure where his sudden desire to hide had come from. The professor was not going to hurt him, but he had been away so very long and he was feeling so achy and tired and hungry. He listened as the footsteps paused at the foot of the bed before slowly coming around to his side. He held his breath until he felt the quilt plucked gently from his hands, and he squinted up at the pale face of the professor. His sallow face looked a bit flushed today, and his dark eyes glittered strangely. Harry just stared up at him, unable to figure out if he wanted to hug him or just start crying. His body decided for him, and his eyes swam with sudden tears. "I did not mean to be so late, Harry," the professor said in a quiet voice. "Please don't cry. I know you're hungry, and I'll go make something now. But I had to come up first. I had to make sure you were all right." Harry reached up and wiped his eyes. Stupid tears. "It's fine," he croaked. He hated how his voice sounded when he was all choked up with tears, and now his bones were aching and his wounds were burning. Can I take a shower, please?" "Of course," the professor said, but his face pinched and his eyes sharpened with concern. "Where does it hurt?" "Everywhere," the boy mumbled without thinking. He closed his eyes, feeling suddenly very heard a soft glassy clink, and then there was a hand under his head. He could feel the cool rim of the potion bottle against his lips. "Here, drink this," the professor murmured. Harry obeyed, shuddering at the disgusting taste of the slimy medicine, but his pain began to fade almost at once. It was nice to have all the aching, throbbing agony relegated to a little hum in the back on his mind. He blinked up at the man and smiled. He couldn't help it. "Thanks," he whispered. "Why don't you take a bath instead?" the professor said gently. "You seem a bit tired still." Harry was about to protest, but he really knew better than to argue. "Yes, sir," he murmured obediently. The professor picked him up very gently and carried him to the bathroom. He set Harry down on the edge of the tub while he turned the taps on. Murmuring that Harry ought to stay there and wait for him, he left the bathroom. Harry watched the water filling up the tub and got nervous as the water went higher and higher. He glanced at the open doorway and then back at the rising water. Didn't the professor know that he wasn't allowed to fill the tub up too much? He didn't want to waste all of the professor's water. On impulse, Harry got up and turned the taps off. He stuck his hand in the water and winced. It was comfortably warm, not cool like it was supposed to be. Of course, it wasn't too hot either, but he had never been allowed to take a warm bath before. He had dreamed often of what that would be like, of course, when he washed dishes in hot water. He had wondered what it would be like to have not just your hands, but your whole body submerged in warm water. It would probably feel like a nice warm hug, he figured. Professor Snape reappeared, and Harry yanked his hand out of the water, feeling guilty for no real reason. The man gave Harry a funny look and glanced at the tub. There was barely 5 inches of water in it. Harry felt his face getting hot, though he still didn't know why he felt guilty. "Are you afraid of baths?" the professor asked, sounding confused. "No, I'm not," Harry protested fiercely. He used to be afraid of baths, back when he was little. They still made him just a bit nervous, to be honest, but as long as he was alone, he would be okay. Dudley used to like pushing his face underwater so he could laugh when Harry came up for air, choking and spluttering and throwing up water. He blinked rapidly as the memory came back strong, and he eyed the tub warily. "Then why did you stop the tub from filling?" the professor demanded. "It should be deeper than that." Harry blinked up at the professor in surprise. "But I'm not allowed," he blurted out without thinking. When he realized what he had said, he blinked harder and ducked his head in shame. "Not allowed?" the professor repeated incredulously. Suddenly, the man growled fiercely, making Harry jump in fear. Was he in trouble? Was he going to be punished? Maybe the professor regretted saying that he could take a waited anxiously for what felt like an eternity before the man finished muttering under his breath and spoke again in a very stern tone. "You must forget about the stupid rules your relatives made you follow. Here in my house, you may take warm baths every day if you wish. In fact, I would encourage it. The tub may be filled as much as you like, but it must be filled at least halfway for now. I was going to put some potions in it to help alleviate some of your general aches and pains, and it needs to have more water in it than that." "Don't want to waste your water," Harry mumbled, still staring at his hands clutching the tub's edge. "Too expensive to waste on." "Freaks," he finished in his head. But he couldn't say that word in this house. He remembered that much. "Hogwash," the professor snapped angrily. "Water is not expensive." It's not?" Harry asked in astonishment. He snapped his gaze up to the professor again, but he cringed when he saw the anger in the man's inky dark eyes. The man blinked and made a noticeable effort to calm down. "No, Harry," he said more gently. "I don't know who told you that water is expensive, because it is not. The country we live in is blessed with an abundance of water, and you don't have to worry about wasting it. Any water we use, for dishes, washing, or cleaning, is treated at the water plant in the city and then recycled. I don't pay much for the privilege of being connected to the city sewers. You may use as much water as you need, and you may make it as hot or as cool as you feel comfortable with. Understand?" Harry just stared at the man. The wheels were turning in his head, and he suddenly realized that the professor wasn't mad at him. He was mad at Harry's aunt and uncle for lying to him, and honestly, Harry felt a little mad at them too. So water was not expensive, and they just told him that so he would have to shiver in cold water all the time? Harry blinked the tears away, and without thinking, he lunged forward and hugged the professor around the waist. He didn't know why he felt like he had to do it, but it felt right. He was grateful and happy, and he was excited to take a nice warm bath with some of the professor's medicine in it to help him feel better, though he didn't really know what alleviate meant. The professor patted his good shoulder awkwardly. "It is all right to ask me any questions you have, Harry," he said in a soft voice. "I'm here to help you. Now, can I fill the tub properly this time?" "Yes, sir." Harry smiled tearfully up at the professor. He hugged the man tightly again, unable to find words to articulate how grateful and happy he was. "Thank you, Professor," he whispered faintly. "Yet another chapter up. Thank you all for your reviews and kind words, and thank you for following my humble tale. Cat and Mouse, rated T for mentions of child abuse. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun." Chapter 6, Cat and Mouse. Professor Snape hurried back downstairs, leaving a euphoric Harry soaking in the tub. The boy would be all right for a few minutes, he supposed, since he had felt the wards of the house alert him to a guest coming through the flue. He reached the bottom of the stairs before he heard her voice from his sitting room. "Severus? Where are you?" "I'm here, Minerva," he sighed, striding into the room. The woman had changed out of her teaching robes, and she was wearing a simple pale blue pantsuit that went well with her graying blonde hair. He rarely saw the Severe woman wearing something so casual, and it was a bit surprising. "Severus!" She blinked at him from behind her spectacles. She looked amused. "Oh," he blinked, dragging his eyes from her outfit. "I apologize," he said a bit stiffly. "I just haven't seen you in pants before. I think. You look nice," he quickly amended, feeling dreadfully awkward. He could feel his face flushing like a schoolboy's, and he abruptly retreated, striding toward the kitchen. "Just don't mind me, Minerva," he called gruffly over his shoulder. "Come in and make yourself at home." "Why, thank you, Severus," the stern woman actually giggled. Your reaction wasn't quite what I was expecting, though. I do apologize, Snape muttered, fussing in the kitchen with the tea things. Tea? Or would you like something stronger? Tea is fine, the older woman said easily. She glanced around the kitchen and nodded approvingly. You have a fine home, Severus. Don't patronize me, Snape huffed. It's a dreadful old house, and it's held together with scraps of magic and duct tape. The Transfiguration professor sat at the table with a confused expression. Duct tape? Duct tape, Severus smirked at her as he put the kettle on and cast a heating charm at it. It's a muggle invention about as good, or maybe better than, spello tape. At any rate, half the pipes in this house are held together with dash. They were interrupted by a piercing scream from upstairs. Snape, who had been setting out cups, dropped them and practically flew out of the kitchen and up the stairs. Minerva was not far behind him, though she stopped to reparo the 2 teacups first, and stopped in the doorway to a relatively small bathroom while Snape went in. In the bathroom, Harry was standing hunched over in the tub, eyes shut tight, his arms stiffly curled around his torso. His body was shaking and he was keening as if in agony. Snape immediately threw a towel around him and jerked him out of the water, pulling him tightly against his chest while trying to see if the boy had an adverse reaction to the potions, or was hurting even after the pain potion he had given him. The boy seemed all right, but he was still screaming, and now he was squirming and trying to escape. Harry? Harry! He shouted, struggling to get the child to calm down and come out of whatever horror was in his own mind. Bad! The boy sobbed, pounding his fists into the man's chest. Bad boy, he gasped. Bad freak. Use all the hot water. Too expensive for freaks. Harry, stop, Professor Snape said firmly. He sat on the toilet seat with the boy in his lap. He caught the boy's fists and rested his forehead against the child's damp hair. You're safe. I'm here. It's the professor. I'm here with you. You are not a bad boy. You are not a freak. I have you now. No one is going to hurt you. I promise, Harry. I promise. His words descended into soft whispers, repeating the same things over and over, rubbing the boy's back gently as the sobs stopped. He glanced up, realizing that his eyes were blurry with tears, and jerked with surprise when he saw Minerva standing in the doorway. Her wand was out, but her hand was hanging loosely at her side. She looked horror-stricken, and her eyes were full of tears at what she had just witnessed. This is what those muggles did to him, Severus whispered thickly. He rubbed the boy's back in gentle circles, more to soothe himself than the child, and took a deep breath. They called him a freak, and forced him to take cold baths because hot water was too expensive. He told me about it before I put him in, but he was happy, euphoric, even. However, his face twisted in disgust or pain. I suppose his orders were too deeply ingrained. Oh, Severus, Minerva whispered compassionately. The boy in Snape's arms jerked in alarm, and he looked over his shoulder at the woman in the doorway. Sure, it's all right, Harry, Severus said soothingly, feeling a spike of alarm as the boy started shaking again. This is my friend. He had been about to say colleague, but he wasn't sure the little boy would know what that meant. She's a professor too, he explained. Her name is Minerva McGonagall. Do you want to say hello? The boy shook his head violently and buried his face in Professor Snape's chest, trembling and clutching him tightly. He won't want me to leave, he murmured apologetically. I'll get him into bed and feed him a little something, but I'm afraid our talk will have to wait. Of course, Minerva nodded and pocketed her wand. I'm terribly sorry it wasn't a good time for you or the lad. Severus nodded absently and stood up with the boy in his arms. As he slipped past Minerva in the hallway, Harry whispered something into his shirt, but it was muffled. What was that, Harry? He asked as they stepped into his bedroom next door. I'm sorry, Professor, the boy whispered faintly, turning his face to get his mouth away from the man's shirt. I dunno what happened. It doesn't matter, Harry, Professor Snape said firmly. I'm here. You need me. That's all that matters. Are really hungry, the boy whispered very softly, sounding on the edge of tears again. Want to go downstairs? Severus put the boy down on the bed and gazed earnestly into the child's emerald eyes. Are you sure? He asked quietly. I could bring you food up here, if you'd prefer." "No, sir. I'll be good," the boy whispered, more tears slipping from his eyes. "Oh, child," Severus murmured, pulling the boy into a gentle hug. He was normally terribly awkward at giving hugs, but it felt right and natural when he wrapped his arms around this wayfish little one who needed him so. "Please don't worry about being good or bad right now, all right?" he whispered into Harry's ear. "Just worry about being Harry for now. Can you do that for me, little one?" To the professor's relief, the boy nodded into his shoulder and then relaxed. "Right," Severus sighed. "Let's get you dressed and then we can go downstairs, all right? I'm not sure what we're having for supper, but I'm sure I can whip something up." He felt the wards around the house flare as the flu activated and he winced. Hopefully Minerva would not be stupid enough to go ranting to Dumbledore. He forgot to impress upon her the need for secrecy until he could tell the old meddler himself, but only when the time was right, preferably when Harry wasn't quite so fragile. Maybe this Saturday. After he dressed the boy in shrunken clothes and gave him a calming draft, he picked Harry up in his arms and made his way down the stairs. He was mentally reviewing what food he had in the house and trying to figure out what he could whip up that would be easy on the child's stomach and quick to make so that Harry wouldn't have to wait too long. He flinched as he felt the flu activate yet again, but he couldn't be certain who it was this time. It was best to be cautious. He swiftly turned and placed Harry down on the steps. "Stay here," he hissed to the startled child. "I need to see who just came into the house." Leaving the boy huddled against the wall, Severus drew his wand and stepped off the staircase. He tilted his head to the side to listen, and then jerked in shock when none other than Minerva McGonagall suddenly stepped out of the sitting room with a basket in her arms. He stifled a curse and leveled his wand at her. "You were supposed to have left," he accused sharply. She jumped, startled, and flashed him a glare of annoyance. "You nearly gave this old witch a heart attack, Severus," she snapped. "What about the heart attack you nearly gave me?" Snape threw back in an angry hiss. "I hear you leave, and then I'm coming down the stairs with a vulnerable child in my arms and hear the flu activate again. What am I supposed to think, Minerva? Didn't you know that werewolves can track their victims?" The Transfiguration professor looked taken aback and her eyes widened. "I'm dreadfully sorry, Severus," she said meekly. "I ought to have told you I was heading back to Hogwarts to pick up some food for you too. I didn't think you would mind, and was quick. I do apologize for frightening you." "You didn't frighten me so much as make me a bit uneasy," Snape sighed, putting his wand back in his sleeve. "I suppose I shouldn't have been so short with you." He turned abruptly back to the stairs to fetch Harry before the boy panicked again. Minerva hurried into the kitchen with her basket. "Harry," he called out softly. "Professor," the child's soft whisper echoed back from the stairwell. Snape was relieved that Harry seemed calm, and it was a strange, but not unpleasant surprise when the boy reached up for him. Snape gently picked him up and carried him to the kitchen. Professor McGonagall was fetching bowls, spoons, and cups, and she flashed the boy a kindly smile. Harry burrowed uneasily into Snape's arms, watching her with wary green eyes. "Minerva brought us supper, Harry," Severus said softly into the boy's ear. "Do you want to say thank you?" "Thank you, ma'am," the boy whispered, still watching her like a mouse watched a cat. The mental image was too much for Snape, and he snorted with laughter. The boy jumped in his arms, tilting his head back to look at him curiously. Snape smiled at him and shook his head at his little internal joke. "Something you'd like to share with the class, Mr. Snape?" Professor McGonagall asked with a teasing lilt. Severus chuckled again as he sat down on the chair and gently repositioned Harry so he could sit more comfortably. The boy was thin and light, and he was not a burden on the professor's lap at all. The child's green eyes had the glassy look of someone on too many painkillers, and he rested back against the professor without protest. "Well?" Minerva demanded, still teasingly, filling both glasses with water and setting out a covered dish and a bread bowl taken from the basket. "Only that Mr. Potter is looking at you like he's a mouse about to be eaten by a cat," Snape smirked. "Land's sakes!" the Scottish professor exclaimed, her mouth twitching with repressed laughter. "Have you never grown up?" "Maybe the boy has de-aged me." Severus' smirk changed to a fond smile, and he rubbed the boy's thin arm. Her gaze turned calculating. Do you think he'd warm up to me if I? No, Snape suddenly said in a fierce tone. He wrapped his arms a bit tighter around the boy, who jumped at his tone. I'm sorry, but no, Minerva. Any obvious sign of magic sends him into a panic attack. Oh, she replied, looking puzzled. Well then, she huffed, and changed the subject, opening her dishes. I fetched this little feast from the house elves at Hogwarts. We have barley soup and bread, with some treacle pudding to finish it off. It isn't much, but I thought it would be easy on his stomach. Thank you, Minerva, Severus said. He really did appreciate the fact that he wouldn't have to cook tonight. It felt like all of the exhaustion of the last several days was all catching up with him at once. So, the woman said slowly as she ladled out the steaming soup. When are you planning to tell Albus? Severus sighed. Here it was. He handed Harry a spoon and held him closer to the table so he could eat. Casting a wary glance up at the stern woman still serving food, the boy slowly dipped his spoon into the savory broth. Go ahead and eat, Harry, the man said softly. He turned to Minerva. I really don't know when I should talk to Dumbledore, he answered her question. I had planned to tell him tonight, but you know how that turned out. The detention, got it, Minerva answered impatiently. But he's got a right to know, Severus. He stirred up the order, called in old favors, and has all of us checking up on the Dursleys. I think he is truly worried about the boy. Of course he is, Severus sneered. I just wish he had been worried about him 5 years ago and stopped those vile people from treating him like an animal, or worse. What's done is done, Minerva snapped. I can assure you that Albus would be appalled to learn of their treatment of the lad, and he has in no way condoned child abuse of any kind. Harry jerked at her raised voice and spilled soup on the table. He immediately dropped his spoon and lunged off Snape's lap, whimpering and hiding under the table. Severus threw Minerva a disgusted look, which she returned with a contrite wince. Harry? Snape called gently. He got off his chair and down on his hands and knees, peering under the table. The boy was hunched in a tiny ball, arms wrapped around his knees and body rocking minutely back and forth. His gaze was fixed on one of the table legs, and his eyes were dilated with fear. Harry, it's all right, Severus said in as gentle a tone as he could manage. Minerva is not angry with you, and you've done nothing wrong. Can you come out now so you can finish your soup? Blood, the boy whispered hoarsely, his eyes still fastened on the table leg. His nostrils flared with sudden terror. There's bee blood. You're gonna kill me. You're just pretending to be nice. What? Snape frowned. He followed the child's wild-eyed gaze and sighed when he spotted it. Apparently, he had not cleaned the table as thoroughly as he should have last night. At least one of the table legs still had dark streaks where the child's blood had dripped down from the table. Harry, Severus tried again, but the boy screamed suddenly and crawled out from under the table faster than he thought possible. Harry, stop! Severus lunged for the boy's foot, but he ended up grasping empty air. Minerva tried to catch him as well, but the boy was too quick. Harry rolled away from her hands, got to his feet, and ran. Snape tried to get up, but he banged his head on the tabletop. Blast! He growled, rubbing the knot on his head. Was it something I said? The Transfiguration professor sounded bewildered. No, he saw blood on the table leg there and thinks I'm a serial killer or something, he snarled in reply. Snape drew his wand. Point me Harry Potter, he snapped. The wand twisted in his palm like the needle of a compass and realized that the boy had run upstairs. In his condition, the child was likely to have a relapse or tear open his wounds. He shook his head in disgust at himself. Mostly. He ought to have cleaned up the mess a little better, but how was he to know that Harry would go hiding under the table anyway? He thinks you're a what? McGonagall asked. A muggle version of a ritual murderer, Severus explained, impatiently. Now stay down here while I go try to talk him down. The potions professor followed his wand upstairs and found the boy hiding under the bed in his room. He sighed and sat down on the floor just inside the bedroom, attempting to stay non-threatening. You know, he remarked drily, hiding under the bed is rather obvious, don't you think? A sniffle was his only answer. I can show you some much better hiding spots in this old house. He got 2 sniffles that time, and a muffled sob. He sighed in annoyance. Harry, if I wanted to hurt you, I would have just left you in the street where I found you. The blood you saw is your own. I put you on the table to heal you, and I tried to clean up the blood afterwards. But I see that I missed a spot. I swear that I mean you no harm. There was silence from under the bed. Severus toyed with his wand and cast a silent diagnostic spell. The boy was curled up under the bed. His heartbeat was rapid and his body temperature was rising steadily and rather quickly. One of his wounds had broken, and he was bleeding slightly. That was it. The professor got to his feet, muttered "Lumos," and took the 4 steps to the bed before he dropped on his hands and knees, throwing up the bed skirt and peering at the terrified child, using his wand as a light. You can't stay there forever, you know, he said gently. I'm sure you've hurt yourself, running up all this way. Come out and I'll have a look at it. You're gonna punish me, the boy whispered, his eyes glassy with fear. I spilled your soup and I ran away, and I'm not answering you. The child shivered and closed his eyes, fighting his tears. It's gonna be a bad one, I know. I know I'm bad. I can't come out. You're gonna punish me and I already hurt so much. Harry, Severus sighed. He set his wand down on the floor and stretched out his hand to the child. I am not going to punish you for any of those things. You're not in trouble. I'm worried about you, and I want to help you. The man faltered. But I don't know how. I don't have any children, and I'm not good with children. Harry's green eyes blinked open, and he stared incredulously at the professor. You're good, the boy whispered, his eyes filling with tears. But I'm not a good boy, I know. I'm sorry. Stop it, Snape said wearily. I don't care right now whether you're a good boy or not. I just want you to get out of there so I can examine your wounds. You broke one open, and you're bleeding. Now you can get out on your own, or I can pull you out. Which one do you prefer? Harry stared at the professor. He was scared. His heart was thumping hard against his ribs, and every shuddering beat made his entire body throb with pain. He knew he was a bad little freak and deserved to be punished. He was always punished when he ran from Uncle Vernon. But this man made such an effort to be nice. It was embarrassing. He stared at the professor, straight into his obsidian eyes, struggling to read something there. The man was concerned and worried, not angry, and Harry began to sob. He felt like an idiot, and now he was feeling guilty too. How could he have doubted the professor after all he did for him? The boy stretched out his arms to the man, and the professor's pale face looked relieved when he grabbed his arms and gently pulled him out from under the bed. Harry felt a bit dizzy, and his body was hurting again, but he sank gratefully into the man's strong arms. The bath had helped a little. It had helped so much that he must have fallen asleep and had a nightmare. The professor helped him then too, holding him and talking to him until he could remember where he was and what had happened. I'm sorry, Harry whimpered, crying harder. I'm sorry. Hush, child. It's over now, the professor said softly. I'm going to sit you on the bed and take your shirt off, all right? I need to see where you hurt yourself. Harry pulled a hand free and gestured at his back, wincing when he strained his aching shoulder. My back, he whispered. The professor paused for a second and then nodded. He gently turned Harry around and set him down on the bed before he tugged the shirt off. Harry shivered. The man's fingers were warm as they gently examined the cut on his back that had torn open. It had started bleeding when he rolled away from the lady professor. Wait here, the professor muttered. He left the room and Harry heard him clattering downstairs. He heard raised voices, but they quickly faded. Harry shivered and wrapped his arms around himself. He was going to be in trouble. He just knew it. He had misbehaved in front of the professor's guest, and after his cut was taken care of, the man was probably going to thrash him. Even nice people sometimes thrash their kids. He knew that from school. There was a boy at primary school last year who said his father spanked him for mouthing off to the vicar when he was over for dinner. Harry straightened up. The man said he wasn't going to hurt him, but that might just mean he wouldn't leave bleeding black and blue marks like Uncle Vernon did. He could take a little thrashing and he wouldn't even cry much. Or maybe the man would make him scrub the toilet with a toothbrush. That wouldn't be too bad of a punishment. He jumped when the professor came back, his arms full of bottles and bandages, and the stern-looking lady professor in blue was with him. Harry, I'm going to need Minerva's help, all right? The man looked anxious for some reason. His face was pinched and tight-looking. He held up a bottle with a little bit of green liquid in it. This medicine will close your wound, but it will be painful. She is going to make sure you don't hurt yourself more, all right? Harry shivered and tried to wrap his skinny arms around himself, ducking from the stern woman's gaze. He hadn't minded the nasty gashes before, but the thought of the lady seeing them and looking at him with pity or something worse made him blush with shame. He was a tough boy, and he didn't need anybody feeling sorry for him. The last time a lady felt sorry for him, his uncle beat him and broke his bones and threw him in the cupboard for telling lies to nice ladies. He hadn't said a thing. The nice lady at school just asked him if his relatives hurt him, and he nodded. He didn't say a word. But Uncle Vernon didn't care. Harry didn't want this woman pitying him too and getting him in trouble. "I'll be good," Harry whispered, throwing her a nervous glance. She looked so very stern and severe, but she did give him a little smile. He stared suspiciously at her, wondering where that awful pitying look was. He couldn't see it on her face. "She doesn't need to hold me down," Harry pleaded, turning his eyes to the professor, who was setting his potions and bandages down on the side table. "I'll stay still, I promise." "It will hurt badly," the professor warned him. "But if you don't want her touching you, she won't. Unless she needs to. That was my plan anyway." Harry nodded and tried to straighten his back, but pain lanced through him and he flinched, blinking at the fresh tears that burned his eyes. The professor noticed and gazed into his eyes for a second. "Do you think you can lie down on your stomach, Harry? Or would you like me to help you?" "I can do it," Harry whispered faintly. He carefully turned and lay down on his stomach, with his legs still dangling off the bed. The angle wrenched the wounds on his leg, and he whimpered at the pain. The professor caught hold of him, gently repositioned him, and then laid a gentle hand on his lower back. "I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you," he whispered firmly. "Trust me and try to relax." "Yes, sir," Harry whispered. He screwed his eyes shut and obediently willed his tense and trembling body to relax. Slowly, his muscles uncoiled and he heaved a deep breath, which made him a bit limper. He felt that he was as relaxed as he could be, and now his cuts were burning again. It wasn't bad, because the other potion was still humming in his blood and blocking a lot of the pain. "This will sting," the professor murmured. "Minerva, hold the bowl steady," he suddenly snapped. Harry flinched slightly, but the professor wasn't talking to him, so he relaxed again. The man had a quicker temper than Uncle Vernon, but he hadn't hit Harry yet, no matter how many stupid things he did. Harry winced as a cool, wet cloth started to clean the gash on his shoulder that had torn open. He bit his lip and kept his eyes closed tightly as he focused on breathing. "More blood here, Severus," the lady suddenly murmured. The man cursed softly under his breath and gently nudged Harry's hip. "You've torn the gashes on your thigh too, stupid child," the professor murmured. He sounded sad, not angry, even though he said, "stupid child." "I'm sorry," Harry whimpered. "No need to apologize, it happens," the professor sighed. "But I'm going to need to completely undress you to get to it." Harry shivered. He didn't want them to take all of his clothes off. He thought of the bruises still throbbing on his bottom and was overwhelmed with shame. Even though the professor had already seen them, he didn't want the lady teacher to see. "I'll go," the lady professor suddenly said. "Poor lad doesn't want a woman in the room when he'll be exposed like that. I'll just make sure the soup stays hot for when you're finished." "Thank you, Minerva," the professor said in an absent tone. Harry heard the door close, and the professor suddenly laid a hand on his back again. "Harry, I'm going to use some magic to take the rest of your clothes off. Don't panic, all right? Your pants will just disappear so I don't have to move you." Harry shuddered hard, his vision clouding as he heard his uncle bellowing, "There's no such thing as magic, you freak." While fiery pain lanced through his body, he heard his aunt hissing, "If I ever hear that word again, boy, you'll regret it. Do you want another punishment like last time?" He shoved it all away into the cupboard in his mind where he threw bad stuff when they got to be too much. He focused on the professor, the warm hand resting on his back, the soft, deep voice calming him down, and he took a deep gulp of air, struggling not to panic. When he could focus on reality again, he noticed that his body felt warm. He didn't sense the cool air that had chilled him before. In fact, he hardly noticed that he was now naked and that the cool cloth was cleaning his other cuts, the deep ones on the side of his stung, but it wasn't too bad. His mind drifted drowsily until he heard the professor's voice change from the soft, comforting murmurs of before. "This will hurt, Harry, but try to stay still." Harry took a deep breath. Focusing on breathing helped when he was in his cupboard, nursing his hurts and trying not to bother Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon with his whining. He felt something cool drip onto his cuts and he flinched in surprise. But the burning started almost at once, and Harry gasped. He felt like his wounds were being burned with the fire poker. His eyes watered, and he clenched his fists in the quilt until he shook, but he didn't scream. He didn't dare move. It burned so badly, but he could still notice that he smelled something weird. It reminded him a little of the time when his aunt burned his hand on the stove, but it also had another medicine-like smell that made him want to sneeze. Harry took another deep breath, but this one choked into a sob. He clenched his jaw against the scream that wanted to come out, but he knew the rules. When freaks were being punished, they didn't need to let the whole world know could take it. When Uncle Vernon had burned him that one time with the fire poker, he hadn't just stopped at one spot. He kept going until Harry could shut up and take it. He could handle this. Suddenly, he felt something cool and slimy cover the cuts, and they didn't hurt as much. The stiffness went out of Harry's body, and he let out a breathless sob, hardly able to believe that his punishment had been done so quickly. "Breathe, Harry. Just breathe. Go ahead and cry now. It's over," the professor was saying, brushing his head and dragging a blanket over him. "You were very brave. You did well." The professor paused. "I'm proud of you, Harry. You did very well." Harry cried quietly while the slimy stuff worked. Taking all the burning pain with it wasn't fast enough. "Her hurts," the boy whimpered. "I know it hurts," the professor said softly, still stroking his hair. "Can you turn this way so I can see you?" Wincing at the pain still lancing through his shoulder, the boy lifted his head and turned to face the professor. The man quickly cleaned Harry's face with a handkerchief. "Good boy," the professor murmured, peering into his eyes. "It should stop burning in a few moments, Harry. In the future, you must try to avoid tearing your wounds open again. You need to rest to let them heal. It will take a couple of weeks at least. Do you understand?" Harry nodded. "I'm sorry, Professor," he said in a croaky voice. "I won't do it again." "Good," the professor sighed. He ran his hand through his lank black hair and rubbed his eyes. "What am I going to do with you, boy?" he huffed, looking like he was about to smirk. "You're going to make me go gray early. Don't frighten me like that again, right?" Harry was not sure why the man had gotten scared, but he nodded anyway, waiting for the assignment of extra chores or other punishment. "Now, you still have food downstairs, but I don't think you should go down again until tomorrow at least," the professor said slowly. "Are you still hungry?" Harry's stomach answered for him, growling loudly. The boy blushed, but the professor smirked with amusement. "I'll get your soup," he said, dropping the quilt over Harry's back. "Rest there until I get back. Once I do, your cuts will be sealed enough for me to dress you again, all right?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied. His voice was still croaky, but he was already feeling better. The pain was not quite so awful anymore, and he actually smiled once the professor left the room. The bed was comfortable, and the quilt covering him was warm, and he felt sleepy. He heard voices in the hallway, and he strained his ears to hear better. "Done already?" That was the lady professor. "The boy, make a sound, worrisome," Harry's professor replied, his voice urgent and the words running together so that Harry couldn't understand the whole thing. "Is he all right?" the stern lady teacher asked, loudly and clearly enough that Harry could hear. The professor's reply was grumbled, and he couldn't hear very much. "Fine, but he be hungry after that. Eat his soup, if he hasn't already fallen asleep." "I'll get it. Go on back with him," the lady answered briskly. Harry heard the lady's quick clicking footsteps fade down the stairs and the professor's heavier, but quieter, tread came back into the room. Harry opened his eyes and tracked the man's movements. He watched silently as the man opened a bureau drawer and pulled out a shirt and another pair of pajama pants. He was scowling as he laid them out on the dresser and then poked them with his stick. The professor closed his eyes in concentration. To Harry's astonishment, the shirt and pants began to shrink until they were small enough to fit a small boy. Was that what he had been wearing lately? The professor was changing his own clothes so they would fit Harry? The child's eyes filled with tears again. This time, he was simply overwhelmed. This man was so good and kind. In his heart, Harry fervently swore that he would make up for all the trouble he was causing when he got all better. He would be a very good boy, and he would forget all of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's weird rules if that's what the professor wanted. He would stop jumping and flinching at everything, and he would certainly stop apologizing for everything. Unless he did something really wrong, of course. "I think your wounds should be good enough for me to bandage them now," the professor announced. He came over to the bed and tossed the shrunk clothes over the footboard. "Can I help you sit up?" Harry nodded and meekly allowed the man to bandage and dress him. He obediently drank 2 more disgusting potions. The one for his fever made him gag a little. Magically, he shivered involuntarily at the thought. A glass of water appeared in the professor's hand, and he drank the whole thing. "Thank you, sir," Harry said weakly. He felt pretty lame when that was all he could say. The man just nodded, but he seemed distracted. The professor plumped up the pillows and helped Harry sit back before he draped the quilt over his lap. Harry couldn't resist the tears this time. He covered his face with his hands and sobbed quietly. He didn't really know why he was crying now. He just felt exhausted and warm, just the tiniest bit achy, and he still felt guilty about what a stupid little baby he was being. He hadn't hid under a bed in years, nor had he cried so much in one day. "Harry, drink this," the professor said gently. The boy blindly took his hands from his face and obediently tipped his head back. He recognized the floury taste of the slimy liquid being poured through his lips, and he gulped it all down. It was the same thing the professor gave him after the bandages unwrapped by themselves. His heart stopped pounding on the bars of his rib cage, and his head stopped spinning. He sighed and leaned back against the pillows, his eyes fluttering shut. He wondered what he had been so worked up about. It hardly seemed to matter now. "Don't sleep yet," the man's voice drifted to him through the cloud of his drowsiness. "You must eat something." "Not hungry no more," Harry mumbled, feeling peaceful and comfortable and wanting to drift away. Before he knew it, he had fallen into the soft embrace of sleep. A rather short chapter, I know. This is because I posted Friday's chapter almost by accident last Tuesday. So anyway, here's another chapter just in time for the weekend. Confrontations, rated T, disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 7. Confrontations. Snape sighed as he watched the child fall asleep. Propped up on the pillows as he was, Harry's head was listing to the side. Severus muttered a spell and flicked his wand, and the boy rose up slightly before the pillows rearranged themselves, and then he came back down just as gently, lying down this time. The boy mumbled something incoherent and snuggled down more securely under the quilt. "What am I going to do with you, child?" the professor muttered aloud. He sighed and sat down in his bedside chair, gazing at the sleeping boy. He suddenly felt irrationally glad that the boy's face had been spared from the werewolf's claws. In repose, Severus was reminded of Lily at that age. Her face had been almost elfin, delicate, and sensitive. There was no doubt that the boy would be handsome one day, but right now, he looked almost feminine. He had inherited Lily's fine bone structure and the shape of her face. He had not realized until this moment how terrified he had been to raise a boy who would grow up looking like a clone of his father. James Potter had not given him any fond memories with that face of his. If Harry looked more like his mother than his father, Severus thanked fate for small mercies. It would be easier on both of them if the boy went on looking more like the Evans side of his family. "Fell asleep, did he?" Minerva's voice came from the doorway. Severus stirred himself and glanced over at the tall woman entering the bedroom. She was carrying a tray with 3 bowls of soup, some bread, and a tea set. Steam rose tantalizingly from the bowls and the teapot, and Snape suddenly realized that he hadn't really eaten much today. He nodded gratefully at her and got up to make the room a bit more accommodating to their small repast. He took a picture frame from his bureau and with a flick of his wand transfigured it into a little table. Minerva gave him an approving smile as she set the tray down, and Severus felt strangely pleased at her approval. She was a transfiguration genius, almost in the mold of himself, with potions. I'm afraid this evening was a bit much for him, Snape replied quietly. He pulled up his chair and transfigured his extra blanket into another chair for his guest. She preferred straight-backed, padded armchairs, and he made her one almost exactly like the one she favored in her office. Why, thank you, Severus, she chuckled as she sat down. But you mustn't exhaust yourself, dear boy. You've a child to care for now. I don't know how I'm going to do it, Snape admitted, serving himself some tea and stirring in the sugar. I'm sure you'll manage, the older professor responded reassuringly. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Severus muttered sarcastically. He blew on a spoonful of soup and swallowed it. He had forgotten how good the elf-made barley soup of Hogwarts actually was. So, about Albus, Minerva McGonagall gave her much younger colleague a look over the tops of her spectacles. He hated it when she did that. It made him want to squirm like an errant schoolboy again. I'll tell him sometime tomorrow, all right? He snapped, though not too loudly for fear of waking Harry. He set a stasis charm over the boy's bowl and piece of bread to keep them fresh, perhaps a trifle aggressively. Minerva suddenly laid her wrinkled hand over his smooth one. He looked up at her and was surprised to see that her normally stern face was gentle and understanding. I'll be with you, she said quietly. I won't let that man do anything that would hurt Harry. You know that. We'll figure out what's best for the lad, and it will all work out, Severus. Stop fretting yourself into a fever. I'm not fretting, Professor Snape objected sharply. He pulled his hand away from the older woman and spread butter on his bread. I am simply furious with that old meddler. If it isn't enough he manipulates me and uses my promises and emotions as means to control me, he turns his games on an innocent orphan child. You and I both warned him about Petunia, but he refused to listen to either of us. Severus, you're reading too much into this, Minerva sighed. She sipped her tea, with only a splash of milk and no sugar, as was her wont. I think I can say with full confidence that Albus had no more idea what was going on than you or I did. Harry is safe now, thanks to you, and we will find a better home for him very quickly. Albus, Dumbledore will work with us instead of alone this time, and I can assure you that I at least will be checking up on him frequently. Severus sat in uneasy silence as the woman went on. He closed his eyes briefly, lost in a painful memory, or several memories. He should have been mine, he whispered suddenly. I beg your pardon? Minerva McGonagall sounded shocked. He opened his eyes and stared resolutely into the woman's light green eyes. I could keep Harry, you know, at least until he's well enough and stable enough to be placed in a suitable family. Few houses on this earth are as well protected as mine. And Albus did say I owed Lily, he added in a snide tone. He spread his hands on his knees to hide his trembling. Severus. The woman opened and closed her mouth, seemingly at a loss. She tried again. She delicately put her cup down and folded her hands, going for the sympathetic but stern. Professor. Well, first off, it is touching that you would willingly take care of Harry after all the bad blood between you and Potter Sr. But, really, Severus, what can you possibly be thinking? You are terrible enough with school-age children. How can you expect to raise a traumatized boy all by yourself? How hard can it be? Snape shrugged, beginning to feel irritated. He knew she was right, but did she have to be so condescending about it? Severus, Minerva sighed. Harry is going to need attention, love, and understanding if he is to heal from this. The abuse from his relatives, the werewolf infection. I simply don't think you've thought it through at all. Right, I get it, Severus ground out between his teeth, his temper flaring suddenly. It was a stupid and foolish thought, impulsive enough for a Gryffindor. I'd be a terrible guardian for the boy who lived. Who knew what sort of dark curses I might end up teaching the brat? Why did I even consider such an asinine idea? He lunged to his feet and stormed out of the room, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. He knew that everything both he and Minerva had said was true, but it hurt all the same. He could not deny the strange urge that pulled at his soul to protect the helpless child. It was made all the worse, knowing that the boy would be doomed to a lifetime of prejudice and hatred on account of being shook his head bitterly, knowing it would be even worse than that, since the boy who lived was already famous. Former Death Eaters, and especially werewolves who had sided with the Dark Lord during the war, would target the boy and prey on his insecurities and medical condition to drive him into darkness. Who better indeed to help the boy than Severus Snape? Not many men had rejected the allure of the darkness as he had, but Minerva was right. He had a short temper, he was very particular, and he really disliked children. Even when he was a boy, he had not associated with many children his own age, finding them immature and stupid. He couldn't understand what he was doing teaching dunderheads how to brew potions without killing themselves or each other. If he hated it so much, it was hectic and stressful, and he routinely made cruel remarks, took points and assigned detentions unfairly, and generally made himself the most hated teacher in Hogwarts. What would it be like to have an active young boy in his home, all day, every day and night, for the next 8 years or so? He shook his head, reflecting angrily that he would likely end up turning into his father and give the boy even more trauma and hurt to deal with. Or he might just go completely barmy before the boy was 17 and end up in St. Mungo's, leaving Harry alone again. He couldn't understand what he had been thinking. The child really deserved someone better than a broken ex-Death Eater with a nasty temper to raise him. It really was for the best, Severus told himself. He tried to ignore the fact that his heart was breaking, and he angrily swallowed his tears as he descended to his potions lab in the basement. He was going to brew and stew until Minerva got tired of watching Harry sleep and came looking for him. He couldn't stand to watch the innocent child sleeping any longer, as if by simply being asleep, the boy was mocking his incompetency and stupidity. It had been many years since he had allowed his heart to open for another, and in such a short time, he had gotten crushed again. He wasn't going to try again, he swore. He had been stupid to make those promises to himself without thinking, without counting the cost. Maybe he was more like a Gryffindor than he thought. Seemed to him like more Gryffindors than Slytherins got broken hearts anyway. Severus Snape was sullen as he prepared for his classes the next morning. His conversation with Minerva McGonagall played in a merciless loop in his mind, and he had not really slept after she left. She had joined him in his lab close to midnight and coolly informed him that Harry had woken. Although the child still seemed nervous around her, Harry had allowed her to help him to eat. She then won Harry's confidence by telling him a story about his parents before tucking him in for the night. While Severus was grateful for her initiative, he could not help but feel jealous of her easy way with children. He was brusque and rather rude when he thanked her and escorted her to the flue. After she was gone, he retreated to his lab until after 3 in the morning, and when he returned to his bedroom, seeing the boy sleeping so peacefully drove him over the edge again. He had cried silently and angrily, though he would never admit it, and scolded himself for being so maudlin over the brat. He hated Potter, he reminded himself. He had resented Lily for abandoning him and marrying that bullying prat. Why should he care at all about the boy? It was regretful, of course, that young Potter was so mistreated by his relatives, but once Dumbledore knew of it and placed the child elsewhere, that would be that. The boy would be safe in a stable home, and Severus Snape could just forget about the boy's soulful gaze and entreating arms and trusting tears. He would simply put all his wild emotions down to lack of sleep and stress. He had no idea why he hadn't just taken the brat to St. Mungo's at the beginning, or so his mind attempted to convince him. Even he could tell that he was lying to himself. His first class wasn't for an hour, but it was first years. The littlest dunderheads, he sneered to himself. First years were typically more fun than other classes for him, on account that the younger ones were easier to intimidate, and they were also predictable. But somebody always managed to melt a cauldron, or make a cheeky remark that would put him into a foul mood for the rest of the mood was already soured without any mishaps yet. He was not looking forward to whatever the little idiots would manage to do today. Snape snarled and grumbled to himself as he alternated between setting out the correct ingredients and rereading the essays he should have graded last night. He absolutely hated to get behind, and the essays themselves were due back to the students at classes tomorrow. But he was distracted and angry and irascible. He had left Harry asleep with a tray of porridge and some toast on the bedside table, potions to take, and some more books, along with written instructions and a little charm around his neck that he could rub to summon Professor Snape. Severus had the matching pendant around his own neck, and it had remained dormant all morning, for which he was grateful. He was rapidly working himself up into one of his famous tempers. A note magically arrived on his desk, and Snape cursed it out loud before he snatched it up. Severus, please come up to my office as soon as you possibly can. We have a development. Albus, P.S. Have you seen this morning's Daily Prophet? Severus Snape stared at the cryptic note, and his stomach curdled in his gut. He had not looked at the paper that morning because he was in such a foul mood. Leaving his classroom and office locked and warded, he took his office flew to the headmaster's office. He arrived and dusted himself off with a quick spell before he turned stiffly to face the bearded man at the desk. "Albus," he muttered between clenched teeth. "What is it?" The old man looked every bit his 100+ years as he slowly held out a newspaper to his potions professor. Severus Snape took the issue of the Daily Prophet and impatiently shook it out, but he froze in horror at the picture and headline. Boy WHO lived gone missing. Dumbledore involved in cover-up. Under the headline was a recent-looking picture of Harry Potter, likely a school picture that had been treated with the moving picture potion. The dark-haired, bespectacled boy was standing in a plain room beside a desk that dwarfed his tiny frame. He was gazing blankly out of the picture, never moving his soulful gaze to the left or to the right, merely blinking behind his glasses every few seconds and fidgeting with his hands. He was smiling, but it looked forced and uncomfortable. It's easy to tell how thin he was even under the horribly ill-fitting clothes he wore, so much like the blood-soaked ones he had worn when Snape first found him. The reminder was like a punch to the gut which left the man gasping for air and dropping into the nearest chair. Severus quickly recovered and scanned the scathing article, written by none other than Rita Skeeter, an up-and-coming journalist whose sensationalist work was more along the lines of tabloids like The Quibbler, not an official publication like the Daily Prophet. Skeeter beseeched the public to keep an eye out for the missing boy and ruthlessly bashed Dumbledore for his unlawful actions, including but not limited to enlisting Ministry Aurors on the sly for investigations into the boy's disappearance, and then cautioning them to keep it quiet, even to the head of their department, Amelia Bones. While not strictly ethical, Severus had to agree that keeping the ministry's sticky hands out of a delicate operation like this had been a good idea. He wondered who squealed. Shacklebolt was out of the question. He was Dumbledore's man through and through, as was Moody, who was paranoid enough to keep it all to himself anyway. They were both members of the Order of the Phoenix besides, and Snape only had to assume that the old man had been forced to pull in some additional Aurors who only had meager connections to the Order, the Potters, or Dumbledore himself. "What is the meaning of this?" Snape demanded, but his tone was dull, not accusing. "Harry's disappearance has been leaked to the press," the old man replied. "While I feared it would happen, I had hoped I could control how much information would be leaked." The younger man studied the picture of the boy, blinking and staring out at him. "Where did that vile Skeeter woman get this photograph?" Dumbledore sighed wearily and folded his hands. "I can only assume she procured it from the Dursleys, or perhaps from his primary school, and had it treated with the potion to make it come alive." Professor Snape shook his head in disgust. All of his plans were falling down the drain. How was he going to tell Dumbledore about Harry now? The old man would have good reason this time to be angry with him, not to mention devastated about Harry's lycanthropy. "Do you know who talked?" the potions master asked, stalling for time. The elderly headmaster shook his head, his blue eyes dull and distant. "Moody said he would find out, but the knowledge would do us no good," he murmured. "We must still find the boy, but now that the wizarding public has been alerted, perhaps our chances of finding him have increased." Severus Snape did not answer. He cradled his forehead in one hand, staring at the newspaper in his lap, wondering how he could have ended up in such an impossible mess. He was startled by the sound of Dumbledore's office door, the grinding of the gargoyle down below. A soft bell-like chime sounded and the old man leaned back in his chair with a sigh. "Come in, Minerva," Albus called out. Snape frowned, wondering how the old man did that. It was annoying to be called into the office by name before you even introduced yourself or knocked on the door. Minerva McGonagall swept in, looking rather elegant in a russet-red teaching robe. "What is it, Albus? What's happened?" She sounded brusque and impatient, and Severus imagined that she was trying to prepare for her first class of the day. As I was before the world came crashing down, he mentally groused. Snape answered her question, rudely cutting off the headmaster before he could speak. I'm afraid we have a bit of trouble, Minerva. He tossed her the newspaper and watched her face pale when she saw the photograph and headline. She raised her eyes and glared at him. He nodded meaningfully at her, and she sighed before she dropped into a chair. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later, the Scottish woman muttered. I hope you don't mind, Severus, when I tell you. I told you so. No need to rub my face in it. Insufferable cat, Severus snapped. And like I told you last night, I was planning to tell him today anyway. He folded his hands tightly in his lap and closed his eyes. Briefly, he was dreading what he was about to do. Dumbledore was not going to be happy with him, and Severus would be ashamed of his dishonesty and former rage against the headmaster. He knew that he ought to have told the old man at the staff meeting. How could everything have gone so wrong? He hated to lose Dumbledore's trust like this. Even though he maligned the old man for being a meddling busybody, he did still respect the man and revered him as a mentor and a friend. I'm sorry, Severus, Minerva, but do I need to leave the room? The headmaster inquired politely. I fail to understand the nuances of your unspoken conversation. First of all, headmaster, Professor Snape sighed, opening his eyes and gazing earnestly into the calm, blue eyes of his mentor. I believe I owe you an apology. An apology? Albus Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, his gaze turned shrewd and suspicious. Severus, you didn't leak this story, did you? No, of course not. Severus almost laughed at his own ridiculousness. No, what I did is far worse. He rubbed his hands nervously. He glanced over at Professor McGonagall, who just gave him a stern look over her spectacles that he remembered all too well from his school days. I'm afraid I have not been completely honest with you, sir, Severus tried again, fixing his ashamed gaze on the desk rather than his mentor's face. You see, Friday night, when Harry Potter went missing, I knew all along where he was, but I did not tell anyone. He glanced up desperately, but Albus' face was expressionless. When the old man spoke, his voice was calm. You mean to tell me that Harry is alive and well, and you have been hiding him for some reason, Severus? The potion's master felt the immature urge to squirm under the calm, reproachful eyes of the headmaster, but valiantly resisted. He is alive, but not quite well, if you know what I mean, sir, and yes, I've been hiding him. Minerva found out last night and, well, he trailed off miserably, uncharacteristically too ashamed to go on. The headmaster tapped his fingertips together, his blue eyes sad and reproachful. And you did not tell me because I was afraid you would send him back to his relatives, Severus confessed, staring down at his tightly folded hands. Minerva and I both warned you not to place him there to begin with, but you didn't listen then. I did not anticipate you listening this time either. You have concerns about them, Severus? They've abused the boy. The young professor jumped to his feet and clenched his fists at his sides. They beat him, tortured him, convinced him that magic is not real, or that it's evil, or both. Vernon and Petunia don't care if the boy is dead or alive, and they've even encouraged their son to bully his cousin at every opportunity. I will not allow that child to go back there, and I don't care what your reasons are, Albus. Slow down, Severus, the headmaster said in a soothing voice. He held out his bowl of sweets. Lemon drop, he offered. Snape shook his head, feeling sick to his stomach. He knew that Dumbledore laced his office sweets with calming draught, but he couldn't stand the thought of candy at a time like this when he could barely tolerate sweets on a normal day. The boy was attacked by a werewolf, Albus, he said pleadingly. He almost died that night. A werewolf in a muggle neighborhood. How did it happen? The old man went deathly pale at Severus' revelation. A werewolf? He repeated softly. You are certain? I have treated the wounds, done the blood test, seen the Dursley brat's memory. What more do you need? Professor Snape demanded bitterly. I suppose we must wait until next full moon to be absolutely certain, but I am quite sure. The boy has been turned by a rogue werewolf, and we must figure out what to do now. I knew we couldn't let this leak to the ministry, Yet how are we going to help him deal with it? He's not even 9 years old. The headmaster shook his head silently in answer. He looked devastated and horrified. Tears began to trickle down the old man's face, which suddenly looked even older. "You did right, Severus," he said softly, surprising both of his professors. "You were right to hide the boy and care for him. I do wish you had told me, but I understand your reasoning. I gave you no indication that I did not know about how the Dursleys treated poor Harry. I swear to you both, I did not know. What are we going to do, Albus?" Minerva suddenly changed the subject, her voice soft and uncertain. "The boy is going through so much. Last night he broke down twice in less than an hour, and as his emotions become so much more volatile with the waxing of the next moon—" I know," the old man murmured. He wiped his tears and tapped his fingers on the desk as his mind went right to work. "Well, first of all, I should like Poppy to examine the boy," he said slowly. "Not that I believe you did a substandard job, Severus, but she is a very qualified mediwitch and she treated our own werewolf student years ago, as you'll remember, and I would like a chance to see Harry as well. I could also ask Remus to come by and have a talk with the boy. He's the only werewolf I would trust with a secret like this." "Remus Lupin?" Severus snarled. His body trembled with a long, remembered fear. "You can't be serious. Unless you have another werewolf acquaintance you trust, Remus is our only option, Severus," the headmaster said severely. "Besides, I am not sure you are aware that Remus is a qualified mind healer, unofficially of course. No sane wizard would sponsor a certified werewolf counselor, would they? At any rate, with the emotional and physiological issues Harry will be dealing with, having someone to speak with and confide in will go a long way to helping his mental health. Harry needs someone to be able to explain to him the changes that are occurring in his body and psychology and what is to come, in a way that a child can understand. I don't know if you know this, but Remus is very good with children." Severus Snape snorted and folded his arms. He knew the headmaster was right, but he didn't want to admit it. "Fine, but only after Harry's first transformation," he finally conceded. "We can call the wolf then, agreed? Wouldn't it be more comforting for Harry if Remus could transform alongside him the very first time?" Minerva butted in. "Why would you want to wait and put Harry through more suffering?" "No," Snape snarled. "He will form an indissoluble bond with that wolf if he transforms alongside him. Shouldn't that be desirable?" Albus asked patiently. "Harry will need somewhere to belong, a stable parental figure. Remus is nothing less than a roaming gypsy." Severus exploded. "He has difficulty holding on to any sort of job. He's a moody mess. He's always traveling. He was suicidal for years after he lost his friends. You tell me if that is an ideal, stable father figure for a vulnerable child like Harry." The old man smiled strangely and folded his hands serenely. "Then who do you suggest, Severus?" Snape sucked in a sharp breath and threw Minerva an unreadable glance. "Me," he finally said in a soft and uncertain voice. His colleagues were silent. Dumbledore arched an eyebrow at Severus, waiting for him to continue. I know I am not ideal," Snape stammered, at a loss for proper words and flustered beyond belief. "But I truly want to. I want to care for him, and I don't know, but I think Harry would like it. We have made some progress together over the last few days. It wouldn't have to be permanent, of course, just until he's stable and well enough to transition into a proper family." "I told him he's being silly," Minerva McGonagall interrupted, shaking her head in disapproval. "What can he possibly know about raising children? He isn't even very fond of children in general. I can't believe he's still holding on to the idea." "Minerva," Albus said gently, stopping her tirade, "there is much you do not know about Severus Snape. Yes, he does not know much about raising children. But then, what father does when his first child is born?" "That is quite different, Albus," the Transfiguration professor huffed. "Severus isn't going to be raising a baby, but rather he is going to be rehabilitating a sensitive, traumatized 9-year-old boy. And what's more, the son of James Potter. That boy will need attention and sensitivity and gentleness, all of which will be difficult for Severus to provide with his busy schedule and his past history with the boy's father. He may be coping now, But would he be able to do it for a few months at the longest? I swear to you that it will not turn out well. Snape scowled and folded his arms. I am still standing here, you know, he glowered. I understand all of that, and frankly, I know it's a terrible idea. The man sighed and his shoulders slumped. But I feel like I must, he said softly. I cannot explain it. There is some instinct inside me that simply screams at the thought of anyone else caring for the child. I feel like he's mine, or should be. It is confusing. I understand completely, Severus, Albus Dumbledore said heartily, his eyes twinkling just as they used to, or perhaps even more so. Severus narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the old man. Did Dumbledore know something he didn't? Probably, Severus sneered to himself. The old meddler always knows more than he lets on. What is more, the headmaster went on in a jolly tone, I am pleased and proud that you feel this way about Harry, dear boy. I had hoped you two might bond when he started Hogwarts, but this is even better. Would you be amenable to pursuing an official adoption? Severus balked and his arms fell to his sides. The old man could not be serious. He could feel Minerva gaping at both of them, but he couldn't move. He finally spluttered. Well, no, of course not. Why would you even think that? I told you that I plan to care for him temporarily. If we do not find a suitable family, and the ministry catches wind of it, Harry might very well be at the mercy of Fudge and the highest bidder, Professor Dumbledore said quietly. Severus Snape sighed and rolled his eyes. In that case, he grumbled, I suppose I would be amenable to adopting the boy, if only to keep him safe from the likes of Malfoy and the ministry, but he deserves something more than an ex-Death Eater for a parent. I merely want to care for him in my own home until a suitable adoptive family can be found for him. I am prepared to keep him for as long as I must. Severus Snape, Minerva clucked disapprovingly, her Highland accent becoming more pronounced as it always did when she was upset. Have ye lost your mind, lad? No, Dumbledore interrupted suddenly, with one of his secretive smiles. No, I believe our Severus has found his mind at last. Remus Lupin, werewolf, was a slightly built man with an untidy mop of soft brown hair on his head and a slight mustache. Like scars decorated his face, and his mild brown eyes sometimes glinted in the torchlight, looking almost gold. The werewolf roamed the corridors of Azkaban, his Patronus marching lithely at his side. Remus had difficulty in finding jobs on account of being a werewolf, so he was forced to take what work he could, no matter how distasteful. Today, he had been hired by the ministry to search Azkaban for a rogue Dementor that had been reported recently, and to deal with it. In many ways, it was a routine dark creature hunt, but it could go horribly wrong, and there weren't many volunteers for the dangerous job. Remus mentally shrugged. Whatever paid the bills was his motto. The horrible wizard prison was a nightmare in more than one way. The robed guards who floated through the halls on patrol were more terrible than any creatures of flesh and blood. The Dementors were creatures of pure darkness who fed on positive thoughts, evoking a sense of cold and hopelessness in the humans around them, forcing them to relieve their worst. Lupin kept a supply of chocolate in his pocket to help him fight off the worst effects. But even his unusually high tolerance for their presence was being tested in the depths of the prison. The corridors of the twisting towers were labyrinthine and confusing. The cries of despair and horror from the unfortunate souls imprisoned here echoed off the sheer black walls. The prisoners in the cells Remus Lupin passed cried out or sobbed with relief as the passing Patronus granted them a reprieve from the oppressive despair of the Dementors. As Remus drew nearer to the deepest cells of Azkaban, under the highest and best-guarded tower, the two Aurors at the next door glanced up from their card game. Oi, where do you think you're going? One of them bellowed. His Patronus, a silvery blue bulldog, waddled up beside him, and his companion's Patronus, a hardy beaver, sidled up on the other side. My name is Remus Lupin, the werewolf replied in a calm voice. He backed away from the aggressive guard's extended wand and held up his hands to show that he was unarmed. I was sent by the ministry to investigate the business about the Dementor that's been stirring up trouble. Oh, right, the guard shrugged and stowed his wand away. You're the werewolf they sent to take care of the Dementi problem. Sorry about that, the grizzled man grunted. He turned to unlock the huge barred gate behind him, and his silent companion with the beaver Patronus helped with the heavy bars. "We rarely go down this way," the first guard explained. "Dementors tell us anything we need to know. The elves take care of the feed-in and whatnot, and the prison guards take care of discipline issues." Remus winced. He knew about the Azkaban prison guard system. Occasionally, prisoners who had been sentenced for life were allowed extra privileges for good behavior. These prisoners patrolled the cell block they were assigned to and granted a bit more freedom. They took care of discipline among the other prisoners and reported directly to the Azkaban guards, who were different. The Azkaban guards were fully qualified ministry aurors, who were accompanied by their patronuses and allowed wands, unlike the prisoner guards. Remus knew that the prison guards abused those under their power, even though large abuses, like torture and murder, were reported by the prison's wards and severely punished. That did not stop the prisoner overseers from occasionally beating or humiliating the poor souls under their heels. "This where you know's followers ended up, most of 'em," the guard chattered on as the huge gate creaked open. "An ol' cell block o' Death Eaters. Mad as mad adders, the lot of 'em. Think ye can handle it, Gov?" "I can handle it," Remus Lupin replied. He absently stroked the head of his huge Patronus. Once the gate was open, he could hear a chorus of moans, cries, and hysterical shrieks echoing dismally off the walls. A cold wave of despair, like a damp wind, flowed out through the doorway, and all three patronuses in the corridor shivered and flickered. Remus shoved more magical strength into his Patronus and marched into the corridor, raising his wand and incanting a wordless lumos. There were very few torches in this damp corridor. On his right, as the heavy gate slammed shut behind him, two ragged, rough-looking men stepped out of a guard room. "You're the werewolf the ministry sent, yeah?" one of the men rasped. Remus inclined his head in answer and gestured at his Patronus, obviously an oversized wolf with longer canines than normal. "Where's the Dementor that's causing all this trouble?" he asked politely. "Ah, that'll be the one that patrols the upper level, Block D," the other ragged prison guard grunted. He grabbed a flickering lantern and eyed him cautiously. "This way, werewolf." Remus grimaced slightly, but he followed the prisoner. Even among the condemned, a werewolf was seen as foul and unclean. They never bothered to learn his name or use it. They just called him werewolf. Remus felt his wolf growing angrily deep down, but after the stunt he pulled last week, Remus wasn't talking to him, and he ignored the wolf's indignation. They passed a cell containing a wild-eyed man who flung himself at the bars, foaming at the mouth and cursing them. But the presence of the Patronus calmed him, and he fell against the door, sobbing wildly and begging for them not to leave. Remus did not recognize him, though he winced with sympathy for the distraught wizard. A spiral staircase of flimsy stone led them up to the next level, which was just as gloomy and depressing as the lower one. They passed more cells full of cursing occupants who sobbed or fell silent when they felt the Patronus. The ragged prisoner leading Remus also looked better, standing straighter and walking more purposefully. The Patronus exuded an aura of calm and peace, allowing the prisoners to access their happier memories if only for a moment. Even though most of these people had assisted in Lord Voldemort's rise to power and his reign of terror, Remus Lupin could not help but feel pity for their suffering. It had been a good 7.5 years since the fall of Voldemort, and for most of these prisoners, they had been here in this hellish prison for 7 long years already and had a lifetime still to look forward to. One more level up, the prison guard stopped at the top of the spiral staircase and held up his lantern, barely illuminating the extent of the dark hallway. "This it, werewolf," he grunted. "It's at the far end o' the corridor. We keep getting false reports from this un saying that a prisoner's gone, but he's right there in his cell, and the Dementor attacks us if we go near. Careful." "I will be." "Thank you," Remus replied softly as he started forward, his Patronus prowling silently at his side. His superior vision pierced the gloom of the corridor, and he could see the shadows of the cell doors. Some of the cells had windows, and he could hear the cruel howl of the wind outside. Azkaban was on a rocky island surrounded by an eternal storm of wind and driving rain, which made it difficult to approach, dangerous to apparate into or out of, and impossible to try and escape from. "Werewolf," Beware the werewolf! A woman screamed from the cell directly on his right. Her mad shrieks of laughter, combined with her shrill voice, made chills run up and down Remus' spine, and he spared the madwoman a disgusted glance before he faced forward again. "Come to play, werewolf?" the insane Death Eater shrieked, still laughing. "Bring your shiny guardian Wolfie and we'll play." He ignored the woman's insane rambling and hurried on past her cell. Remus knew her by sight, though he had never had the misfortune of making her acquaintance. It was Bellatrix Lestrange. She had been one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, and she'd been arrested after the demise of the Dark Lord for torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom into insanity. Her wild black hair framed a ghostly pale, drawn face with big, dark eyes like the staring orbs of an inferi. Remus shivered and marched forward. The temperature plunged and the werewolf stiffened as he heard the rattling breath of a Dementor close by. His Patronus stepped protectively in front of him, and his wand light flickered weakly. Remus Lupin squared his feet and aimed his wand at the darker shadow among the shadows at the far end of the corridor. "Dementor, I adjure you by your oath to guard the prison of Azkaban, speak," he shouted, his voice echoing off the walls. "What troubles you, Dementor?" There was another rattling breath, and a voice brushed his mind. It was high and cold and whispery, like death itself. "The prisoner goes, the prisoner returns, delicious memories, then not, precious sanity. I am hungry, too confusing, take care of it, must figure it out." Remus struggled against the freezing chill of the dark creature wrapping around his heart. His wolf Patronus began running circles around him to protect him from the eager Dementor's aura. "Show me the prisoner giving you problems, and I will resolve this," Remus ordered the creature sternly, drawing on the wolf's strength to keep him upright. "Dementor, I also have orders from your superiors that you are to take over the patrol of the 37th cell block, level H, effective immediately. Do you understand?" The Dementor was young and inexperienced by their standards, and the dark creature was cowed by Remus' authority, as well as the dangerous raw magic pouring off him. Werewolves had a higher tolerance for Dementor proximity than most creatures, and humans especially. Remus watched as the shrouded being considered his words and then drifted back down the corridor. The cells were warded with powerful magic to keep the Dementors from sucking the prisoners completely dry before their time was up. But in the Death Eater Tower, the wards were weak and ill-repaired, exposing these people to maddening levels of Dementor magic. Remus planned to lodge a complaint with the Ministry about that. The cell the Dementor stopped at seemed much like the others. It was a thick wooden door with thick iron bars and a little padlocked food flap at the bottom. Remus turned to the creature, already getting dizzy and shivery from the intense cold around it. "Is this it?" he asked needlessly. He groped in his pocket for chocolate and slapped a square in his mouth. It was cold and bitter, but as he chewed it, the chills seeped out of his limbs and he could see a bit clearer. The cries and screams of his worst memories drifted away again just to the edge of hearing. The Dementor inclined its head and touched the werewolf's mind with its icy voice. "Prisoner, sane, goes and comes. I will go now. New patrol? You resolve this." "I'll resolve it," Remus assured the creature. He gestured and his Patronus followed, pushing the Dementor further away. "You have done your duty, now go." The Dementor turned and floated away. The prisoners in the cells, which the shrouded creature passed, moaned or wailed in despair as the Dementor's presence leached what little comfort they had received from Remus Patronus. Remus Lupin increased the light of his wand and peered into the cell. The top half of the sturdy door was made up of thick metal bars, with barely enough space to stick an arm through. It was reinforced with magic, and the iron bars were slowly rusting away. The cold stone cell was rectangular, longer than it was wide. At the far end was a cot with the foot facing toward the door, and a table and chair. He could see the magically emptying chamber pot under the narrow bed, and a neatly folded bundle of blanket, sheet, and pillow resting on top. On the table was a wash basin, pitcher, and a cup for drinking. In all, it was basic, but the prisoner would not lack anything necessary here, except maybe a shower. Some of the better Azkaban cells were connected to communal showers, and there was more room for socializing, and more time between Dementor patrols, But up here, comfort was minimal. These were the worst criminals, and they were given only the necessities to stay alive. No more. Remus swept the cell with his eyes, wondering where the prisoner was hiding. He didn't see either a man or a woman in the cell. Could it be that the prisoner had smuggled in an invisibility cloak? Well, Remus reflected on second thought. That wasn't likely. The Dementor should still be able to sense the prisoner through the cloak. "Where are you hiding?" he finally demanded aloud. He kept his voice low and firm, not wanting other prisoners to overhear. But he hoped that the prisoner wasn't going to force him to call the Aurors so they could open the cell door. That would be a hassle, and he was already cranky and ready for lunch. "Show yourself," he ordered, brightening his light just a bit. A pair of glittering eyes appeared under the bed, behind the chamber pot. Carefully, Remus lowered the uncomfortable brilliance of the Lumos charm and gestured with it. "Come out," he said firmly. "I need to ask you some questions." He expected an emaciated man or woman to come crawling out from under the cot. Instead, a big black dog wriggled out instead, its body rail thin and trembling. Remus opened his mouth in horror as the dog shifted before his eyes to become an emaciated, rag-clad man with matted black hair and beard. His calm blue eyes were startling in his sunken face. Remus actually jerked back in alarm. "Mooney," the man whispered hoarsely. He stepped forward with something like hope glittering in his dull eyes. "Ah, the plot thickens. Now that Dumbledore knows about Harry's condition, things will start to speed up, and we also have 2 more players entering the stage. The last of the Marauders. Stay tuned, as I plan to post the next chapter on Wednesday as soon as I can clean it up. There are some things I'm still tweaking with Mooney and Padfoot's reunion. Let me know what you think. I am unbelievably grateful for your reviews. They encourage me to post far quicker than I otherwise might. Hint, hint, Marauders Bond. Rated T for all the baggage that comes with an 8-year-old victim of child abuse and a werewolf bite. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Last time, on Child of the Dark Moon, carefully, Remus lowered the uncomfortable brilliance of his Lumos charm and gestured with the wand. "Come out," he said firmly. "I need to ask you some questions." He expected an emaciated man or woman to come crawling out from under the cot. Instead, a big black dog wriggled out instead, its body rail thin and trembling. Remus opened his mouth in horror as the dog shifted before his eyes to become an emaciated, rag-clad man with matted black hair and beard. His calm blue eyes were startling in his sunken face. Remus actually jerked back in alarm. "Mooney," the man whispered hoarsely. He stepped forward with something like hope glittering in his dull eyes. Chapter 8, Marauders Bond. "Don't call me that," Remus Lupin snarled, taking a hasty step back from the cell of Sirius Black. "Don't ever call me that, you traitor." The black-haired man flinched, but he stepped closer anyway until he stood by the door, squinting at his old friend against the wavering wand light. "Remus, then," the man said wearily. He leaned against the cell door and wrapped his thin, trembling hands around 2 of the bars. "Or, Lupin, what sort of questions are you asking?" Remus steeled himself and flicked his glowing wand at his Patronus, wordlessly ordering it to keep any Dementors away for a few moments. He took a deep breath, but he could not hold back the tide of emotion and memory that swamped his mind and overwhelmed him. Brought face to face with his former friend, a man once closer to him than any brother, unleashed a host of emotion that caused his Patronus to blaze suddenly, much brighter than before, and then to fade, almost disappearing. The man in the cell watched as his old friend's Patronus rapidly shifted strength, and he shouted in alarm. Remus shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, fighting the trembling that seized his limbs and the ice-cold sensation in his chest. He had not had a panic attack in years, but it seemed like that was what was happening. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't breathe, and his limbs felt terribly weak. He felt like the world was coming to an end. He was going to die in Azkaban. "Remus!" the prisoner cried out, watching his werewolf brother sway on his feet. "Stay here, Remus. Don't go anywhere," he ordered, racking his brain to try and remember how he and James used to talk their nervous friend down from a full-blown panic attack. The best way to defeat a boggart he blurted out as the presence of his friend's Patronus allowed him to remember that particular game they had invented. "A ridiculous jinx," Remus rasped, still gasping for air. "Good, good. And the cure for a petrifying curse?" "A mandrake root, extracted into a potion at the full moon." The werewolf blinked as his control came back and his breathing eased. "Very good," the prisoner said in a soothing tone. "List the ingredients of a calming draft. Flobberworm slime, chamomile flowers, lavender petals, immature pixie wings." Remus trailed off as he realized that he had been obeying orders from a prisoner of Azkaban. He shook himself free of the last bits of his almost panic attack and took a deep breath. "Better?" Black asked anxiously. "I don't want you passing out on me down here. They'll probably give me the kiss if they think I had anything to do with it." "Shut up," Remus hissed furiously, leveling his wand at the man with a shaking hand. "You're changing into your animagus shape to avoid the Dementors, aren't you?" he accused. The man nodded, his eyes suddenly growing haunted. "I had to do something, Lupin," he said hoarsely. I was losing my mind. I couldn't take it. Nobody notices when I transform. So I kept doing it. To stay sane, you understand?" The man's blue eyes filled with tears, and he gazed beseechingly at his old friend. "Please, Remus, don't tell them. If they put me in an animagus cell for life, I'll lose my mind. I'll forget them. I'll forget everything. Please don't tell anyone. Please." Remus stared at the emaciated prisoner. Almost everything in him wanted to go down right now and tell the Aurors to animagus-proof Sirius Black cell or move him. But those blue eyes were so full of hope and fear that he simply couldn't. His heart was breaking. Combined with his last full moon and what he read in the newspaper today, he was just having a very bad week. "I won't," Remus whispered faintly. I should tell them, he clarified with an angry scowl. "But I can't." He shivered and blamed the chill of the prison, not his overwhelming emotions, for whatever came over him. "Thank you," Black whispered. "I can never repay you for this, Remus. Thank you so much." Remus took a deep breath and reached into his pocket. The chill of this place was making him break out in cold sweat. After he threw a square of chocolate in his mouth, he impulsively stepped forward and shoved another square through the bars into Black's mouth. The man looked shocked, but he chewed the chocolate slowly. A bit of color returned to his ghostly face, and he smiled a little shyly. "Thanks," Sirius Black whispered, looking relieved and a little more coherent. He rested his forehead against the bars and peered earnestly at his old friend. "I didn't do it, he added. Remus jerked and gave his old friend a murderous scowl. "Didn't do what?" he growled. "Didn't betray them," Black clarified in a soft, heartbroken voice. "It was my fault, but I didn't, that is, I wasn't secret keeper at the end. You've got to believe me, Remus. I'd never break the Marauder's bond like that. Never." "Liar," Remus muttered, thumping his forehead against the clammy tower wall. He was suddenly too tired and filled with grief to fight anymore, and some part of him actually longed for closure with Black. Against his better judgment, he kept talking. "You were tried and found guilty, and here you are. Don't interpret my characteristic compassion for the miserable as condoning your betrayal, Black." The man winced and his eyes overflowed with tears again. "I'm innocent, Remus, truly I am," he whispered pleadingly. "Please, believe me. I wrote every day for 2 months, begging them for a trial. One day the guards just came and moved me up here with the crazies. I never saw the Wisengamot. I never even got Veritaserum, even though I begged for it. You've got to believe me, Remus. I never got a trial, and I swear on my life and magic that I didn't do anything." "You killed poor Peter," the werewolf whispered, heartbroken all over again. "You killed him and 13 innocent bystanders. Even if you didn't betray the Potters, you're still a murderer." Sirius Black growled like an angry dog and kicked the cell door with his bare foot. "Peter isn't dead," he snarled quietly. "He transformed right in front of me and ran off. I didn't cast a single spell, but nobody even bothered to use Priori Incantatem on my wand. When I figure out where the little rat is hiding, I'm breaking out of here and hunting him down The filthy traitor. He framed me. That's what he did. Clever little bastard. When I get my paws on him, he'll be sorry." The werewolf stared at his former friend, hardly able to believe that this lunacy was actually coming out of the man's mouth. "You're insane," Remus Lupin declared quietly. Black shrugged sadly and licked his lips, likely still savoring the last bitter taste of Remus' strong chocolate. "So, have you got the crosswords from the Daily Prophet?" he asked casually. "At any rate, I can rack my brains out for a few days over it, and that should keep Padfoot away for a little while." Remus scowled at the prisoner, wondering if the man was joking. The serious Black he knew used to tease Lily about the Daily Prophet crossword puzzles she loved to do. Black wasn't really a wordsmith, but the crosswords might actually keep him focused and busy for a while. Remus didn't know why, but he pulled his rolled-up newspaper out of his deep coat pocket and passed the whole thing through the bars. He waited for Black to open it and see that Harry had gone missing. Somehow, the man's reaction to that would be more telling than anything. But Sirius Black merely murmured thank you and held it tightly. He didn't open it. "You might want to take a look at today's headline," Remus commented as he turned to leave. "You might find it interesting." He shrugged. "Or you might not care. I have to go." As he was marching down the winding stairs amid the groans and mad mumblings of the prisoners, Remus was startled by a howling scream from above, like an animal being killed. "Remus!" the voice howled. "Get back here, you bastard. You can't just say that and leave. Come back. What in hell is going on?" Remus Lupin turned to the inner wolf by default. "Think we should go back?" "Oh, you're talking to me again?" The wolf snarled. "Well, you can go back to talking to yourself, because I'm not talking to you either." "Fine," Remus threw back, continuing his trek back to freedom and the light. Let Black write a letter, if he was so inclined. He had no wish to march back up and get his head bitten off. But maybe the fire of rage and worry would keep Black alive and sane, if only out of indignation, for some time. Remus needed to check with the Ministry and Dumbledore about several things first before he engaged Sirius Black in another conversation. The man's words had made him very uneasy indeed. Harry sat in the middle of the big bed, poring over a thick, shiny book entitled Bubble, Boil, Toil, and Trouble, an alphabetical compendium of widely used potions, their ingredients, and their origins. He was really enjoying it. Having finished the A's, he was now reading about bezoars. He thought it was kind of gross and kind of fascinating that something a goat made in its stomach and, pooped out, could be used to counteract poisons. The little boy giggled softly at the moving picture in the book that kept showing a pair of gloved hands digging through a heap of goat manure and pulling out a dirty little oval thing like a small, lumpy egg. He enjoyed all of the pictures in this book, which wasn't at all like the gardening books Aunt Petunia had. The pictures actually moved. One of his favorites had been the Amortentia potion. The picture of the actual potion sparkled colorfully like Kool-Aid, and the amorous bees in the picture of the potion's ingredients were really buzzing around the narcissus blossoms, also used in the potion. Though he wasn't sure how useful a love potion would be, unless you were trying to make somebody look like an idiot. But despite the confusing bits, it was all fascinating stuff, and the recipes worked like cooking. He wondered if he might be able to cook potions that did all of these amazing things. He was a pretty good cook, and he could follow recipes really well. Aunt Petunia hadn't complained about his cooking skills in weeks, and that meant he was really good. Only he couldn't follow any of the recipes because he wasn't sure what Widdershins meant. He didn't know what a lot of the words meant, and the professor hadn't given him a dictionary. Harry yawned suddenly, and his stomach growled hungrily. He was feeling better today, with only a little bit of itchiness and weariness to complain about. Absently, Harry reached out for the bowl of grapes and the crackers that the professor had left for him on the breakfast tray in case he got hungry later. He didn't know when the professor was coming back, or even if he would be around for lunch. The professor, despite being so nice and patient last night, was grumpy and quiet this morning. He didn't say much beyond a few grunted words, even preferring to leave a note for Harry on the tray, instead of just waking him up and telling him to eat his breakfast and take his medicines. Harry had been pretending to sleep, but he was watching the professor grumble and mutter under his breath as he moved around the room. Harry had decided it was safest to stay asleep, knowing how bad it was when grown-ups were grumpy or angry around him. They didn't mean to take things out on him, he knew, but if he was silent and invisible, he wouldn't annoy them. Once he woke up, he took the weird necklace off and dumped in the drawer in the bedside table. It was a flower, which was kind of odd, but wearing things around his neck made him nervous. Dudley once fancied himself a cowboy from the American television shows and made Harry his victim when practicing his lasso moves. Ever since then, Harry eyed ropes or similar things the same way people eyed snakes. He wasn't even sure how the thing had ended up around his neck in the first place. The professor hadn't even touched him. It must have been magic, the boy concluded, though he shivered a little at that thought. Glancing over at the neat row of empty bottles on the nightstand, Harry was confident that he had done everything the professor had asked him to do, and he wouldn't get in trouble later. He had even stayed in bed all day, even though in the morning, after he took the nasty bitter one for pain, he had really wanted to get up and go clean the kitchen or something. He sighed and shifted his position before he flipped the page in his book. He ate his grapes distractedly and stared at the moving picture of the next potion. Biggering potion was interesting in that it made things larger for a set period of time. It was applied topically on objects, but could be ingested, despite health risks. Notes at the bottom pointed out that the biggering potion was more widely used in pranks, since it wasn't a very practical way to temporarily enlarge things. The best way, the book noted, was to use a carefully controlled engorgo charm. Harry crinkled his nose in confusion and flipped to the next entry, birth ease. He knew a little about how babies happened, but he didn't want to think about such an icky subject. He once asked his uncle, and the man's gleeful and awfully graphic description made him want to throw up. But he still didn't quite understand how that made babies, or where the baby came from later when it was born. Harry shook his head in bewilderment and shut the book, unable to take any more confusion. His head throbbed and his eyes ached from reading so long. He finished his grapes and crackers and curled up under his quilt for a nap. When Harry woke up, it was because that weird whooshing noise had sounded downstairs. Harry had learned by now that it meant someone was in the house. He wasn't sure what the noise was made by, because if it was a door, it was the weirdest sounding door in the world. Groggily, Harry sat up. A strange-looking wolf walked in through the door, but Harry recognized it at once. His chest clenched in fear. It was the shaggy, brown one that had attacked him. Harry screamed in horror and panic, and he threw the heavy potions book at the beast. The book sailed in slow motion through the air, and the wolf didn't even blink. Nothing seemed real. The very air felt feverish and thick. Was he dreaming? "Come to me, cub," the wolf called in an eerie voice. The doorway suddenly led to a dark forest. Strangely, Harry felt a strong pull toward the woods and to the wolf, and he kicked off the quilt, meaning to follow. "Come to me. Where you belong, my cub," the wolf called again. It turned and vanished into the forest, and Harry tried to call after it, but his throat hurt. "Come back," the boy croaked. "Please, don't leave." "Harry?" Harry jerked awake, for real this time. A hand was touching his shoulder, and he looked up into the tired face of the professor. He felt shaky and feverish, and his head felt light, like it was floating. His bones ached terrifically, and he groaned before he could stop himself. "Are you in pain?" the professor asked tersely. Harry winced. So he was still grumpy, then? The man pulled out his stick and started waving it around, watching Harry for an answer. Harry nodded hesitantly, since his teeth were clenched tightly together so he wouldn't start bawling like a baby again, and that meant he couldn't speak. "I'm afraid I cannot give you anything for the pain," the professor said with a frustrated sigh. "What I have won't help you. In fact, a pain potion will make your pain worse right now." "I'm sorry. I'm all right," Harry managed to grit out. "Bones hurt," he added with a pathetic whimper. What's wrong with me, Professor? Am I dying?" "Certainly not," the professor growled. "Not if I have anything to say about it. Could you manage some tea? If you drink something warm, it might help those aches and pains." Harry nodded obediently, hating the pathetic tears that burned his eyes. He was just fine before he fell asleep, so why did he feel so awful now? The professor left the room, and Harry closed his eyes and tried to concentrate on something beyond the agony pulsing in his bones. He was drifting somewhere between sleeping and waking when he heard the eerie voice again, this time barely more than a whisper. "You belong with me, cub." Harry jerked and his eyes sprang open. His heart was pounding and the wounds on his chest throbbed in time with his violent heartbeat. Was he going crazy? Or maybe he was dying. The wolf thing was angry that Harry wasn't dead yet, and now it was haunting him like a grim reaper. Harry shuddered and fought uselessly against the frightened tears that ran down his face. Trembling and silently crying, Harry truly wondered what was wrong with him. He always used to heal quickly back when he lived with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, but he kept having painful relapses, even though he was taking medicine and everything. Maybe he'd caught rabies, and he was going to die a stark raving lunatic. By the time the professor came back with the tea tray, Harry had worked himself into a grief-fueled panic. The man looked both irritated and worried to see his tears and shakes, and once he set the tea tray down, he rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Does it hurt that badly?" he asked in a surprisingly gentle voice. Harry threw caution to the wind and launched himself into the professor's arms, clinging to him tighter than he had last night after his flashback in the tub. "I don't want to die," the child wailed. "I don't want rabies." He sobbed passionately, clutching Professor Snape like he was the world's last hope, and indeed, to Harry, the man did feel like his lifeline. "Hush, child, calm yourself," the professor said firmly, but he hugged Harry back and held him. Harry began to calm down when he felt the gentle hand rubbing circles on his back, and his sobs subsided to hiccups. He was rather glad that the professor didn't make him drink the slimy, flowery potion again. It felt better to be able to just cry his tears out and rest limply in the professor's strong, solid arms. "Are you calm now?" the professor suddenly asked, his voice muffled because Harry's right ear was pressed against the man's chest. He smelled like spices and bitter fumes and sweat, but it was such a nice scent. He would never get tired of it, and he didn't want kept his eyes shut and nodded, but he didn't move or loosen his death grip on the man's shirt. He could hear the professor's steady heartbeat and his lungs when he breathed, and combined with the man's unique smell, Harry realized at once that he had calmed because he felt safe here. The professor kept him safe. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry whispered, still not daring to let the man go. He sniffled and very nearly started weeping again, but the man suddenly raised his hand from the boy's back and began to stroke his hair. "Why don't you tell me why you are so upset?" the professor said quietly. "I will listen." Harry gulped and sniffled again. His nose was running, but he didn't want to move his head. The professor's heartbeat and breathing were solid and kept him safe. "I'm dying of rabies, aren't I, Professor?" Harry whispered. "That's why I'm not getting better, and I'm going crazy and getting haunted by the wolf, right, sir?" The professor froze and Harry squeezed his eyes tighter, shut as more tears leaked down his cheeks. "I don't want to die, Professor," he sobbed. The man sighed and set his hands on Harry's shoulders before gently, but firmly, pushing him back so they could see each other's faces. Reluctantly, Harry released the professor's shirt and lifted his head. The professor grimaced at the sight of his face and found a handkerchief in his pocket to clean away his tears and snot. "Mercy, child," the professor muttered. "You are enough to try the nerves of a saint. You know that?" "I'm sorry, sir," Harry choked, scrubbing at the fresh tears that ran down his face. He had been foolish and weak, and now the professor was annoyed with him. Harry hoped that the man would just leave him be and wouldn't lecture him or punish him. He was so fragile right now that he knew he couldn't handle anything remotely difficult. "You are not dying," the professor said in a very serious tone. "Look at me, Harry." Harry obeyed and looked directly into the man's dark, fathomless eyes. "You are not dying," the professor repeated slowly and emphatically. "Do you hear me, child? I dislike repeating myself, and I will not tolerate a fatalistic fit of despair again. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, feeling confused and relieved at the same time. "Yes, sir," he replied on a very tiny voice. "Repeat what I just told you," the professor ordered him sternly. I'm not dying," Harry whispered, unable to fully comprehend the words. "I'm not?" "No, you are not." The professor sighed in exasperation and tightened his grip slightly on Harry's shoulders. "You are very ill and still recovering, and you will be sick for the rest of your life. but I can assure you that your chances of dying anytime before you turn 200 are very slim indeed. Harry blinked in disbelief. Did the professor just tell him he might live to be 200 years old? That was impossible, wasn't it? But what's wrong with me? Harry pleaded, hating the fresh tears and burned down his cheeks. Why will I be sick all my life? The professor sighed and let go of Harry's shoulders. He sat down carefully on the bed beside the boy, and Harry looked up at him in confusion and apprehension. The man looked suddenly older and so very tired. His eyes were both sad and angry, but Harry knew somehow that the professor wasn't angry with him. Not anymore. Have you ever heard of werewolves? The professor asked slowly, still not looking at Harry. When Harry didn't answer, the man turned and arched his eyebrows expectantly at him. I think so, sir, Harry replied in a hoarse, croaky voice. They're guys that turn into wolves and kill people. I think they can only get killed with a silver bullet. The professor frowned and rubbed his chin with his hand. He muttered, looking bemused. Well, close enough. The man shook himself and focused on the buttons of his coat, stroking one of them with his finger while he talked. Werewolves are interesting creatures, to say the least. The werewolves that are around are well known among the magical community, and they're feared as well. Once a month, werewolves transform from their human bodies to that of a wolf, and they lose control of their mind and human faculties. A werewolf under the full moon is a cunning, dangerous beast, and they can, and do, attack people. The professor sighed and looked up at Harry, dropping the coat button. He raised his hand and reached out, resting it on Harry's head. His dark eyes were intense as he spoke his next words, softly and firmly. People who are bitten by a werewolf and survive become werewolves as well. Every full moon for the rest of their lives, they then transform into a wolf and lose their human mind. They become capable of making other werewolves as well. Why? Harry whispered, a terrible feeling clawing itself out of his throat. The professor wasn't saying what he thought he was saying, was he? Why do werewolves thirst for blood? The professor asked with an arched eyebrow. When Harry didn't reply, the man sighed and dropped his hand to the boy's shoulder. No, you're asking me why I'm telling you this, aren't you? Harry nodded hesitantly. He was terrified of the answer, but he had to know. He had to know for sure if he really was a monstrous freak like his uncle and aunt always said. Harry, the professor said softly, when I found you, you were almost dead. I knew then that you had not been injured by a normal animal, but I wasn't sure what had hurt you. I performed tests and I watched you carefully, but I'm afraid there is no doubt. I'm sorry, but you've been infected by a werewolf. I'm terribly sorry about what has happened, but I have done my best, and you will be in some pain for the rest of the month, until your first transformation. After that, the rest of your recovery ought to be swift. Harry couldn't move. He could barely think. This was worse than his worst nightmare. He was a monster. It would have been better if the dog-wolf, the werewolf, had just killed him. For an instant, he wanted to hate the professor for saving his life, but the shame that quickly followed made his throat feel tight with tears again. The professor had saved his life and taken care of him. He had no right to be mad at the man for doing something so selfless and good, even if it might have been better for everyone if he just died. Harry, the professor prompted him gently, what are you thinking? Harry gulped on his tears, but suddenly, they flowed down his cheeks and he felt his face twisting in pain, emotional and physical. He covered his hot face with his hands and sobbed. I wish I was dead, he wailed. I'm sorry, sir, for all MIT trouble, for being a monster. Stop that. Listen to me. The professor grabbed Harry by the arms suddenly, and his voice was sharp and harsh. Listen, Harry, and look at me. Please. Harry obeyed, struggling in vain against the awful tears still pouring out of his burning eyes. You must not wish for your death, the professor said in the sternest voice Harry had ever heard from him. You must never think that the world would be better without you, or that death will ease your pain. Death is not the answer. It rarely is. Are we clear, Harry? Harry nodded, wide-eyed and bewildered. But sir, he stammered, but the professor cut him off and kept talking. I do not regret saving you, and despite what you are now, I will never think of you or call you a monster. Did you not hear me? I said you have been infected by a werewolf. You are sick, and you will carry this sickness with you all your life. I want to help you to manage it, to live with it, and to protect others from it. I will help you, but you must accept my help and trust me. Can you do that, Harry? This time, Harry did not nod right away. He stared up into the man's eyes, burning with intensity like black flames. He took a deep breath and realized that the professor's passionate lecture had shocked him out of his tears. He could smell the professor's scent, so close and warm and safe. And Harry closed his eyes as he nodded. He would trust this stern, scowling man who saved his life, and he would not ever wish he was dead again. He really didn't want to die now. It just might have been more convenient if… No, he had to stop that train of thought. He would trust the professor. He had to. He had nobody else to trust. Harry nodded again and took deep gulps of air to stave off the fresh tears. He breathed in the professor's scent of herbs and sweat and other things he couldn't identify, and he was surprised that this man had come to represent safety to him. In another lifetime, he would have shied fearfully away from this professor. But now he realized that somehow he did trust the professor. He had never trusted an adult before. But then, no adult had ever cared enough about him to tend his hurts, make him take his medicine, and talk to him. It felt natural, and it felt right. He had never realized before how badly he wanted to trust someone to take care of him. Would the professor be terribly offended if he called him dad every now and then? Harry wondered, because this was probably what having a real dad felt like. To Harry's surprise, the man gently pulled his trembling form into his strong arms and held him for what felt like a very long time. Harry relaxed in the man's embrace and let out a long sigh. For some reason, he felt like he was home. "I'll trust you, sir," Harry whispered, just in case the professor missed his nodding before. "Thank you, child," the professor whispered back, stroking his hair. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Just please tell me he's safe." Remus Lupin stood in Headmaster Dumbledore's office clad in his threadbare robes, frantic with worry. The old man was getting on his last nerve. He was having difficulty restraining himself from grabbing the headmaster by the lapels and shaking the answer out of his maddeningly cryptic mouth. "Yes, Harry is safe," Albus Dumbledore replied serenely. "There is nothing for you to worry about, dear boy." Remus and his wolf both growled ferociously. "Don't dear boy me," the werewolf snarled, clenching his fists as he struggled to rein in his temper. "I'm asking simple questions, and I want simple answers. Why won't you tell me where Harry is and what happened to him? Why won't you explain what I saw in the Daily Prophet this morning?" The old bearded headmaster sighed and folded his hands atop his desk. "My reasons are many, dear Remus." He smiled apologetically at his slip-up. "I cannot tell you where Harry is right now because you don't even know where he is, right?" Remus Lupin exploded. He slammed his fists down on the desk. "Tell me where's the last place he was seen, and I'll track him down. You know I will. I'll make the bastard who took him pay for this, whether he's wizard or muggle." "Remus, I beg you to restrain yourself," Dumbledore said gently. "Rein in your temper and listen to me. Now, I cannot tell you where Harry currently is because his guardian requested that I keep his location a secret, and I heartily agree. Harry was never kidnapped, but he was hurt badly. A passerby found him, took him in, and cared for him, and the child is, sadly, still recovering. I have permission to allow you to meet with him next month." "Next month?" Remus scowled. He rapped his knuckles impatiently on the desktop. "But why?" "Dear son, I am afraid I cannot answer that," Albus Dumbledore replied in a soft, regretful tone. "You will understand all when you see the child, though, of that I am certain." Remus flopped into a chair, his energy and temper spent. All that was left now was a raw wave of grief. "I ought to have checked on him every now and then," he moaned softly, cradling his head in his hands. "I abandoned James and Lily's child. I should have done something." "And what would you have done, Remus?" the ancient headmaster asked gently. "You were in no shape to raise a child after they died. You could not have done anything." I still should have done something," the werewolf repeated stubbornly. How could he explain to the headmaster that he had broken the marauder's oath when he forgot about Harry and wallowed in his own grief instead? The four of them, mere children at the time, had sworn to be faithful and true, to care for one another, and to regard each other's kin as their own. Prongs, Padfoot, Mooney, and Wormtail had been closer than brothers, as close as packmates. But in one night, one fell swoop, Remus Lupin lost his three closest friends and his will to live. Sirius Black broke the oath and betrayed James and Lily to their deaths, and then he went and hunted down poor little Peter, who never hurt anyone. With James and Peter dead, and Sirius in Azkaban for life, Remus Lupin did not even think of his surrogate godson. He did not think of anyone but himself as he fled into the wilds of Siberia and joined a wild werewolf pack to drown his grief in the howls of the lost. But that didn't last long. Once back in civilization, Remus turned to drink and found out just how much it takes to get a werewolf drunk to the point of collapse. So many hours he spent alone in an apartment staring at his wand and wondering if it was possible to Avada Kedavra oneself. He even stood on bridges in Muggle cities, wondering if a werewolf would die if dropped from such a height. He survived 3 suicide attempts with Muggle weapons before the Muggles locked him up in an institution, but he broke out. An old friend spotted him about to step into heavy traffic on the Autobahn in Germany and literally dragged him back to England, where he slowly learned to live again. It was 3 years after that Halloween night before he even thought to ask about the famous boy who lived. How is Harry? Is he safe? Dumbledore gave him the same answers then as he was getting now. He's safe, don't worry about him. I can't tell you where he is, etc. The old man was tiresomely secretive, Remus thought with a heavy sigh. But it was probably with good reason. So who leaked the story to the press? The werewolf demanded, his blood roiling at the thought of wreaking his vengeance on someone else. I do not know, nor do I want to know, Headmaster Dumbledore replied sternly. I have already given one interview today regarding my, cover-up. I don't want to be forced to give another on my apparent need for assassins. Remus almost smiled at the man's humor, but he had to admit that Dumbledore was right. If he went after the leaker, the blame would fall squarely on the old side, and decided to bring up his other subject. All right then, so tell me why Sirius Black never got a trial. The old man blinked at the swift subject change. Didn't he? He said mildly. He didn't, and you know it, Remus growled, his temper rising again. I wasn't even in the country at the time, but I asked a few people. They all said the same thing. So, why didn't he get one? Even Barty Crouch Jr. got a trial, and we all know what he did. Dumbledore sighed and folded his hands. The reasons are myriad and complicated, the old man said quietly. I did attempt to have the Wisengamot give him a trial, but it was right at the end of the war, you know. There are plenty of Death Eaters in Azkaban who did not receive trials either, like the Lestranges and the Caros. Didn't the Aurors even interrogate him? Remus snapped. Did they at least get a confession with Veritaserum? Or did they just throw him in prison? Remus, dear boy, we have been over this, the old man said sadly. Sirius Black was the secret keeper. The Potter's location was revealed to the Dark Lord. Ergo, they were betrayed by their secret keeper. And even worse, the man was found laughing in the middle of the street, with 13 dead muggles and 1 dead wizard beside him, and bystanders clearly heard poor Peter cry out that Sirius had betrayed James and Lily. The Wisengamot considered that plenty of evidence to convict him, just as they considered the tortured Longbottoms to be enough evidence to put the Lestranges and Caros and Crouch Jr. in Azkaban. Remus Lupin shook his head in disbelief. Have you ever heard of circumstantial evidence? He demanded. Say someone in some Muggle town like, I don't know, Little Whinging, gets bit by a werewolf, and I happen to be staying nearby that night. You won't just throw me in Azkaban because I happen to be the one most obviously the perpetrator. No, every wizard, even a werewolf, has the right to a fair trial, to be heard, and they have the option to submit to Veritaserum. Sirius Black begged to be given Veritaserum and insisted on his innocence all the way to prison. Yet nobody raised a finger to get him a trial. What is wrong with you? As I said, the reasons are many, and they are complicated, Dumbledore repeated patiently. By the way, were you near Little Whinging last full moon? How could you just abandon Sirius like that? Remus Lupin threw back and paused at Dumbledore's second question. Yes, actually I was, he answered with a frown. My magical core was low, so I couldn't apparate. But I had to do some shopping and Little Whinging was close. I holed up in an old shack in the woods about 10 miles from the town, though. I'm not that stupid. I see, the old headmaster said slowly. And you are certain that the wolf didn't leave the shack? Well, Remus flushed guiltily. Truth be told, I woke up in the woods about 2 miles from the shack. I guess the wolf got hungry. He killed an owl and a rabbit. That's all the wolf killed? I'm pretty sure. Hey, why are you interrogating me like this? Did somebody get bit by a werewolf in Little Whinging last full moon? The headmaster of Hogwarts adjusted his spectacles and seemed to think carefully before answering. There was something odd that happened there last full moon. That's all, he said slowly. But you may want to make your wolf give up his memory of the night, so you can view it in a pensive, just to be sure. You may use mine if you can get the memory. Remus Lupin felt a chill of fear rush up his spine. His wolf gave off a sense of snarling at him to back off, and that solidified Remus' resolve. Right, he murmured, and shook himself, coming back to the issue at hand. But can you at least tell me why you didn't get Sirius a trial? Were you so certain of his guilt? Then, did you even speak to him? The old man suddenly looked ancient. He sighed and looked down at his hands, folded on his desk. I had to choose, he said softly. The Wisengamot was pressed for time, and I had to choose. I chose Sirius because of you all those years ago. I decided that I would choose differently this time. Remus was silent for several minutes while he puzzled out the man's cryptic statement. It was Snape, wasn't it? The werewolf murmured, not asking a question. You chose him this time. And he got a trial? He was our spy in the enemy's camp, and I promised him my protection, Dumbledore replied, gazing at Remus with his wise blue eyes. Besides, I knew for certain that Severus was our man through and through. His trial was held in secret, with only some members, to keep his involvement with the Order a secret from folk like Lucius Malfoy. Severus, he was subjected to extreme interrogation in Veritaserum. But he came out acquitted of his crimes, and I hired him as the potions professor to protect him from further harassment. By the time I resubmitted a request for Sirius Black, the Death Eater trials were over and everyone wanted to move on. I stopped trying. There did not seem to be much use. Everyone knew Black was guilty. I talked to him today, Remus said quietly, not looking at the headmaster. He was pretty sane, for someone in Azkaban. He still insisted that he wasn't really the secret keeper and he didn't betray the Potters. And something else weird. He insisted that Peter's not really dead. Can you believe that? Poor man, Dumbledore sighed. I suppose he may be on the edge of madness then. He is certainly deluded. Peter Pettigrew is dead. He was blown into so many pieces. The only piece of him they were able to identify was one of his fingers. That's it. The werewolf leaned forward, the light of suspicion in his eyes. They only found his finger? The street was littered with the body parts of 13 muggles, from whatever spell Sirius used to destroy the street, the old man said sadly. The rest of him could have been scooped into a cremation chamber with those poor people. Remus Lupin frowned, his mind churning. He needed to speak with Sirius Black again, but the Death Eaters were not allowed to have visitors. He would have to create a clever ruse to get back inside, or he'd have to be lucky enough to get another job there. Abruptly, he stood up. I see, he sighed, as if convinced. Of what? He had no idea. He had too many questions now. Well, I suppose I ought to be going then. Sir, I do apologize for dropping in on you like I did, and I thank you for taking time out of your day to speak with me. I really appreciate it. So, you'll tell me when I can see Harry? Absolutely, the headmaster said solemnly. He held out his famous sweet bowl, his blue eyes once again twinkling. Lemon drop? You know I only like chocolate, Remus threw back teasingly, but he took one anyway and slipped it into his pocket. Thank you for coming by, dear boy, Dumbledore said cheerily. It is always good to see my alumni again. I'm sorry for losing my temper earlier, the werewolf laughed sheepishly. Coming right off the full moon. I'm a bit cranky. I trust that Harry is safe, and you're right about Black. He's gone crazy. And although he probably should have had a trial, it was years ago now. Indeed, the old man replied with a serene smile. Take care of yourself, Remus, and watch for my owl in about 3 weeks. Will do, Remus nodded and turned to the flue. He went to the Hog's Head Tavern in Hogsmeade before he walked out and operated away. He had too many things to do, up to and including devising a way to have a good, long talk with Sirius Black, investigating the entire Black case, and of course, figuring out what happened to Harry and why he knew that he could use his skills as a dark creature tracker to find the boy. The old man need not know about it, and Remus simply couldn't let the matter rest for a whole month. He had to find the child and assure himself that Harry was safe, or he would never forgive himself this time. He had made too many mistakes already, with his friends and with the boy. It was high time he started fixing them. The prisoner had long ruminated over the idea of escape, but there never seemed a good time to do it. He first had the idea when he noticed how most of the Dementors disregarded his existence if he was in the form of a dumb beast. If he could get out of the Death Eater Tower, it would be easy to find a window to slip out of. Padfoot could swim a few miles of ocean water, and it was his best chance. The Dementors, now that the young, suspicious one was out of the way, wouldn't even notice his absence. The prison's house elves would certainly notice when they brought his meal, so his best, longest window would be just after supper. As Padfoot, he could hunt down food and slip unseen through Muggle neighborhoods. He could steal from clotheslines and windowsills and make his way across the British Isles too. He wasn't quite sure where. The Daily Prophet had not mentioned where Harry had been before he disappeared, but he would trust in luck and keep moving, and he would trust the Marauder's bond. Remus would not betray his animagus status, even if the news came out of his escape. As Padfoot, he would be perfectly safe. Sirius Black stared at the photograph of his godson from the Daily Prophet and tears rolled down his bony cheeks. Harry had become a truly handsome boy, with his mother's fine bone structure and his father's messy hair, but he was so thin and solemn. He didn't look happy at all. He looked troubled and uncared for, and it was all Sirius' fault. If he hadn't been such an idiot and had gone for reinforcements first, Peter would be in Azkaban now as he deserved, instead of Sirius. Sirius Black knew without a doubt that he likely would have broken the Marauder's oath to make sure Wormtail couldn't escape. The way he was now planning all, Peter broke it first. Harry could have been safe and happy, with a godfather who loved him, and Remus would visit often, of course. Children loved Remus, and Harry had loved his Uncle YEA when he was barely a year rejection earlier today. Even his cold and grudging kindness cut Sirius Black's heart wide open. Nobody believed him, not even his one remaining friend. Why would they? He was alone, just as his poor Harry was alone. He would not rest until his godson was found and safe. He didn't care what or who they sent after him. He would fight all of hell to reach Harry, and Sirius would not rest until his godson was safe, or he was dead. Sirius fought back his sobs and folded the newspaper page lovingly before tucking it into the one pocket on the breast of his shirt. His prison uniform was threadbare and thin, and would be of no protection against the icy waters of the North Ireland Sea. But he was sure that Padfoot's thick black fur would protect him. He would find better clothes on the Irish mainland, if Padfoot could swim that far in the icy, choppy waters. He shivered at the thought, but for his godson, he would swim twice the distance in Arctic temperatures if he had to. Nothing would stop him from finding Harry and keeping him safe. Nothing. He was glad that he had been an Auror and had spent his required 2 months of guard duty on this forsaken island, or else he wouldn't know where he was. Most prisoners did not know exactly where Azkaban was located, but he was lucky. It would make his escape that much more expedient. He closed his eyes to wait for his supper and to mentally map out his route. He would slip out of the cell, since the cells were warded against all apparition and even house elves had to unlock his little food flap on his door rather than just popping in with his meal. And he would be forced to incapacitate the elves, sadly enough. He was sure Padfoot could squeeze through the little door in his currently emaciated condition, and he knew that there would only be 2 elves at the most. He could handle it, but keeping it quiet would be the trickiest prisoner of Azkaban waited, like a hunter with a trap, for the unfortunate elves to help him with stage 1 of his grand escape plan. The plot is picking up, and Harry finally knows what's wrong with him. Sort of. He's only a little boy, so he doesn't really understand what being a werewolf truly entails. I won't be able to post this Friday because of Thanksgiving, but I will update on both Monday and Tuesday to make up for it. Note: I am American and I have not read the HP books in 2 years, so any British spellings and slang will be from memory. Don't be afraid to tell me what I got wrong. Enjoy this chapter, and thank you for all your reviews. They make me so happy. The Call of Kind. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Chapter 9. The Call of Kind. Severus Snape woke in the dark and sat up in alarm. Harry was moaning and weeping in his sleep. The child's voice was very soft, but his distress was palpable. With a muttered "Lumos," the professor ignited his wand and got up to check on the boy. Harry could be just having a bad dream, or he could be in agony, or he might be crying over his new knowledge that he was a werewolf. Snape was beginning to feel tired of calming the crying boy every few hours, but he knew Harry couldn't help it. He was undergoing some very stressful changes right now, and it was more than understandable that the boy was extra emotional. Under the light of his wand, the professor saw that Harry was asleep, but the child was squirming and whimpering, and tears were rolling down his cheeks. Severus sighed and reached out to shake him awake. "Harry," he whispered, "wake up." The boy jerked awake, blinking in confusion. "Professor? You were dreaming, Harry," Professor Snape said in as soothing a voice as he could manage, touching the boy's forehead. He was warm with fever again, but it wasn't very high. "I don't want to go." "Not really, I promise," Harry whispered, seizing his hand. "Don't let him take me," he pleaded. "I won't let anyone take you," the professor retorted sternly. "Now calm down. The house is safe, you're safe, and I'm here. There is nothing for you to worry about." "But he keeps coming," Harry sobbed, clutching Severus' hand more tightly. "He comes, and I want to go with him. But I don't want to." "Not really. Am I going crazy? You're sure I don't have rabies?" Severus Snape frowned in confusion and shook his head. "It was just a dream," he said firmly. "No one is going to take you away, and you won't be able to leave anyway. My home is warded, and no one can come in unless I let them. You are perfectly safe. Now calm down." "I'm cold," the boy whimpered, biting his lip. He shivered palpably and didn't let go of Snape's hand. "You have a low fever," he answered shortly. "Being feverish makes you chilled. If you go back to sleep, you should feel better." "But I'm sea cold," Harry whispered, choking on tears. Snape sighed again and put his glowing wand down on the bedside table so he wouldn't take the light with him. "Kindly let go of my hand," he snapped. "I'll find you another blanket." The boy released him and Severus went out into the hallway. In the linen closet, he usually kept his winter blankets. On the top shelf, he found his mother's favorite quilt. When he was ill as a child, it was the one Eileen Snape had wrapped him in. The dark blue and green squares were simple, but elegant. She had added black embroidered flowers across the checkerboard pattern until it was covered in veritable garden of fantastic blossoms, leaves, and vines of black thread. He smoothed his hand over it and instinctively brought it to his face to breathe in the scent of wood smoke, herbal tea, and lemons. He blinked back the sudden wetness in his eyes and shook his head in disgust at his sentimentality. If Harry was cold, he could use this quilt. It wasn't as if Severus had any sort of attachment to the stupid blanket or anything. He shut the linen closet a bit harder than necessary and went back to the bedroom. The light from his wand still cast a soft, silvery light around the room, illuminating the boy huddled under the quilt, shivering. He wordlessly unfolded the quilt and dropped it on top of Harry. The boy's green eyes peeked up at him, and he gave the professor a wobbly smile of gratitude. "Thank you," the boy whispered. Severus grunted and rubbed his tired eyes. "Yes, fine, you're welcome. Now go back to sleep. I have another long day tomorrow." Professor?" Harry whispered, faintly. Snape scowled and picked up his wand. "Yes," he answered testily. He was aware that he was being unnecessarily grumpy with the child, and he winced internally, cursing himself for being such a grumpy git. "And never mind," Harry mumbled, ducking under the blanket. "It's stupid anyway." I'm not a baby. I'm sorry, Professor. For Merlin's sake, the man hissed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Out with it. I apologize for being so terse, but I am normally grumpy when I wake up. It has no reflection on you. Now, what did you want to ask me? Harry peeked back out from under his quilts, his eyes pooling with tears. Could you stay with me, please? He asked in a tiny voice. Snape frowned and edged his head at the boy. I am already staying with you, he pointed out, gesturing at the cot behind him. The boy blinked rapidly, and the tears rolled down his face. But I'm cold, he whispered. See, could YEA I hold me? Please. Severus swallowed hard as he considered the request. The boy wanted Severus to sleep with him and cuddle with him, to keep him safe from the bad dreams. The thought wasn't completely abhorrent to him. Well, maybe it was, but he was uneasy about it anyway. What right had he to share the same bed as Lily's son? It wasn't as if he was the boy's father or something. However, if it would help the brat finally sleep through the night and keep him from waking up at all hours and keeping Snape up too. Fine, he muttered. But don't get mad at me if I roll over you in the night. He was rather surprised when the boy laughed softly at his sarcasm and scooted over even more for him. Severus sighed, crossed over to the other side of the bed, and slid into bed beside the boy. To his shock, the boy wriggled up next to him and snuggled his warm little body up very close against his torso. He froze stiffly as the child slung a thin arm across his chest and sighed contentedly. Good night, Professor, Harry murmured. With another sigh, the child was off to dreamland, leaving a very confused man behind. Professor Snape wasn't an affectionate person. Even people he had been occasionally friendly with would attest that he was uncomfortable with the thought of physical closeness, like hugging or, snuggling. He kept people at arm's length, and he thanked people to keep their distance. Or rather, he didn't thank them. At any rate, he discouraged others from coming close enough to smash down his walls of privacy and protection. He used sarcasm, cruelty, a biting tongue, and a very frightening scowl to keep others far away from his circle. He had been hurt too many times to trust that anyone would respect his boundaries or privacy if he was civil about it. If other people thought he was a nasty, bad-tempered git with a world, class talent and grudge-holding, they were not far off, now were they? He was perfectly all right with being the evil bat of the dungeons, until this impossible child fell into his life and suddenly trusted him unconditionally, for not much of a reason at all. Yes, he had asked the boy to trust him, but it had been surprising how much Harry trusted him. If he wasn't careful, the boy might end up attached to him, which wouldn't be very good for either of them. While he had been okay with offering Harry physical reassurance, like hugging when he was emotionally distraught, or carrying the child when he felt that the boy needed it, Snape had never just held the boy simply because he wanted to be held. He hadn't really thought that it was necessary. But lying here right now in his own bed, with a warm little body tucked up against his side like an eager puppy, a werewolf pup, he felt strange. Confused was the best word to describe how he felt, because he didn't really know what he felt. On the one side, he felt a surge of pleasure, that the child trusted him, wanted him close, and was willing to come close to him for comfort. It was a good feeling, to be needed. But on the other hand, he wondered again what this boy saw in him that was so attractive. Why would any child want to be close to him? It made him uneasy, and he automatically started panicking about what the reaction of his colleagues might be if they found out that he was sleeping with a little boy who wasn't related to him. Would they immediately assume the worst? He knew he would, or might. Abruptly, he shut off the wondering mechanics in his brain, realizing that he wasn't going to get any straight answers in his sleep-deprived state. He slid his arm under the boy and tucked him a little closer, just to make sure he didn't roll off the bed or something, and he tilted his head until his cheek rested against the boy's soft hair. With a soft sigh, Severus Snape fell asleep, feeling suddenly content and safe. But he didn't have time to analyze the surprising new thought. The wolf called in his dreams to the pup he had lost. The man was confused. In dreams, somehow the one called pup and his wolf met one another, but their minds remained separate. Suddenly the pup, who had been so clear before, quickly drifted away, connected to another life force, solid and immovable. In the midst of this dream space, the wolf had been confounded yet again. The pup was powerful. He would give the whelp that much. "Come with me, pup," the wolf called desperately, though he knew it was useless. The pup was gone for now. Perhaps he would try again later, or another night. "Who are you calling?" the man demanded for the 100th time. "I'm tired. We're tired. We need to sleep. Stop draining our magic looking for a puppy. My pup is lost." The wolf wailed, howling at the moon, which was always full in his dreams. "Come back to me." "That's enough," the man growled. "Tell me right now what happened last full moon. Did you bite someone? What did you do?" "None of your business." "Of course it's my business. It's my body you're using. The pup is powerful, and he will be ours when we can find him," snarled the wolf. "That's all you need to know." "Well, maybe if you told me what happened I could find him." The man tried a different tack. "You are withholding information that could help me, us, find your pup. Or our pup, as it may be. Your magic tricks may not work, and if they don't, we'll lose the pup altogether. If you tell me what happened, we can work together to track down this pup." The wolf was silent. Without a word, the mental landscape fell away, and the man awoke. He groaned and pressed a hand to his aching temples. His magical core, settled deep in his chest, throbbed with overuse, and he cursed the wolf under his breath. It was not often that the wolf became obsessed about something, but when he did, the man suffered for it. Carefully, cradling his aching head, the werewolf crawled out of bed to fix coffee. No more sleep for him tonight. In fact, he told the wolf viciously, "I'm just not going to sleep until you tell me what is going on. You can run yourself ragged, along with me, but I'm not letting you reach out to this pup of yours again until I know what happened." Of course, the wolf remained sullenly silent. The man sighed heavily and massaged his throbbing temples. His wolf had not acted like this since he was a teenager, but back then, he had friends, a stag, a dog, and a rat, to be precise, to distract the wolf and get him to drop the bones he picked up. The wolf was incredibly stubborn and reckless, and the man often wondered if that had always been a part of his personality, or whether the werewolf bite had given him those attributes. The man shuffled into his little kitchen and calmed himself with the motions of fixing coffee on the tiny wood-burning stove, without magic, of course. His magical core was already drained, so he wanted to be careful with his reserves. He glanced around the tiny space and smiled. He didn't even have a fireplace in his cabin, but it was the one place in the world he could call home. It was his refuge, and the miles of wilderness surrounding it provided the wolf with a safe playground on full moons. He had kept the place a secret, even from his friends, and he was sure that most of the people he knew figured he slept under bridges or in muggle parks. His little cottage was in the middle of the Scottish Highlands, in a rugged, remote area without any sort of population to speak of for miles and miles. The nearest habitation was a tiny magical village by the name of Loch Moorcroft, named after a 15th-century wizard lord named Callistus Moorcroft. The artificial lake there was named after the wizard who created it, as was the village that grew up around the castle. The castle was pretty much demolished, with only a crumbling stone tower left in the center of the town. They had numerous protections against werewolves too, only because Fenrir, Greyback, and his pack liked to come down out of the far mountains on occasion. But it was a peaceful corner of the world, and the man liked it here. Here he could think and plan. Today, he was going to the Ministry of Magic to pick up yet another job in Azkaban. Apparently, 2 of the house elves had gone missing in the Death Eater Tower. He was being hired to find them and solve the mystery. Ignoring his wolves, whining for bacon, which they didn't have, the man ate an omelet and drained almost a full pot of scalding coffee. With chocolate in his pockets, his wand in his hand, and a plan in mind, Remus Lupin marched out of the house, beyond his wards, and disapparated with a crack that echoed off the surrounding mountainside. The flue downstairs whooshed, startling Severus out of a restful sleep. Groggily, he snapped his wand out of his sleeve holster and blinked around the room. Thankfully, the room was empty of intruders, and the light in the window proclaimed that it was past time to get up. Still nestled against his side, Harry stirred and lifted his head. His cheeks were rosy and wrinkled from the shirt he had been lying against all night, and he had drool at the corner of his mouth. Severus took one glance at the child, and his mouth twitched into an almost smile. The boy looked, to put it frankly, adorably cherubic this morning. His green eyes were still sleepy, but they sparkled with new life. His red cheeks, one with the imprint of one of severest buttons near the forehead, tousled hair, and sleepy blinking were all, well, cute. Not that it was a word in Snape's vocabulary anyway. "What's going on?" Harry mumbled and yawned. "Don't know," Snape grunted. He disentangled himself from the boy and axioed his dressing gown. Wouldn't it be lovely to confront an intruder in his pajamas? "Stay here," he ordered the boy as he got out of bed. He stealthily went downstairs, skipping the creaky fourth step, and tied his dressing gown as he went. "Severus? Are you there?" called a familiar voice from his sitting room. "I do hope you're not ignoring me." Severus Snape paused at the bottom of the staircase and shut his eyes with a stifled groan. It was too early for the old meddler. What did he want at 7 in the morning? Well, there was only one way to find out. He thought sarcastically at himself. He sighed in grumpy resignation and stepped into the sitting room, glaring at the old, bearded head floating in his green flames. "What do you want?" he growled. "A good morning to you too, dear boy." Albus Dumbledore chuckled. "I trust one find you well? You found me sleeping," Severus grumbled, "and you startled me awake. Are you trying to make my hair look like yours?" "Considering what it looks like now," the old man grinned mischievously. Snape reached up and combed his fingers through his greasy hair, scowling his worst. He really hated morning people. "May I come through?" the headmaster said politely, all traces of his former teasing gone. "I'd like to discuss something important with you, and my back is already starting to protest my unusual position." "Fine," Severus snarled. He flopped down in one of his armchairs and allowed himself the luxury of a yawn while Dumbledore took his head out of the chimney and walked through properly. "I'd forgotten what a lovely home you have, Severus," Albus announced pleasantly once he dusted himself off. Severus sneered and cast a silent banishing charm on all the soot that flew off the old man's garish clothing. Today, he was wearing bright purple robes festooned with dancing silver unicorns. "Ghastly. What do you want at 7 in the morning?" Snape demanded sourly. "I do have a young charge to take care of before my classes begin today." "It concerns your young charge," Dumbledore replied easily. He gestured at the other armchair. "May I?" "Go ahead," Severus Snape sighed. He was longing for coffee and his head was starting to pound. Part of the damage from his youth was that excitement tended to give him a headache rather quickly. Part of the reason he got so irate with the dunderheads in his class, who insisted on continuing their stupidity until something spectacular and potentially deadly happened. "I really am sorry I woke you," the aged headmaster said sympathetically as he sat in the squishy armchair. "I didn't realize you were sleeping in." "Yes, well, Harry had a rather," interrupted Knight, Severus muttered. "He's having dreams about the wolf that bit him, calling him. It is rather disturbing, and I haven't yet made the time to request werewolf-related reading material from the ministry." "The wolf is calling him?" Dumbledore repeated, looking grave. "Oh dear. What ho dear?" Snape barked. "It isn't a very common complaint among new werewolves," the old man explained. "But I've heard that particularly powerful werewolves can establish a connection to those they infect. It is something like a homing signal, like that of geese, to guide the new werewolf home. Harry's home is right here," Severus seethed. "Should I establish an occlumency shield around his mind, then?" "It is more of a physiological and a magical link rather than a mental one," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "I think occlumency would not help much, if at all. Harry's own emerging wolf is longing for its, well, for lack of a better word, father." "Alpha," the professor snapped. "The proper term is alpha." "Ah, yes, I stand corrected," the headmaster smiled apologetically. "But as I was saying, the child's inner wolf is longing for the werewolf that created him, so to speak, and as I'm sure you know, the psychologies of the wolf and the man become intertwined, with one's desires and emotions leaking to the other, and vice versa. But Harry's best defense against the urge to seek out the werewolf is right here." "I fail to see your point." "Dear boy, it is so obvious," Dumbledore smiled serenely. "Harry is at a very delicate stage of his transformation. As part wolf now, he will be instinctually driven to form or connect to his own pack. So long as you remain true to him, he will latch onto you as his alpha. Severus considered that idea. It wouldn't be so terrible if Harry's wolf considered him head of the proverbial pack. Maybe he could work with that. That might not be so bad, he muttered. He curled up next to me like a puppy last night. He jerked in shock as he realized that he had said it out loud, with the smug, self-satisfied meddler right in front of him. And yes, Dumbledore looked quite pleased. "Wipe that silly smirk off your face, old man," Severus growled. "You're too old to preen." "Why, I don't know what you mean, Severus," the old meddler twinkled. "But I am happy for you. It is obvious that you and Harry are bonding well. So long as it continues, you need fear nothing from the wolf's call." "Right?" Snape muttered, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "So was that all?" "Oh heavens no. You're the one who brought up Harry's dreams," Dumbledore chuckled. "No. I wanted to see if you would like to bring the boy to Madame Pomfrey this Saturday afternoon. It will be the last Hogsmeade weekend of the year, and the first years have organized a celebratory scavenger hunt for that day." "Interesting," Severus muttered. "Who came up with such a brilliant idea?" Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It is brilliant, isn't it? I believe it was that lovely young lady from Ravenclaw. What is her name?" "Yes, I know the girl you're thinking of. Penelope Clearwater, isn't it?" Severus paused and drummed his fingers on his knee. Harry was doing much better, and the castle would be practically empty that day. He sighed and resisted the urge to shrug. "I suppose that would be acceptable," he murmured. "What time do you expect me to bring him?" "I'll tell Madame Pomfrey to expect you at 2 o'clock, the headmaster said briskly. "Is that too late?" "It's fine," the professor replied. He opened his mouth to say something else, but he was stopped by the sound of the staircase creaking. Severus glanced at Dumbledore, who was also tilting his head to side, listening. The professor sighed and got up, marching over to the staircase. He should have known that boy would follow him down. Lucky thing he didn't know about that creaky step yet. Sure enough, Harry was standing on the 4th step up, looking scared and pale. He shuffled his feet guiltily at the expression on Snape's face. "I'm sorry," the boy mumbled. Never mind all that," Severus interrupted him, watching him anxiously. "How do you feel? Do your bones still hurt?" "No, sir." The boy brightened and smiled shyly at him. "I feel fine." Why were they hurting so much yesterday?" "Ever heard of growing pains?" the professor asked drily. When the child nodded, he marched up the stairs and gently swept him up in his arms. "Well," he explained, "you are adjusting to the werewolf venom in your blood, so you will be experiencing intermittent pain throughout your body until the full moon, while your bones and muscles and organs adjust." "Oh," Harry murmured, frowning thoughtfully. "I'm hungry." Severus almost smirked. "I'm sure you are, but I have a guest right now. Would you like to say hello? Or would you prefer to go back upstairs where I told you to stay?" The boy blushed and lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry I didn't listen to you," he whispered faintly. "Am I in trouble?" "I don't think so," the professor said thoughtfully. "Not this time, anyway." "Is this the little one, Severus?" Dumbledore's voice came from behind them. The boy jumped and took one look over Snape's shoulder before he squeaked and hid his face in the man's shoulder. Severus turned and carried Harry down the last 3 steps and past the old man, heading to the kitchen. "He's hungry," he muttered at the old meddler, and added sarcastically, "Join us for breakfast, why don't you?" "Don't mind if I do," Dumbledore said cheerfully, ignoring the obvious sarcasm. "Hello, Harry." The boy squeaked again and smashed his face harder into Severus' shoulder. The man grunted uncomfortably and struggled to detach his little limpet. "You're hurting me," he muttered in the boy's ear when he started pinching in his effort to stay. Harry went limp and let the professor plunk him down in a chair at the table. The boy immediately hunched in on himself, intermittently eyeing Professor Dumbledore with distrust and a little bit of fear. Severus sighed and rubbed his arm. That boy had a grip. Harry didn't seem to know what to do with himself, and his eyes darted around nervously, not staying on Dumbledore too long before he desperately sought out Severus' face for reassurance. "Harry," Snape announced, "this is my boss, Headmaster Dumbledore. You can call him Professor Dumbledore, or Headmaster if you prefer. He just stopped by to tell me something. Albus, this, obviously, is Harry. I'm very pleased to meet you, Harry, the old man said warmly, holding out his hand. When Harry looked at it like it was a poisonous snake and shrank away from him, Dumbledore dropped his hand and slid into the chair across from Harry while Snape filled a pot for porridge. I know you don't know me yet, Dumbledore said gently, folding his hands atop the table, but I hope that we can be friends one day. I'm good friends with Professor Snape, you know? The boy blinked. But you look like a scary wizard, he blurted out. Like Merlin. The old man chuckled warmly. Why, thank you for saying so, Harry. But I really don't mean to look scary. What about me is so frightening? Is it the beard? Maybe the glasses? He twinkled his blue eyes at the boy, who was frowning thoughtfully. Harry didn't answer right away, but Severus smirked when he saw the boy's gaze lingering warily on the man's clothes. I agree with you there, boy, Snape thought sardonically. I've been telling him for years that his clothing choices are terrifying. You're wearing a purple nightgown, the boy said quietly. I don't think it looks good. Standing at the stove, Snape snorted in an attempt to stifle his roaring laughter. I know, the old man said wisely. I wear crazy clothes so people think I'm crazy. They don't take crazy people seriously. Oh, Harry replied thoughtfully. So that's why the professor wears black. So people take him seriously. Snape almost dropped his pot. He stopped and turned to stare incredulously at the boy. How had the child figured him out so quickly? Harry looked up, his expression solemn and thoughtful. That is very smart of you to deduce that, Dumbledore said easily, not noticing how Severus had been flabbergasted. But I think he wears black because he's boring. He chuckled and glanced up to wink at Severus. If you consider respectability the same as boring, then I prefer boring, Professor Snape retorted as he lit the stove with his wand. I wouldn't be caught dead in a clown costume like that. He gestured derisively at the old man's robe. He smirked suddenly. Harry is right, you know. You look like you're in your granddaughter's pajamas. Ah, Severus, I knew you had a sense of humor, the headmaster laughed. My granddaughter's pajamas, indeed. He cleared his throat and turned back to the boy across from him. So, Harry, do you like living here with Professor Snape? Snape was heading to the cupboard to fetch oats and salt, but he glanced over curiously to see Harry's reaction. The boy was nodding enthusiastically. He's really nice to me, he said shyly. Can I please stay here always, sir? I won't cause any trouble while he's at work, I promise. We shall see, the headmaster said cautiously. Nothing is certain yet, but I will do my best to make sure you and he can stay with one another, all right? Harry nodded, looking rather worried. He glanced over at Severus, and the man nodded back at him, careful to keep his facial expression encouraging. It wouldn't do if the boy fretted himself into a fever. So, did Professor Snape tell you what he teaches at Hogwarts? Dumbledore asked suddenly, changing the subject. What's Hogwarts? The child asked blankly. Severus Snape busied himself with the porridge and made coffee while the headmaster told Harry all about Hogwarts and magic in a way that had the boy's eyes shining with excitement and his mouth running a mile a minute. Although Snape's head pounded and the child's high-pitched voice wasn't making it any better, he was glad the boy was happy and pain-free right now. He set out coffee cups and made Harry some peppermint tea while he fixed coffee for himself and the headmaster. Over breakfast, the boy continued to ask questions and Dumbledore continued to answer them with enthusiasm, while Snape nursed his growing headache and finished about half the pot of coffee, but hardly any of his porridge, though he grumped at Harry about finishing his own bowl. Hey, we're like the three bears, Harry suddenly announced. His face was flushed with excitement and his eyes were sparkling. His teeth were crooked and white and Snape had never seen them so much since the boy got here. Then again, the boy hadn't grinned or laughed so much since he'd been here either. He felt uncommonly jealous of Dumbledore and the easy way he had with children. Three bears? The headmaster chuckled. Whatever do you mean, Harry? You know, like Goldilocks and the three bears, the boy explained. You're the big bear, the professor is the middle bear, and I'm the wee baby bear. It's 'cause there's three of us and we're eating porridge. Plus, yours is still steaming, headmaster, sir, and professor let his get cold. But mine's just right. Dumbledore looked politely blank, and he turned to Severus for an explanation. The potions professor sighed and checked the kitchen clock. He would have to shower and get a move on soon, and the headmaster would be missed at the breakfast table in the Great Hall. Goldilocks and the Three Bears is Muggle fairy tale about a girl who breaks into the home of three bears, finds three of everything, and destroys the house in the process, he explained. With a smirk, he added, "Maybe I'll get you a book of Muggle bedtime stories for Christmas." "She doesn't destroy everything." "Professor," Harry protested, unconsciously cutting off the headmaster's reply. "She only destroys Baby Bear's chair. She eats his porridge and sleeps in his bed too." My, poor Baby Bear." Dumbledore shook his head sympathetically. "Maybe someday when we have time, you'll have to tell me the whole story, Harry. It sounds like quite the tale. Did you memorize it from a book?" The little boy flushed bright red and fell silent. He played with his spoon and didn't look up at the adults. Dumbledore was about to open his mouth, but Severus cut him off with a sharp gesture. Harry would talk when he was ready. "I stole it, kinda," the boy finally whispered, still not looking up. "I mean, I wasn't supposed to hear it, but I couldn't help it really. I was laying in my cupboard and listening when Aunt Petunia read stories to Dudley. I got sent to my cupboard because I was too distracting, and freaks don't deserve stories anyways." He suddenly stopped with a look of horror and looked up quickly at Professor Snape. "I'm sorry, Professor," he gasped, almost trembling. "I forgot I wasn't supposed to say the F word." Dumbledore coughed drily. Snape glared at him, seeing that the old man was fighting a smile at the innocent child's word choice. He shook his head and turned his attention back to Harry. "It's all right," Severus said reassuringly. "When you were telling me things about your aunt and uncle, I don't mind very much if you use that word only because you are quoting something they said. But what I don't want is you calling yourself a freak or referring to yourself or anyone else by that cruel name." "Oh, okay," the boy sighed, looking relieved. He glanced up at the clock and stood up with his empty bowl and milk glass. Sir," he said hesitantly, "I think you're going to be late to work." Severus glanced up and almost cursed out loud when he saw what time it was. How had he lost track? "See yourself out, if you please, headmaster," he said hurriedly, and drained the last of his coffee. "I'll be down in a few minutes, Harry, so don't get into mischief." He left the boy and the old man at the table while he rushed upstairs to take his shower and dress for the day, and hoped that his first class of the day didn't care that he was going to be a couple of minutes behind. "I'm back. Hope everyone who celebrates it had a marvelous Thanksgiving, even with all the pandemic panicking everywhere. Shopping has been absolutely insane since my state's governor has limited stores to only 75 people, from the supermarket to the grocery store despite their huge size difference. Ridiculous. Anyway, here is another nice Harry/Snape bonding chapter and some Dumbledore interaction too. I will warn you. I'm currently writing chapter 16, and Dumbledore is gonna get some bashing. Those of you who don't like the old meddler acting like an absolute idiot may as well stop reading now. But don't worry, Harry and Snape will be fine in the end and Dumbledore will feel really bad. Don't worry. I love your reviews. They make me so happy. Longing for more. Rated T. Disclaimer. Don't own, never will, don't plan to. Just doing it for fun. Just want to say that I love all of your reviews, and thank you to all who take the time to let me know how much you enjoy it. One comment I have seen repeated is the wish for Harry to sense right away that Remus is the one who attacked him and make for some nice drama. I envisioned their meeting at the very beginning of this FIC when I started, so don't worry, my loyal readers. You will get your drama and angst. For no werewolf story is complete without a little Remus bashing, no? He does need a kick in the behind every now and then before he becomes a mopey, moody, self-pitying side character, and Snape will be so fun to let loose on him. Tongue sticking out, but it may take quite a few chapters for that to happen. So stay tuned. As you will see in this chapter, it may be a while before they meet at last. There are some story bumps to be overcome first. Now, on to your regularly scheduled program. Chapter 10. Longing for more. Remus Lupin's day wasn't supposed to turn out like this. He was sitting in a cell in Azkaban, and he wasn't sure why. When he arrived for his job, he had been told tersely that Azkaban was going into lockdown. He had protested, insisted, pleaded, but he was locked in one of the upper cells and left there, after being thoroughly and humiliatingly strip-searched. He had nothing now but the robes on his back. They had emptied his pockets, taken his wand, and treated him like a criminal. He still wasn't sure what was going on, and he didn't know enough about Azkaban procedures to make an educated guess. He wished impulsively that he had been put in a cell near Sirius. Padfoot had been an Auror before, well, before everything happened, and he had spent a few months here as a guard. He understood Azkaban a lot better than the average prisoner. In fact, he probably understood it better than the guards currently here. He had once boasted that he had explored the corridors as Padfoot and discovered secret, forgotten passages that even the Dementors didn't use. Speaking of Dementors, one drifted past his cell now, and Remus retreated to the back of the little stone room, shivering and shutting his eyes against the memories that assaulted him. Both the man and the wolf had their own worst memories, and they competed for attention in the shared mind. Without chocolate or the buffer of a Patronus, they were both helpless against the soul-sucking aura of the dark creature. When Remus finally blinked his watery eyes open, he realized that his face was streaked with tears, and his limbs had a leaden cold deep inside them. The misery that consumed him was almost as strong as the despair he had been forced to remember. The worst years of his life, after he became the last marauder, were something he preferred not to think about. But the Dementor's power had dragged it out of him. The wolf remembered being hunted, hated, and alone in the wilderness of Siberia. After the werewolf pack there discovered he was the son of the British werewolf hunter, Lyle Lupin. The two emotions of despair and loneliness, dredged up by the Dementor's aura, chased one another around and around the way Padfoot used to chase his tail. Thinking of Padfoot made his heart hurt and caused resentment to bubble up from deep inside. He had come here for Padfoot, and now he was locked up like a criminal. It was all Sirius' fault. Why had he returned for that ungrateful traitor anyway? Remus jerked violently as his cell was opened, and he was dragged out by two grim-faced Aurors. He was too low in spirits to resist them. His normally melancholy personality had been reduced to helpless despondency by the Dementor, which was why he used to carry chocolate all the time. Sometimes, Padfoot used to tease him that he carried his own Dementor around with him because he was always so moody. He blinked in surprise as he was shoved into a dark room, then chained down to a chair. He glanced around nervously, realizing that he was in an interrogation chamber. He shivered in fear. Remus had never been subjected to ministry interrogation before, and he suddenly remembered what Dumbledore said about Snape, that he withstood extreme interrogation before he was finally acquitted. Were the Aurors going to torture him? What is going on? Remus asked in a voice that sounded dead even to his own ears. A prisoner has disappeared definitively from Azkaban, and you were the last registered person to enter the tower, one of the Aurors grunted at him. His Patronus, an aggressive-looking warthog that matched his owner's appearance pretty well, glared at him while the Auror rummaged in a cabinet in the wall. I would never assist a prisoner's escape, Remus muttered and sagged in his chair, feeling a wave of dread crash over him. But then, why would you believe me? He paused as a thought occurred to him, and he looked up at the Auror. I thought it wasn't possible to escape from Azkaban? That's exactly why we need to interrogate you, the Auror growled. He turned from the cupboard and held up a small bottle of clear liquid. This is Veritaserum, he growled. If you resist, or we are unsatisfied with your answers, we will resort to cruder methods of interrogation. Understood? If I don't give you the answers you want, you'll torture me until you get something you can give Fudge, Remus summarized drily. I understand perfectly. He closed his eyes and tipped his head back, opening his mouth for the potion. It was interesting, and a little-known fact, that werewolves could allow either one of their identities to reply to Veritaserum. The truth serum broke down the usual barrier between the two minds, and even if man and wolf were normally at odds, they would ally against the external threat. A werewolf was a very territorial, possessive creature. The wolf would protect his own, even if it didn't particularly like his human half very much. The cool, tasteless drops of the potion dripped onto Remus' tongue, 5 in all, and he obediently closed his mouth and swallowed, waiting for the floaty, relaxed feeling that the truth serum gave him. When he opened his eyes, everything seemed blurry and indistinct, and he felt safe. It was an addictive sensation, which was one reason Veritasium was carefully regulated by the ministry. What is your name? The first voice demanded. It is all right. He felt a soothing voice in his mind reassure him. You can trust this voice. Tell him the truth. Remus John Lupin, he replied calmly. There was nothing to fear. Are you a werewolf? Yes, Remus answered at once. Do you know or suspect the name of the prisoner who has recently escaped from Azkaban? No, Remus frowned. Something was nagging him, as if he ought to suspect someone. But his wolf jumped in front of the man and quickly answered for him. The wolf resented this intrusion into their privacy, and the man let him do it. Were you previously acquainted at all with Sirius Black? Yes, Remus and Moony both replied. Were you friends with him? Why, yes. The answer caused unbearable pain to both man and wolf. Did you continue your friendship after he was sentenced to Azkaban? He was never sentenced, Remus suddenly answered, surprising himself. Well, it was the truth, after all. His interrogator seemed to be surprised as well, because he was silent for a few seconds. Did you continue to be friends with Sirius Black after he was in Azkaban? He finally demanded, sounding annoyed. No, I was no longer friends with him, Remus answered honestly. His mind niggled at him, telling him that he had come back to Azkaban to talk to Sirius, to find out the truth. Wasn't that what a friend did? But no, he still considered Sirius guilty at least of the death of Peter and the 13 Muggles. Even if he insisted he didn't betray the Potters, it was possible that James switched the Secret Keeper to keep Voldemort guessing. Sirius' impulsiveness still made him a murderer. What was your purpose in accessing the Death Eater Tower yesterday? To investigate the activity of a rogue Dementor, Man and Wolf promptly answered. That they ended up talking to Padfoot was an unforeseen consequence. Did you speak to Sirius Black when you were completing your task? Yes, Remus answered, shaking his head against the answer. It would only incriminate him, but there was no other answer to give. Sure enough, the voice was hard with suspicion. Did you give him anything? Advice? Tools? A map of Azkaban? I gave him my copy of that morning's Daily Prophet, Remus replied, not bothering to fight. A newspaper surely couldn't be used in an escape plan. Why did you give him a newspaper? The Auror sounded irritated and curious. He asked for the crosswords. Silence for several seconds. Why have you returned to Azkaban when you were here only yesterday? I was hired by the ministry to discover the whereabouts of 2 missing house elves. Was that the only reason? The wolf jumped in with an angry snarl. How dare these strangers question their honesty? Yes, it was the only reason. Have you ever contemplated or conspired to have a prisoner, any prisoner, released from Azkaban? No, Remus replied honestly. All he had wanted from Sirius was the truth, and maybe a fair trial to lay old demons to rest. He wasn't conspiring to have him released. Of course, he would be released if he turned out to be innocent, but that was simply a consequence, right? Are you having your wolf answer the questions you'd rather not face? The Auror suddenly snarled. Remus struggled against the question, but both man and wolf knew the answer, and the consequences. They would probably be stuck in Azkaban for a while. Yes, Remus gritted out and shut his eyes. He hoped the extreme interrogation wouldn't last too long. Saturday morning was gloomy, and Harry could hear rain on the roof when he woke up. He stretched and yawned. This morning, he felt terrific. His wounds still ached a bit when he stretched, but it wasn't painful. Just yesterday when he was putting the cool salve, the professor told him that they were healing nicely. Sometimes he felt weird, but today was going to be a good day. He could tell. He blinked sleepily up at the plastered ceiling and wondered what today would be like. The professor didn't have classes since it was Saturday, but he had told Harry that they were going to a doctor's appointment in the afternoon. Harry swallowed hard, his good mood evaporating. There was a cold feeling in his stomach. He was nervous around doctors ever since that one school nurse. In fact, he didn't think he had ever been to a real, proper doctor appointment. Aunt Petunia took Dudley sometimes when he wasn't feeling well or when he needed to update his shots. Harry got the school-provided shots, and if he got hurt at school, beat up by Dudley, the nurse patched him up. The one nice nurse who asked him if his aunt or uncle hit him got fired soon after she asked that question. And of course, Harry remembered how much trouble he got into for that. After that, the school nurses they hired weren't nice. In fact, they treated him like he got hurt on purpose, especially that one nasty old lady. She was rough and didn't care if she jabbed him extra hard with the needle when he got his vaccinations, and she looked at him like he was a troublesome little animal. He hoped the doctor would be like Professor Snape. He didn't care much if they were smiley and nice, he just didn't want the doctor to be mean. Harry twisted and looked over at the professor. He was on his cot again, and he looked like he was sound asleep. The boy smiled at the peaceful look on the man's face, glad that he hadn't woken up. It was nice when the professor slept with him to keep the big bad wolf away. That's what he was calling his weird werewolf visions now. But he didn't think the professor liked sleeping with him very much. He always got that funny pinched look on his face when Harry asked, and of course he said that he was worried about rolling over on Harry and crushing him, though that hadn't happened. Harry knew that any little twitch or noise he made woke the professor up. It was nice that he hadn't had bad dreams or woke up in pain, so the professor could get a good night's sleep. Carefully, Harry climbed out of bed and grabbed up some clothes from the stash that the professor had got him. It was just a pair of sweatpants and a loose, long-sleeved shirt to hide the nasty scrapes still visible on his arms. But the professor had actually gone out and gotten the clothes just for him. The professor even got him underwear and socks and even shoes, and they all fit. Harry was smiling as he tiptoed out of the bedroom and headed to the bathroom. After a quick shower, Harry peeked in on the professor again. The man was still sleeping, and Harry smiled. Well, it was early. The rain went on drumming on the roof, and it was probably that noise that kept the professor from waking up when he was in the shower. Usually, the professor was such a light sleeper. Harry stifled a giggle and tiptoed downstairs, skipping the creaky step just in case. He had more energy today than he'd had in weeks. Maybe he really was recovering. All of the aches and pains he had lived with as long as he could remember were less than they usually were. He entered the kitchen and stared at the stove. He was hungry, but he knew better than to cook himself anything without permission. He was pretty sure that the professor would let him, but he wouldn't go wake him up just for that. Strangely enough, the boy realized that he missed cooking. He grinned as he had a sudden idea and skipped to the refrigerator. He would cook the professor a lovely omelet to thank him for being such a for being wonderfully kind. Anyway, Harry blushed when he realized that he was starting to pretend the professor was a kind of a dad. He needed to stop pretending something so silly. It might make the professor mad, or something. The professor was just a nice man who took care of him when he was hurt, got him new clothes, fed him as much as he wanted to eat, let him sleep in his own bed. Harry had never even heard of someone so very nice. Grown-ups just weren't nice to you unless you were their kid or something. Harry paused and looked up at the window. With the kitchen light on and the gloomy rainfall outside, the window pane made an excellent mirror. He hoisted himself up on the sink to stare at his own reflection. Well, he had dark hair like the professor, and maybe his pointy chin was a little like the man's, but plenty of people had small chins. He sighed, not really seeing too much resemblance between himself and his rescuer. But what if it was like those stories? Maybe his dad actually had come for him, but he wasn't ready to be called dad yet? Harry's heart bumped painfully in his chest. Could it be true? He couldn't think of any other reason some random man would take him into his house, heal him, feed him, give him clothes, and be so nice. Maybe the man had to hide because he was magical. Maybe something happened and Harry was separated from him. Maybe his father had been looking for him all this time, and now that he had finally found him, he felt so bad that he couldn't tell Harry yet. Maybe he was planning to tell him today sometime before the doctor's appointment. Harry grinned at his reflection and hopped down from the counter. He would cook the world's best breakfast, and then he would thank the professor for rescuing him, just like a good father would do. It was exactly like he always hoped. Harry felt almost giddy as he pulled out eggs, onions, mushrooms, cheese, and ham. Today, he was going to make the biggest, most beautiful omelet he'd ever made in his life. Severus rolled over with a grunt, stretching as he came out of the most restful sleep he'd had in weeks. He yawned and opened his eyes, listening the rumbling of rain on the roof. He suddenly realized that Harry hadn't woken him all night, which meant he had just slept through the night for the first time in. At the thought of the boy, he sat up quickly and looked over at the bed. It was rumpled, and empty. In a slight panic, Severus grabbed his wand. "Tempest," he muttered. The time was 7:15 in the morning. It was late enough that the child was probably awake now. "Point me, Harry Potter," he ordered his wand. It swiveled and pointed at the open doorway. Severus wondered if the boy was showering. He wouldn't be able to hear the gurgling pipes with the racket of the rainstorm outside. So he got up and went down the hall. The bathroom was empty, but he could hear noises downstairs, and the most wonderful smell drifted up the staircase. He stiffened and closed his eyes as he breathed deeply. He smelled onions, mushrooms, ham, maybe eggs too, all frying together in a pan with olive oil. Was the boy cooking? He frowned suddenly and accoyed his dressing gown before he hurried down the stairs. The boy would burn himself, or spill something, or make a mess. Children didn't belong in the kitchen any more than unsupervised 11-year-olds belonged in a potions class. When he entered the kitchen, he stopped short. The boy was carefully sliding the most beautiful omelet he had ever seen out of a pan and onto a plate. Harry deftly sprinkled cheese over it, and then turned to grab tomato slices from a cutting board on the counter. He froze when he caught sight of Severus in the doorway. Snape arched an eyebrow at the child, and to his surprise, Harry grinned. "Good morning, Professor," he said cheerfully. "Your breakfast is almost ready. Want coffee?" Dumbly, Professor Snape just stared at the boy. Harry didn't wait for his answer. He just flew around the kitchen, setting out a smaller plate, fork and knife, and a coffee mug on the table. He took the coffee pot off the stove and poured some into the mug before setting out milk and sugar for it as well. He set the huge omelet on the table as well, and then tossed the tomato slices into the hot pat where they sizzled and sent a mouth-watering aroma into the air. In a few minutes, the tomatoes were arranged on the smaller plate, sprinkled with salt and pepper, and the boy pulled out the chair as if he was a waiter in a fancy restaurant. Severus shook his head in disbelief. "Who taught you how to cook?" he demanded stupidly. "Here I was thinking you were going to burn yourself down here." The boy actually laughed. His green eyes sparkled like lilies when she was happy. "Aunt Petunia made me cook most everything. I don't burn myself much anymore, now that I'm big enough to see the top of the stove." Severus Snape briefly saw red at the thought of Petunia forcing a tiny child to cook meals for herself and the 2 lard buckets she lived with. But he didn't want the boy to think he was angry when he had obviously put so much effort into the beautiful meal. He cleared his throat awkwardly and re-cinched his dressing gown before he came all the way into the kitchen and sat down. "Have you eaten?" he asked point-blank. Harry smiled even more happily. "You mean I can make myself something too?" Snape shot him a sharp look. The boy thought he wasn't allowed to eat without permission. Well, he would take care of that. "Get another plate," he ordered, "and a fork, and pour yourself some milk." Harry beamed like he had been handed Gringotts Bank on a platter as he flew around, grabbing a plate, fork, and glass of milk in a few seconds and plunking down in the chair across from Snape. The potions professor cut the omelet in half. His mouth watered at the fragrant steam and the beautiful piles of vegetables that spilled out of the folded egg pocket, and he slid one half onto Harry's plate, then the other half onto his own plate. He gave Harry half the cooked tomatoes and humphed as he got up to fetch napkins. Harry was vibrating with impatience when he finally sat down again. He nodded at the boy, and eagerly, the child tucked into his meal. He closed his eyes in bliss as he took the first bite. "Wow," Harry mumbled around his mouthful. "No wonder the Dursleys loved my cooking so much." Severus smirked, almost laughing, and tried the omelet himself. The flavors hit his tongue like an explosion, and he had to fight the tears that suddenly burned his eyes. He mumbled something about not blowing on it beforehand, so he could wipe his eyes without the boy thinking he was going maudlin over a stupid pile of eggs, veggies, and cheese. "Your mother once made me an omelet," he said quietly, staring down at his steaming plate. "She was an excellent cook." He glanced up at the boy, who looked worried. "I'm sorry it isn't as good," he said softly. "Can you teach me how to make it the way she did?" "No," Snape smirked, cutting into his omelet again. It was cruel, but he wanted to laugh at the comical way the boy's face fell. "I won't bother teaching you what she did, because yours is 10 times better." "Oh, really?" Harry gasped, dropping his fork. "I can cook better than my own mother?" Severus was actually surprised into a rare chuckle. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. She didn't cook much, but she was good at it when she did. Besides, she was only 14 when she made it. What did you put in the vegetables? Salt, pepper, and garlic, the boy said with a proud smile. And I put garlic salt and some milk in the eggs, just a tiny bit. It makes them fluffy. They are excellent, Severus nodded with approval. He took another bite and blinked hard against the leftover prickling in his eyes. The boy was so thoughtful, and he was a wonderful cook. Actually, he might get addicted to the boy's cooking himself if he wasn't careful. You knew my mum pretty well, huh? The boy asked quietly. Severus glanced up at the child. There was something in his face that he couldn't identify. It was partly determined, partly desperate. But for what, he wasn't certain. Yes, he replied quietly. Lily was. He paused, searching for the right words. Finally, he decided to tell the child the truth. What could it hurt? She was my best friend. The boy nodded, suddenly looking wise. Snape wanted to squirm under the expression in those eyes. Lily's eyes. He turned his attention back down to his meal, which he finished far quicker than he'd meant to. Toast would not have been amiss, he commented idly as he gazed forlornly at his empty plate. The omelet and tomatoes had not lasted long. Even though his appetite was never large in the mornings, he found himself wishing for seconds. Oops, I forgot, Harry said sheepishly. The professor glanced up at the boy and waved off his guilty look. No matter. The meal was excellent even without it. He stood and placed his dishes in the sink and fetched a bowl of strawberries from the fridge. He set them in front of Harry and couldn't help but smile at his avaricious expression. The boy adored fruit of all kinds, and berries most of all. He nodded at the boy's pleading puppy eyes, and Harry eagerly scooped several plump, red fruits onto his plate. Thanks, Professor, the boy sighed happily as he chomped into a large strawberry. No, thank you, Snape said with genuine warmth. It's been years since a human being cooked me breakfast. So, thank you for the treat, Harry. It's not a treat, really, the boy murmured, suddenly looking shy. It's sort of a thank you. For you being so wonderful and nice and taking care of me. I'll cook all the time if you'll let me. I like cooking. It's fun. If you like to cook, you may, the professor said thoughtfully, uncomfortably ignoring the boy's thanks for saving his life and caring for him. It was his duty, after all. He didn't deserve to be thanked for something so basic. But I don't want you wearing yourself out, Severus said firmly. Why don't we take turns cooking? And perhaps we can work together on supper, when you feel well enough, of course. Today may be a good day, but tomorrow you might be prone on your bed with bone aches and a fever again. Yes, sir. The boy grinned, stuffing a plump red strawberry in his mouth and turning his attention back to his plate. Snape sat down and sipped his coffee. It was surprisingly good. He almost scowled at the thought of this small, frail boy in front of him being forced to make coffee every morning for those Dursley monsters. But he was in an unusually good mood after such an excellent breakfast. And of course, Harry was feeling so much better today too. So that was another reason to be happy. Yes, Severus Snape admitted to himself. He was happy. That was a rarity, but at least Albus Dumbledore wasn't here to crow over it. Sir? Harry's soft voice interrupted his musing. He looked over at the child and realized that he had finished his meal and put the dishes in the sink. He was standing up now, gazing at him beseechingly. But he looked worried. What is it? The professor asked kindly. Are you still hungry? No, sir, Harry smiled brightly. I'm full. His face clouded with worry again. Can I ask you something, sir? I believe you just did, Snape said drily. He smiled, though, so Harry wouldn't think he was serious, and drained the last of his coffee. You may ask me another question, though. Okay, sir, Professor. Harry was blushing and shuffling awkwardly. He came closer and pressed his hands against the table and focused on the coffee mug still in Severus' hands. His voice was a nervous mumble, and Snape had to strain to make out his words. I was just wondering, since you found me and saved me and all, and you treat me so nice and let me stay in your bed and give me stuff and so, Aereo actual imidad. Severus Snape couldn't even blink. He trembled from head to foot. Had the child just said what he thought he said? How could the boy even think that? It was true that he sometimes felt rather paternal toward the boy. He couldn't help feeling like that toward the vulnerable, hurting child, even more so after what Dumbledore had told him about the boy's wolf wanting to adopt him as his alpha. But how had Harry caught on to such fleeting emotions so quickly? How could he have been so stupid to encourage false hope in the boy like that? He was the worst possible choice for any child's father. McGonagall was right. He couldn't make this work. He hated himself for the ache of longing and grief that the child's innocent question tore open in his heart. Without thinking, Snape impulsively threw his empty coffee mug across the kitchen and it shattered against the wall. Harry jumped and backed away from him, shaking with terror. Severus hid his face in his hands and tried to control his own trembling and swallow his tears. What was wrong with him? I'm sorry, Professor, Harry stammered softly, backing out of the kitchen. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked such a stupid question. No, the professor muttered into his hands. I'm sorry. Sir? Severus Snape heaved a deep breath and sat up straight. He held out his arm to the trembling boy. Come here, he commanded. Harry's face settled into an expression of combined terror, dread, and determination. But he came. He walked over with trembling legs and stood resolutely in front of the professor, bracing himself as if for a blow. The professor's heart broke. He had frightened the child. He hadn't meant to throw the mug, but he had been so startled by the boy's question and so furious with himself for making Harry so attached in so little time. It wasn't fair to the boy at all. Slowly, so as not to frighten Harry further, he raised his hands and gently grasped his bony shoulders. I am not your father, he said softly. I am sorry I reacted so violently, but it is my own fault that you are experiencing such confusing emotions. I did not mean to encourage you to form such a strong attachment to me. I only wanted to help you, not cripple you. Harry's face wrinkled up in confusion. How'd you cripple me? You saved me. Severus sighed in frustration. I mean that I've crippled you in that well. I'm not the best person for you to be attached to. I'm caustic, cruel, short-tempered, and I'm nothing but a lonely bachelor. I've nothing to offer you, child. I only wanted to keep you here until you're well enough to live somewhere else. You don't want me? Harry whispered, tears pooling in his green eyes. But why are you being so unnice to me then? If you don't want me, I mean. It isn't that I don't want you, Snape growled. Why was it so hard? He swallowed his pride and forced himself to tell the truth. Well, it would please me greatly if you could live with me, always. But I cannot make you happy, Harry. I am broken, and I would not be a good permanent father or guardian. That's not true, Harry choked, suddenly reaching up and grabbing Severus' arms. If you're broken, so am I. The boy jerked his hands away and yanked up the hem of his shirt, revealing the still red claw wounds across his bony torso. They would soon become ugly scars, and Severus knew that the boy knew it. I'm marked up and I'm a monster too. I don't care if you're no good. I want you. I want to stay with you. Snape swallowed hard at the child's words. They broke his heart like no words had since Lily called him that awful name. No, Harry. He gently reached out and pushed the boy's shirt down, once again covering his injuries. You need a kind mother and a good father. There are wonderful families that would gladly adopt you and give you a happy home. Of course, I would always be available to help you. It wouldn't be as if I would abandon you, Harry. You will always be important to me. I don't want any of that, Harry muttered rebelliously, scrubbing at the tears on his face. I just want you. Severus slowly shook his head. You're more stubborn than I am, he muttered. He squeezed the child's shoulders just a bit harder, being careful not to hurt him. He needed to be firm and stern and make the child understand that this wasn't permanent. Not to mention that if people found out that the boy who lived was living with Severus Snape, bogeyman of the dungeons, the outcry would be catastrophic. I will keep you here for as long as you need me, Severus told the boy. But when we find a good family for you, I promise that you will be much happier. You think I am kind and good because you only have your dreadful relatives to compare me to. I promise you, most people would seem like saints compared to those cretins. They weren't that bad, Harry mumbled, flushing bright red. They never tried to kill me. That is debatable, Severus snarled. He abruptly released Harry's shoulders and stood up from his chair. Your relatives were despicable excuses for human beings. You are not allowed to compare anyone to them. Everything they did was without human decency or kindness. I am being decent to you. Many people in the world are decent. If anyone else had seen you in the street that night, they would have called an ambulance. They wouldn't have taken me home with them, Harry mumbled, hugging himself with his arms and hunching over slightly. His thick, somewhat damp hair hung over his face like a curtain. Not many people are as well equipped as I am, the professor sighed. Please let's not argue any more about this. Harry looked up. His face was pale and his eyes were red, but his lips were tight with determination. I won't let anybody take me away, he said quietly. I don't care if you're my real dad or not. I want to stay here. Why in the world would you want to stay with me? Severus sneered. I threw a cup across the kitchen when you asked me a simple question. My self-control is atrocious. I could end up hurting you. You won't, Harry said firmly, fixing him with his wise green eyes. You could have hit me, but you threw the cup instead. My uncle would have thrown the cup at me. What did I just say about comparing people to your abominable relatives? Harry flinched and fell silent. A flush crept across his cheeks. Severus sighed, but he sensed that the discussion was over. He waved wearily at the boy. You should go rest. I'll do the washing up. Thank you again for breakfast. Without a word, Harry trudged out of the kitchen, still hugging himself and fighting tears. Snape ran a trembling hand through his hair and suppressed the urge to throw a chair across the kitchen. He had already broken enough things this morning. With a weary sigh, he waved his wand and silently repaired his coffee mug before setting it gently in the sink. He cursed softly under his breath and glanced out the window at his rain-soaked garden. That went well, he muttered sarcastically. Harry lay on the bed, worn out from crying and thinking. He stared at the ceiling and listened as the rain slowly came to a stop. Time passed, and the sun came out to fill the room with sparkling sunlight, but he couldn't rouse himself to look out the window. In the last few days, he used to peek out the window and imagine that he was free to go running through the trees and the sprawling garden, and maybe the professor would take him down to the old mill by the river and they could hunt for frogs and snails. Some of the recipes in that potion book had called for frog toes and frog spleens, or snail slime or ground snail shells. But the thought made his throat close up again, and he let out a small sob. Feeling miserable, Harry rolled over and buried his face in the pillow. He had never felt so small and stupid. Well, there was the time when he gave Aunt Petunia a Christmas card because he had wanted so badly for her to smile at him, or at least to tell him thank you, to love him. But Aunt Petunia laughed at it. She mocked it and him for being so stupid. Freaks didn't deserve love. Freaks were worse than animals and they were burdens. He had been so stupid to think the professor would be any different than any other adult he ever met. They were all the same. Foist the freak off to somebody else the instant the option came up. Grown-ups only took care of him as long as they had to. Nobody would ever love him, because his parents really were dead. Adults didn't love kids that weren't their own. It just wasn't done. He had hoped so badly that his aunt and uncle had lied to him for all these years about that. They had lied about so many other things, like water being expensive or freaks not deserving food or medicine. But no, apparently he really was an orphan, and he was still a burden. The professor was a nice person, but even he wanted to get rid of Harry as soon as could. It had been so stupid to think that he would be allowed to stay here. The professor had a job. He was a busy man. It was out of the kindness of his heart that he allowed Harry to stay here. Harry knew that he should stop expecting so much out of people. He should just be grateful. With a sigh, Harry curled up on his side and hugged the dark blue and green quilt that the professor had given him a few nights ago. It smelled like spicy smoke and lemons, and it made him feel strangely relaxed and safe. It reminded him of his little baby blanket. He used to wrap himself in his old blanket whenever he was feeling really sad and lonely, and he would imagine that it was a warm hug. This big, beautiful quilt made him feel the same way. It was weird. He closed his eyes and let himself imagine that he was flying. He was floating far away from all the hurt and the loneliness, to a land where he belonged and where people were waiting for him. People who loved him. He used to imagine this all the time back in his cupboard, but he hadn't done it since he came to the professor. He had not felt like he had to. He had thought the professor loved him. He thought the professor might be no. He had to stop thinking that. He had to stop pretending. He was a freaky little orphan nobody wanted. Now, he was a monster too, if the professor was right. He was a werewolf, and he would be one for the rest of his life. Nobody would love him ever. He was alone. Harry sniffled and hugged the quilt tighter, fiercely focusing on his flying fantasy and leaving the professor and everything else far behind him. When the wolf's call came through his dreams, he followed it instead of shying away. If a wolf wanted him, at least that was better than the grown-ups in his life. They didn't want him. They were just doing the responsible thing and taking him in. Maybe with the wolf, he could run free without caring whether anybody loved him or not. Severus Snape finished cleaning up the kitchen and retreated to his office to grade the end-of-term papers. He tried to put Harry's face in tears from his mind, but he couldn't. He was distracted. 20 minutes after he sat down, he realized that he was still staring at Charlie Weasley's final exam and hadn't even touched it with his dreaded red ink. With a grumbled curse, he thrust his quill back into the ink pot and tossed the potions essay down on his desk. With a groan, he buried his head in his hands. He had said all the wrong things. He was sure of it now. The boy probably thought he was just as unwanted and unloved in this house as he was in his relative's home. Harry had asked a legitimate question, even if it was unusual, and he had simply blown up. Sure, he hadn't raised his voice once, which he considered a great achievement, but all Harry saw was anger and rage. He expected to be struck for his question. He was frightened of Severus. The man sighed and got up, shaking his hair from his eyes. He had to make it right to the boy, somehow. He could tell no lies to get false hopes up, of course. But the least he could do was tell the boy that he had fought both his boss and Professor McGonagall for the privilege, yes, privilege, to keep Harry with him in his home. Yes, he nodded to himself as he started up the stairs. That would be best for both of them. He would convince Harry that he was wanted and welcomed here, and that he had even developed a little bit of affection for the child. But when he entered the bedroom, he found that Harry was sound asleep. He was curled up in the middle of the bed, his skinny arms and legs wrapped around Eileen's quilt. But what stabbed Severus in the heart were the tear tracks on his face. He had cried himself to sleep. Even now, he was frowning in his sleep. The potions, Professor sighed. He was ill-equipped to deal with small boys, and that was the truth. What was he thinking? McGonagall was right about so many things, including his competency levels concerning children. Carefully, Professor Snape sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling out of his depth. What was he supposed to do? Hesitantly, he reached out and smoothed the boy's damp hair off his hot forehead. He couldn't tell if Harry's temperature was elevated because he had been crying and was now sleeping, or because his fever was returning. To Severus' surprise, the child's expression softened and he nuzzled into the touch. There was something puppyish about the movement, and Snape cringed at the thought of the boy's wolf asserting itself like this. But since it appeared to soothe the boy, Severus went on stroking Harry's face and combing his fingers through the thick black hair. The boy's expression continued to soften until he was smiling faintly, and he wriggled closer and closer until he was practically curled around Snape's side. "What shall I do with you, boy?" he murmured. The child whimpered softly, but didn't wake up. "Everything in me longs for you to be my own," he whispered, gently brushing his thumb along Harry's cheek. "I want you to stay with me, but my good sense revolts. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm terrible with children, and I don't understand anything about them. But I want to do right by you, child. I don't want you to feel unwanted or unloved ever again. That's why I want you in a stable family, so you can grow up normally. Even with your lycanthropy, there will be a family or two that would willingly raise you, love you. I would do it myself if I felt that I could do it well. I'm sorry, Harry. I hurt you deeply, I know, but I wasn't trying to hurt you. Please, don't shut me out. I want to be here for you." Severus Snape stood up and tucked the quilt around Harry's curled form. The boy snuggled down in the little nest and let out a soft, whimpering sigh. The man stared down at the sleeping child for a few more seconds before he turned briskly and went back to his work. He would wake Harry later, and hopefully they could avoid any more drama until the dreaded appointment with Poppy this afternoon. Harry sat quietly in the sitting room of the professor's house as he'd been told. He had never been in the other parts of the house before, and he gazed at the different pictures and the full bookshelf with interest. He heard the professor's soft footsteps upstairs, and he folded his hands tightly, patiently waiting for the man to finish getting ready and come downstairs so they could leave. Once he woke up after his nap and they had lunch, the professor was very quiet, but he seemed sad, not angry. Harry had to take another shower and the professor made him wear some nicer clothes. Even though they were a bit more formal, they were still loose-fitting so they wouldn't hurt his healing wounds. His slacks and button-up shirt made him look, well, Harry didn't really know himself when he saw himself in the bathroom mirror. Especially without his glasses, he looked a lot different. It was weird. He could remember not being able to see very well before, even with his glasses, but now, everything was pretty clear and he didn't have to squint to see things anymore. He could see a lot better in the dark too. Maybe it was a sort of side effect from the werewolf poison. He reached down and smoothed down his shirt and shifted his trousers a bit. They squeezed against the gashes on his waist and hip, the ones that he had torn open a few days ago. Those cuts, and the ones on his shoulder, were the ones that still hurt a little. The rest of the cuts looked scabbed over with new skin, but they were red and nasty looking. The scars that would be left later would be awful. He knew that. But he wouldn't be taking his shirt off in public anyway, so he didn't really care. Harry sighed and slumped a little in his chair. He was feeling sad and a little lost, but at least the professor wasn't angry with him. What was worse was that he did not really know what the professor was feeling. Was he sad? Angry about something else? Harry wished he had not asked such a dumb question. Everything had been so nice this morning, and he ruined everything by being ungrateful. Yes, that was the problem. Harry knew he had just been too greedy, as if the professor hadn't given him enough already. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, determined not to cry over his own stupidity. He was a big boy, and he wasn't going to be crying all over the professor anymore. He would be obedient and respectful and good, and he wouldn't bother the good professor again with stupid questions or whining or whatever. Harry suddenly heard the man's footsteps on the staircase, and he immediately straightened up, opened his eyes, and quickly tried to smooth down his hair, but it never stayed down. The professor stepped into the sitting room looking, well, Harry had never seen him dressed like this before. He looked imposing and scary, and the black robe hanging on his shoulders made him look so much bigger. Harry gulped nervously and wondered if he was underdressed. The professor gave him a once-over and nodded approvingly. "Ready to go?" he asked quietly. Harry wondered if he was deliberately being quiet to make up for throwing the mug and scaring him this morning. To show the professor that he had forgotten all about this morning and he could be the best well-behaved boy in the world, he stood up and nodded, forcing a smile onto his face. "I'm ready, sir." Severus held Harry's gaze for another few seconds before he turned to the fireplace. The boy's smile was forced and his eyes were distant, but there was no time now to get into another painful talk. Maybe after the appointment with Madame Pomfrey things would be calmer between them. "You have never traveled by flu before," Severus said as he opened his flu powder jar. "Flu, sir?" Harry said timidly. Severus nodded and held out his hand to the boy. "We will travel by fireplace flu. I'll hold on to you for this first time, but I'm sure you'll catch on quickly enough to be able to do it on your own soon." The boy gulped nervously, but he reached out and took Severus' hand. The professor gently picked Harry up in his arms and held him tightly. "Hold on to me, but watch what I do," he warned as he held the boy with one arm, taking a pinch of flu powder with his free hand. Harry nodded and buried his face in the professor's robes. Severus cleared his throat. "Harry, I need you to see how flu travel works." Looking flustered, the boy unburied his head and twisted to see that they were standing very close to the blazing fireplace. Snape tossed the flu powder in and the flames whooshed up, green and huge. The boy in his arms gasped and squeezed the professor's neck so tightly that he staggered. "Harry," he gasped, "for heaven's sake, don't strangle me." "Sorry, sir," the boy whispered. He was trembling and peering fearfully at the leaping green flames. "Now," Professor Snape said sternly, "pay attention." He wrapped both arms around the boy and stepped into the fireplace, ducking his head so he wouldn't hit the mantel. "Hogwarts Infirmary," he shouted, and let the flu rush him away. The whirling flames spun away, and Severus stepped out of a larger fireplace into the cheery, bright infirmary of Hogwarts. Sunlight poured in through large windows, and rows of crisp white beds lined the walls. The Severus put Harry down before tugging him in the direction of Madame Pomfrey's office, which was close to the front. The boy seemed a little wobbly and disheveled after his first flu trip, but at least he was keeping his feet. His face was rather pale, and just outside the office door, he stopped, his eyes wide with terror. Professor Snape bent down and straightened the boy's shirt and hair. "You are doing very well," he managed to murmur. "Now please be calm. We're going to meet the doctor now. Her name is Madame Pomfrey, and she is the nicest witch in England. There is nothing to be afraid of, all right?" Harry swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes, sir," he whispered. Severus awkwardly patted the boy reassuringly on the head and straightened up. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door flew open. Beside him, Harry startled, and suddenly he was clinging to the professor's leg like a limpet, looking around apprehensively. Madame Pomfrey, plump, gray-haired, and twinkle-eyed, smiled happily at the two of them. "Why, Severus," she said cheerfully. "You're early, and this must be Harry. How are you, young man?" Severus glanced down at the boy at his side. Harry nodded hesitantly, as he was apparently unable to say a word. "Aren't you the cutest little man?" Madame Pomfrey cooed, reaching out to touch his hair. The child flinched and pulled away, clutching Snape's robes tighter. "It's all right, Harry," the professor assured the boy quietly, resting his hand on his still damp head of messy black hair. "I suppose I'm making him nervous," the Mediwitch said with a sad little sigh. She was used to children trusting and liking her. Harry's unease apparently unsettled her. "We aren't too early, are we?" Professor Snape asked briskly, hopefully diffusing the tension. "Oh, of course not, Severus." The plump woman smiled kindly, the twinkle returning to her eyes. "Why don't we all go to the private exam room?